Am I wrong for refusing to let my father's new wife walk down the aisle at my wedding in place of my late mother? I'm 29, a teacher in a small town, and I'm getting married in 3 months. This whole situation has been eating at me for weeks now, and I honestly don't know if I'm being reasonable or if I'm the worst person in the world. My dad is 58, and he remarried 4 years after my mom died when I was 16. His wife, Sarah, is 52, and she's always been kind to me, but she's also tried way too hard to replace my mother from day one. My younger brother, Mike, is 26, and he thinks I should cut her more slack because she's been good to our family. My fiancé, Jake, is 31, and he's been incredibly supportive of everything I want to do to honor my late mother at our wedding. Let me back up and give you the full picture. My mom died in a car accident when I was a junior in high school. It was sudden and devastating, and honestly, I don't think any of us really recovered from it properly. Dad was a mess for years. He could barely function, and Mike and I basically had to take care of ourselves through the rest of high school. Dad met Sarah at a grief support group about 2 years after Mom died, and they got married when I was 20 and away at college. Sarah moved into our family home pretty much immediately after the wedding. When I came back for winter break that year, everything was different. She had rearranged all the furniture, repainted the living room, and worst of all, she had put away most of Mom's photos. There were maybe 2 left up in the whole house. When I asked Dad about it, he said Sarah thought it would be healthier for everyone to move forward. I was furious, but I was also 20, and didn't feel like I had any say in what happened to my childhood home. From the beginning, Sarah has pushed for this mother-daughter relationship that I've never wanted. She's always trying to get me to go on spa days with her or shopping trips. She calls me sweetie the same way my mom used to, which makes my skin crawl every time. She asks about my dating life and my job like she's genuinely interested, and I know she means well, but it feels forced. I've always been polite to her because I can see she's trying, and because Dad clearly loves her. But I'll light a candle for her during the processional, and we're doing a slideshow during cocktail hour with photos of both our families, including lots of pictures of Mom. Jake never questioned any of it, or suggested I was being too focused on the past. He just supported what I needed to feel like Mom was still part of our special day. But as wedding planning has ramped up, Sarah has gotten more and more involved. At first it was little things. She offered to pay for the flowers, which was generous but felt weird to me. She kept asking when we were going dress shopping and hinting that she'd love to come along. Every time I mentioned something about honoring Mom's memory, Sarah would make these comments about how my mother would want me to be happy and focus on the future. It felt like she was subtly trying to redirect me away from including Mom in the ceremony. Last month, she suggested we do a mother-daughter dance at the reception. She brought it up casually while Jake and I were having dinner at Dad's house, like it was just an obvious thing we'd want to do. I told her we weren't planning any parent dances beyond Dad walking me down the aisle and the father-daughter dance. She looked hurt, but didn't push it. I thought that was the end of it. I've been getting more and more stressed about these family dynamics as the wedding gets closer. Jake noticed I was tense whenever we had to go to Dad's house, or when Sarah would text me about wedding stuff. We talked about it a few times, and he kept reassuring me that this was our wedding, and we could do whatever felt right to us. I thought we had everything under control, and that Sarah had gotten the message that I wanted to keep things simple. Then came the family dinner 2 weeks ago. Dad had invited Mike and his girlfriend Emma over, along with Jake and me. It was supposed to be a nice evening, just family getting together before things got too hectic with wedding preparations. Sarah had made this elaborate meal and seemed really excited about having everyone over, but she was acting strange during dinner. She was quieter than usual, picking at her food, and she kept glancing at me like she wanted to say something. We made it through the main course fine. Everyone was talking about work, and Mike was telling us about this project he's working on. Dad was in a good mood, Jake was being his usual charming self with my family, and I us to symbolize both parents supporting me on my big day. I literally choked on the bite of cake I had just taken. Jake reached for my hand under the table, and I could see Mike and Emma exchanging these uncomfortable glances. But what really got to me was that Dad was nodding along like this was completely reasonable. I tried to be as gentle as possible when I responded. I told her I appreciated the thought, but that Dad would be walking me down the aisle alone, because that's what Mom would have wanted, and that I had already planned ways to honor her memory during the ceremony. I thought I was being diplomatic and kind about it, but Sarah's face just crumbled. She pushed back from the table and ran to the bathroom in tears. Dad immediately turned on me and snapped that I didn't have to be so harsh, that she was just trying to be part of my special day. Mike looked like he wanted to disappear, and Emma was staring at her plate. Jake was squeezing my hand so hard I thought he might break my fingers. The rest of the evening was a disaster. Sarah never came back to the table. We could hear her crying in the bathroom, but when Emma offered to go check on her, Dad said to just leave her alone. We all sat there in this horrible silence for a few minutes before Jake suggested we should probably head home. Dad barely said goodbye to us, and I could tell he was furious with me. The drive home was quiet. Jake kept asking if I was okay, and I kept saying yes. But honestly, I felt sick to my stomach. I knew this was going to cause problems, but I hadn't expected Sarah to react so strongly, or for Dad to immediately take her side. I thought I had been reasonable and respectful, but clearly that's not how they saw it. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, wondering if I could have handled it differently, or if there was something I could have said that wouldn't have hurt Sarah's feelings. But the more I thought about it, the more frustrated I became. This is my wedding day. I should get to decide who walks me down the aisle and how I want to honor my mother's memory. Sarah has been part of my life for over a decade, but she's not my mom, and she never will be. I don't understand why wanting to keep that one tradition sacred makes me a terrible person. The next morning, I considered my parent. When I said that Sarah isn't my parent and never will be, he completely lost it. He said I was selfish and cruel and that I was living in the past. We ended up hanging up on each other, which has never happened before in my entire life. I was shaking after that call. Jake had already left for work, so I just sat in our kitchen crying into my coffee, wondering how everything had gone so wrong, so fast. I kept thinking about how Dad had never talked to me like that before, not even when I was a rebellious teenager. The fact that he was choosing Sarah's feelings over mine hurt more than I expected. Mike called me later that afternoon, and I thought maybe he was going to be supportive. But instead, he suggested I should compromise. He said maybe Sarah could do a reading during the ceremony, or light a candle with me. Something to make her feel included. Then he said something that really got to me. He pointed out that Sarah has been in my life longer than Mom was at this point, and maybe it was time to let her in. I couldn't believe my own brother was saying this to me. I told Mike that it wasn't about time. It was about the relationship itself. Just because someone is in your life for a certain number of years doesn't automatically make them your parent. But he kept pushing, saying that Sarah really loves me and that I'm hurting her by keeping her at arm's length. He made me feel like I was being petty and vindictive, which wasn't how I saw it at all. Then Emma texted me privately that evening, saying Sarah had been crying for 2 days straight and had barely eaten anything. She said Sarah felt like she was being punished for something she didn't do wrong, and that she was starting to think I would never accept her as part of the family. Reading that text made me feel awful, but it also frustrated me, because it felt like everyone was missing the point. The pressure kept building over the next few days. Dad's sister called me and said I was being unnecessarily cruel to a woman who had done nothing but try to love me. She told me that holding on to grief for so long wasn't healthy, and that I was using my mom's memory as an excuse to hurt people. That conversation left, and I began wondering if maybe I was being selfish. Is it really that big of a deal to let Sarah walk with us down the aisle, if it would make everyone happy and keep the family together? When I suggested to Jake that maybe we could find some other special role for Sarah in the ceremony, he reminded me that I had already offered compromises before, and she had rejected them. He said Sarah doesn't want to be included. She wants to replace my mom, and there's a difference. He was right, but I was feeling so much pressure from my family that I was starting to think maybe giving in would be easier than fighting about it. After about a week of this family pressure, I decided I needed to call Sarah directly and try to smooth things over. I thought maybe if we talked one-on-one, I could explain my feelings better and we could find some middle ground. I was nervous about calling her, but I felt like I owed her a real conversation after what had happened at dinner. When she answered the phone, her voice was cold in a way I'd never heard before. I told her I wanted her to know that what happened at dinner wasn't about her personally, that the aisle walk just feels sacred to me in Mom's memory. I was trying to be diplomatic and kind, but she interrupted me before I could really explain myself. She said she had been more of a mother to me than my mom ever had the chance to be, and that she'd earned the right to be seen as my parent. I was completely stunned by how harsh she sounded. She went on to say that she had helped raise me through my 20s, that she was there for my college graduation, my job interviews, and my relationship problems. Then she asked where my mom was during all of that. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told her that Mom was dead. That's where she was. The words came out harsher than I meant them to, but I was so shocked by what she was saying. Sarah had never talked to me like this before, and it felt like she was finally showing her true feelings about the whole situation. She hung up on me after that, and I just sat there holding the phone, feeling like I didn't even know this woman who had been part of my life for over a decade. The Sarah I thought I knew would never have said those things to me, would never have tried to diminish my mother's importance in my life, or act like being dead was somehow Mom's fault. About an hour, really willing to miss his only daughter's wedding over this, and he said he was standing by his wife, which is what married people do. After I hung up with Dad, I realized that I might end up walking down the aisle completely alone on my wedding day. The two people who were supposed to be there to support me were now threatening to boycott my wedding unless I let Sarah take my mother's place. I had gone from planning a ceremony that honored Mom's memory to potentially having no parents there at all. Jake came home that evening to find me crying on our couch. When I told him about the conversations with Sarah and Dad, he was angrier than I'd ever seen him. He said my family was emotionally blackmailing me and that it was completely unacceptable. But even with his support, I felt so alone and confused about what to do next. The worst part was that I started questioning everything. Maybe I was being unreasonable. Maybe after 13 years, I should have found a way to let Sarah be more of a mother figure to me. Maybe my whole family was right, and I was just being stubborn and hurtful. But then I would think about my mom and how much I miss her, and I couldn't imagine letting someone else take her place in such an important moment. I was so emotionally exhausted from everything that had happened that I decided to post about the situation online to get some outside perspective. I wrote out the whole story on a relationship advice forum, thinking maybe a few people would respond and give me some clarity about whether I was being reasonable or not. I woke up the next morning to hundreds of responses. Most people were supporting my decision, saying it was my wedding and my choice, and that no one should be forced to have someone walk them down the aisle who they don't want there. A lot of people pointed out that Sarah was being manipulative by making ultimatums instead of trying to understand my feelings. Reading those responses made me feel less crazy, like maybe I wasn't the terrible person my family was making me out to be. but there were also people warning me about permanent family damage. Some suggested that compromise isn't always weakness, and that sometimes you have to choose your battles. A few people shared similar stories where they gave in to family pressure and regretted it years later, saying they felt like their wedding day wasn't really theirs. But others shared stories where they kept saying that if they were willing to miss my wedding over this, what kind of people were they really? He suggested we just elope and avoid all the drama entirely, but I didn't want to start our marriage by running away from problems. Plus, I had already put deposits down on everything and sent out invitations. The idea of calling everyone and canceling felt almost as bad as the current situation. We talked about having my uncle walk me down the aisle instead, since he's always been close to our family and was really supportive of me after Mom died. But that felt like giving up on Dad completely, and I wasn't ready to do that yet. Jake was frustrated with me for still trying to find a solution that would work for everyone, but I couldn't help hoping there was some way to fix things. About a week after Dad's ultimatum, I decided I needed to try talking to him one more time. I drove to his house unannounced, hoping maybe we could have a real conversation, without Sarah there influencing the situation. When I pulled up, I noticed Sarah's car wasn't in the driveway, which I took as a good sign. Dad answered the door looking tired and older than I remembered. He let me in but didn't seem particularly happy to see me. We sat in the living room where Mom's photos used to hang, and I tried to explain my feelings one more time. I told him I loved him, but I couldn't pretend Sarah was Mom, and that didn't mean I didn't care about her or appreciate what she'd done for our family. He kept insisting that Mom would want me to accept Sarah's love, that she wouldn't want our family to be torn apart over this. I asked him how he could possibly know what Mom would want, since he never asked me what I wanted or needed after she died. That seemed to hit a nerve because he got defensive and said I'd never given Sarah a fair chance from the beginning. He kept saying that Sarah wasn't trying to replace Mom. She was just trying to be a mother figure to me now. But I told him I didn't need a mother figure. I needed my dad to understand why this particular thing mattered so much to me. We went in circles like that for over an hour, with him insisting I was being unfair to Sarah, and me trying to explain that this wasn't about fairness. It was about what felt right for my wedding day. At one point, he asked me what I'd attend. Mike thinks I should just give in to keep the family together, but he's not the one who has to compromise on something this important to him. My wedding planner has been asking about processional details, and I keep having to tell her I don't know yet. She's getting frustrated because we need to finalize the music and timing, but I can't give her an answer when I don't even know who will be walking me down the aisle. Jake says he'll support whatever I decide, but I can tell he's worried about how much this is affecting me. I've been staring at Mom's photo on my nightstand every night, wondering what she would actually want me to do. Would she want me to let Sarah take her place to keep the peace? Would she want me to stand firm on my principles, even if it means Dad won't be there? I wish I could ask her, but obviously that's not possible. The hardest part is that I don't think there's a compromise that will work for everyone. Sarah doesn't want to do a reading or light a candle. She specifically wants to walk me down the aisle. And I don't want her to do that because it feels like giving up the one way I had planned to honor Mom during the ceremony. We're at a complete standstill. Some days I think maybe I should just give in. Is it really worth losing my relationship with Dad over this? But then I imagine Sarah walking beside me on what's supposed to be the most important day of my life, and it makes me feel sick. I don't want to look back at my wedding photos and see her there, instead of having that moment be about Dad and me and Mom's memory. Other days I think I should stick to my guns no matter what. It's my wedding day, and I should get to decide how I want it to go. If Dad chooses Sarah's feelings over supporting his daughter, maybe that says something about our relationship that I need to accept. But the thought of walking down the aisle alone, or having my uncle do it, makes me so sad I can barely think about it. Jake suggested last week that maybe this whole situation is showing me who my family really is, and maybe I need to build my new family with people who actually support me. But Dad has been a good father to me for most of my life, and I don't want to write him off completely over this one issue, even though it's a big one. I keep going back and forth about, am I wrong for canceling my best friend's birthday party that I planned at my house after she invited people I do not get along with? I'm Jordan, 32, and I work remotely in IT. My best friend, Maya, also 32, and I have been tight since college. We're talking 12 years of friendship here. Maya has this thing where she absolutely hates planning events. Like, she gets genuinely stressed out about whether people will show up, if there's enough food, all that stuff. It overwhelms her to the point where she just avoids doing it altogether. So about 6 years ago, I started taking over her birthday party planning. It just made sense. I don't mind the organization. I've got a decent apartment for hosting, and honestly, I like doing it for her. Every year it's the same routine. Maya tells me what kind of vibe she's going for, and I handle everything else. I book the date, send out invites to our usual crew, decorate, cook, make playlists, the whole 9 yards. She always seems genuinely grateful, and our friends have come to expect it. It's become this tradition where Maya's birthday party equals Jordan's apartment, and everyone's always had a good time. This year started out exactly the same. Maya mentioned she wanted something low-key but fun, maybe with a throwback theme since we've all been feeling nostalgic lately. I was totally into it. I spent 3 weeks getting everything perfect. I'm talking about going to 3 different stores to find decorations in her favorite color combo. This specific shade of purple and gold that she's been obsessed with since freshman year. I planned out a whole menu based on foods I know she loves, including this pasta dish that takes forever to make, but she always raves about when I cook it. I even spent hours putting together a playlist of all the songs we used to listen to in college, the ones that would come on at parties, and we'd all lose our minds singing along. My apartment isn't massive or anything, but it works perfectly for our usual group. We're talking about 15 people max, our core friend group that's stayed pretty consistent over the years. Maya was excited about the whole thing. She kept texting me thank you messages and saying how lucky she felt to have someone who cared enough to do all this work. I genuinely enjoyed doing it, so it never felt like a burden. Would qualify as serious bullying, but just this constant stream of comments that made me feel like crap about myself. He'd make remarks about how I dressed, or he'd interrupt me when I was telling a story to make some sarcastic comment that would get everyone laughing. But not with me, you know. It was always at me. Then Maya mentioned Jessica, who's 30. Jessica was different, but just as bad in her own way. She had this talent for making me feel like I was only tolerated in the group, not actually wanted. She'd organize hangouts and forget to invite me, or she'd bring up inside jokes that I wasn't part of right in front of me. When I was dating someone in college, she made these subtle comments that made it clear she thought I was punching above my weight. She never said anything outright mean, but she had this way of excluding me that made me feel invisible. Maya kept talking about how great it was to reconnect with them, how much they'd all grown up, how different things were now. I tried to be supportive because I could hear how excited she was getting. But honestly, just hearing their names again brought back all these feelings I thought I'd gotten past. College wasn't exactly the best time for my self-esteem, and a lot of that had to do with how Brad and Jessica treated me. I figured Maya was just catching up with them online or whatever. I didn't think it would affect the party. Our group has evolved since college. We've all become closer, more mature, more considerate of each other. The people who come to Maya's birthday parties now are people who actually care about each other and know how to have a good time without putting anyone down. I wasn't worried about it impacting our celebration. That was my mistake. Last Monday, I was just scrolling through Instagram during a work break when I saw Maya's post. My heart literally dropped. It wasn't just a casual mention of the party. It was this whole elaborate post with multiple photos from college, including some I'd honestly forgotten existed. But what really got me was the caption and the details. She'd written out my full address, not just the building name or the street, but my actual apartment number. She listed the exact date and time, which was fine since that was already planned. But then came the part that made my blood run cold. Can't wait for a reunion with the old crew, talking about how excited they were to see everyone again. Someone asked if there was parking nearby. Another person mentioned they might be a little late because they had to drive in from 2 hours away. One comment asked if it was okay to bring a bottle of wine, and Maya had responded with multiple heart emojis and, "The more the merrier." I sat there, staring at my phone, reading comment after comment from strangers who were planning to show up at my apartment because Maya had basically thrown an open house invitation on social media. She'd turned what was supposed to be a small gathering of 15 close friends into some kind of massive college reunion party, and she'd done it without saying a single word to me. The worst part was seeing Brad and Jessica's comments. Brad wrote something like, "This is going to be epic, just like the old days," with a bunch of fire emojis. Jessica commented, "So ready to party with my favorite people." I knew I was probably reading too much into it, but seeing their names associated with my apartment, with my careful planning, with this thing I'd put so much thought and effort into, it made me feel sick. I kept refreshing the post, watching the comments pile up. Maya was responding to almost everyone, getting more and more excited. She posted another comment, saying she couldn't believe how many people wanted to come, and that it was going to be the best birthday ever. She even mentioned that she was thinking about extending the party late into the night, since so many people were traveling to be there. That's when it really hit me. Maya hadn't just invited a couple of extra people. She'd completely changed the entire nature of the event without consulting me at all. Instead of the intimate gathering I'd planned, she was expecting me to host what looked like it could be 30 or 40 people, many of whom I'd never met. And right in the middle of it all would be Brad and Jessica, the two people who had made me feel like garbage about myself for years. I screenshot the post because I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing. Then I just sat there, trying to figure out how everything had gone so wrong so fast. I couldn't just sit there and let this happen, so I called Maya immediately. My hands were actually shaking as I did. I'd be happy to see everyone again, that it would be like old times. When I finally worked up the nerve to mention that I wasn't comfortable with Brad and Jessica coming to my place, her whole tone changed. She got defensive immediately and asked why I was bringing up ancient history. She said they'd both reached out to her recently and had been nothing but nice. That's when she hit me with the line that really stung. She said, "It's not about you, Jordan. It's my birthday." She told me I was being dramatic over stuff that happened years ago and that both Brad and Jessica had grown up. She kept emphasizing that they were different people now and that I was being unfair by judging them based on college. I tried to explain that this wasn't just about old grudges. I told her that this was my home and I should have some say in who gets invited. I wasn't asking her to cut these people out of her life or anything dramatic like that. I just didn't want them in my personal space, in the place where I'm supposed to feel safe and comfortable. Maya did not take that well at all. She accused me of trying to control her friendships and said I was being selfish for not wanting her to celebrate with everyone she cares about. She said I was making her birthday about my own issues instead of focusing on what would make her happy. She also pointed out that she'd already told all these people they could come and that it would be humiliating to have to uninvite them now. The conversation kept going in circles. She'd say something about how I was overreacting, and I'd try to explain why I felt blindsided and uncomfortable. She'd counter with how this was supposed to be her special day, and I was ruining it with my negativity. At one point, she said I was being possessive and that she should be able to invite whoever she wanted to her own birthday party. I kept trying to make her understand that the issue wasn't who she wanted to celebrate with, but the fact that she'd made all these decisions about my apartment without including me. I told her I would have been happy to help her find a different venue if she wanted to invite a bunch of people I didn't know. I even offered to help her plan something at a restaurant or rent a space somewhere else. But Maya wasn't interested in compromising. She kept insisting that my apartment was perfect and that moving the party would be a huge hassle. She said everyone was already said that. Not like a friendly laugh, but this dismissive sound that made me feel like she thought I was being ridiculous. She said I'd change my mind because I always do. She reminded me of a couple times in the past when I'd been hesitant about something, but eventually came around. Like when she wanted to invite her ex-boyfriend to a group hangout, and I thought it would be weird. She said I just needed time to get used to the idea. Before I could respond, she hung up on me. Just like that, the conversation was over. I sat there holding my phone, feeling like I'd been talking to a completely different person than the friend I'd known for 12 years. For the next 3 days, I kept getting constant notifications from Maya's Instagram post. Every few hours, someone new would comment or like it. Strangers were asking for specific directions to my apartment building. People were discussing what they planned to bring. Some guy said he'd bring his guitar. Another person mentioned they were making their famous brownies. Someone else was talking about after-party plans and asking if there were any good bars nearby. The whole thing felt completely out of control. Maya was responding to most of the comments, getting more excited with each exchange. She posted updates about how many people had confirmed they were coming, and the number kept growing. At one point, she commented that it might be the biggest party she'd ever had. What really got to me was that Maya never took the post down or edited it to address any of my concerns. She never added a comment saying to check with her before coming, or that space was limited. She just kept feeding into the excitement like nothing had happened between us. It became clear that she'd decided to completely ignore our conversation and move forward, as if I'd never expressed any problems with the situation. Our mutual friends started texting me too. People from our regular group were asking practical questions about parking and what time they should actually arrive since the Instagram post just said evening. A couple people asked if they should bring anything specific or if there was a theme they should know about. They all seemed to assume everything was normal and that I was fine with the party happening exactly as Maya had advertised it. I didn't know what to tell them. I couldn't exactly explain the whole situation in response. Made me feel invaded, even though technically Maya had already made it public. By Thursday, exactly 1 week before the party was supposed to happen, I'd had enough. I'd spent 3 days hoping Maya would reach out to discuss things, or at least acknowledge that we needed to figure something out. But instead, the guest list kept growing, and the comments kept coming. It was obvious that she had no intention of changing course. I spent most of that morning crafting a long text message to Maya. I tried to be as clear and respectful as possible, while still being firm about my boundaries. I explained that I was no longer comfortable hosting under these circumstances, and that I was canceling the event at my apartment. I told her I was sorry for any inconvenience, but that I'd tried to discuss this with her, and she'd made it clear she wasn't interested in compromising. I also made sure to tell her that she was absolutely welcome to plan something else, somewhere else, for her birthday. I said I'd be happy to help her find a venue or contribute money toward renting a space if that would help. I just couldn't be the one hosting it at my place with all these people I didn't know and wasn't comfortable being around. I read the message about 10 times before sending it. I wanted to make sure I wasn't being unnecessarily harsh, but I also needed to be completely clear that this wasn't a negotiation. I hit send, and then immediately felt this weird mix of relief and dread. Maya's response came back so fast I'm pretty sure she was already typing before she'd finished reading my message. And she was absolutely furious. She called me vindictive and said I was ruining her birthday out of pure spite. She accused me of being jealous that she had other friends and claimed I was trying to punish her for not centering my feelings on her special day. She went on about how much work she'd already put into getting excited about seeing everyone and how I was destroying something that meant a lot to her. The text was long and brutal. She said I was being controlling and manipulative by waiting until the last minute to pull this stunt. She pointed out that she'd already confirmed with all these people that they could come, and now she'd have to humiliate herself by telling them it was canceled. She called me selfish and said I was more concerned with my own comfort than her happiness. The message ended with her saying she could make new plans. The responses were all over the place. Some people were actually supportive. My friend Chris texted saying he thought Maya should have asked before inviting people to my place, especially people I had history with. My friend Allie said she didn't blame me for not wanting to host strangers in my apartment, and that Maya had put me in an impossible position. A couple other people from our core group reached out privately to say they understood why I'd felt blindsided. But plenty of others thought I was being petty. I got several messages from people saying I should have just sucked it up for one night since it was Maya's birthday. Someone suggested I could have just avoided Brad and Jessica during the party or found a way to ask them to leave early. Another person pointed out that college was a long time ago, and maybe I should give them a chance to show they'd changed. The worst was getting texts from people who weren't even that close to me, but felt like they needed to weigh in. One acquaintance said I was being dramatic and that good friends make sacrifices for each other. Someone else said they couldn't believe I'd canceled over something so petty and that Maya deserved better. Those messages really stung because they made me question whether I was completely off base. A few people tried to play mediator and suggested ways Maya and I could work things out. They proposed splitting the difference somehow, like having a smaller gathering at my place and a bigger celebration somewhere else. But by that point, it felt like the damage was already done. Maya wasn't speaking to me, and I honestly wasn't sure I wanted to compromise after how she'd reacted. Maya's retaliation started on Friday. She posted this vague story on Instagram about fake friends who abandon you when you need them most. She didn't mention me by name, but it was pretty obvious what she was talking about. The story had a black background with white text, and she'd used one of those dramatic quote templates that made it look like some deep philosophical statement. She wrote something about learning who your real friends are when times get tough, and how some people will let you down just when you think you can count on them. She followed that up with another story about how she was going to have an amazing birthday celebration, despite the obstacles people had thrown in her way. She said true friends would be there to support her no matter. Quickly, she managed to organize an alternative party. By Friday evening, she'd posted about a last-minute celebration at some bar across town for Saturday night. She found a place that could accommodate a big group on short notice and got most of the people from her original guest list to commit to the new location. I have to admit, I was impressed by how fast she pulled it all together. I spent Saturday night at home, which felt weird and sad. I kept seeing updates on social media from Maya's bar party, and it looked like she was having a great time. The place was packed with people, and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. Brad and Jessica were definitely there, along with a bunch of people I didn't recognize from the college crowd Maya had invited. She posted a bunch of stories throughout the night, showing off how many people had come to celebrate with her. Some of our mutual friends went to the bar party, but a couple of our closer friends skipped it entirely. Chris texted me that he didn't feel right celebrating after everything that had happened between Maya and me. Allie said she supported my decision and didn't want to take sides by going to the replacement party. That meant a lot to me, but it also made me feel guilty that our friend group was getting split up over this whole mess. It's been 5 days now since I canceled the party, and Maya still isn't speaking to me. Our mutual friends are being careful not to bring up the situation when we're all in group chats together, but there's definitely this weird tension whenever Maya's name comes up. A couple people have tried to get us to reconcile, but Maya seems pretty committed to freezing me out completely. I keep going back and forth about whether I handled this whole thing the right way. Some days I think maybe I should have just hosted the party and tried to avoid the people I didn't like. It was one night, and maybe I could have found ways to minimize my interaction with Brad and Jessica. Maybe I was being too sensitive about stuff that happened years ago, and maybe they really had grown up and changed. But then I remember how it felt to see my address posted publicly without my permission, with strangers commenting about coming to my home. I think about how Maya dismissed my concerns like they didn't matter at all, and how she hung up on me when I tried to set boundaries. I remember her laughing at me when I said I wasn't comfortable, and telling me I might be hurtful. I also can't stop thinking about how quickly she was able to organize an alternative party, and how little she seemed to need me once I was out of the picture. It makes me wonder if our friendship was more one-sided than I realized. For years, I've been the one doing the planning and hosting, and maybe Maya just got used to having someone take care of all the details for her. When I finally said no to something, she didn't try to work with me or find a compromise. She just moved on and found another solution. At the same time, I miss my friend. 12 years is a long time, and we've been through a lot together. I hate that things ended this way, and I hate that what should have been a celebration turned into this huge conflict that might have destroyed our friendship permanently. I keep wondering if there was something I could have said or done differently that would have led to a better outcome. I've been tempted to reach out and apologize just to get things back to normal, but I'm not sure what I'd be apologizing for. For having boundaries about my own home? For not wanting to host people who made me feel terrible about myself? For asking to be included in decisions about my own apartment? None of those things feel like they require an apology. So here I am, 5 days later, still trying to figure out if I was wrong for canceling my best friend's birthday party that I'd spent weeks planning, just because she invited people who used to make my life miserable. Was I being petty and oversensitive? Or did I have every right to decide who comes into my own home? I honestly don't know anymore. Am I wrong for refusing to cover for my boss after she lied about why she missed an important meeting? I'm Claire, 41, and I work as a project manager at this mid-sized marketing firm. My boss, Dana, 38, is one of those people who can talk her way into or out of anything. But when it comes to actually showing up, that's where things get messy. Let me paint you a picture of how things work around here. Dana has this incredible ability to charm clients and upper management during the big moments. But the day-to-day stuff? That all falls on me. She'll skip the weekly check-ins, blow off client complaint calls, and somehow I'm always the one fielding angry emails asking where she is. It started small when I first got promoted under her 3 years ago. She'd ask me to reschedule a meeting here and there, or handle a quick client question that turned into a 2-hour damage control session. The pattern became pretty clear pretty fast. Dana would swoop in for the glory moments, the contract signings, the big presentations, the client dinners. But anything that required actual work or dealing with problems, that was my job. And somehow she always managed to take credit for the solutions I came up with. I'd spend hours putting together project reports and client analyses, then watch her present them to leadership like she'd done the work herself. I guess I let it slide because honestly, the money was good, and I liked the actual work. Plus, Dana did protect our team when budget cuts came around, and she fought for decent raises. But looking back, I was basically doing 2 jobs while she collected the credit and the bigger paycheck. Then last quarter happened. Our numbers were terrible, like really bad. 3 major clients didn't renew their contracts, and suddenly everyone was talking about potential layoffs. Dana called an emergency team meeting and promised she was going to personally turn things around. She had this whole speech about how she was going to be more hands-on, more involved in the day-to-day client relationships. That's when the Meridian account came up. This massive client renewal worth about $2 million annually. Dana announced in front of the entire department that she would personally lead the renewal presentation. She said she'd been building a relationship with their CEO for months, and this was going pain points and priorities. But Dana insisted she didn't need my background research. She said she had a different angle she was working. The week before the presentation, things got weird. Dana seemed scattered and kept rescheduling our planning sessions. On Monday, she said we'd meet Tuesday. Tuesday, she pushed it to Wednesday. Wednesday, she said she was dealing with a family emergency and would catch up with me Thursday. By Friday, I was genuinely worried we weren't prepared, but Dana just kept saying she had everything handled and not to worry about it. The day before the presentation, Dana finally pulled me into her office. She looked stressed, which was unusual for her. She admitted she hadn't finished putting the presentation together and asked if I could just have a backup ready, in case technical issues came up or something. The way she said it made it clear she expected me to basically prepare a full presentation overnight, just in case. I stayed until almost midnight putting together slides, researching Meridian's recent business moves, and preparing talking points. I figured even if Dana had her own presentation ready, at least I'd be prepared to answer detailed questions or handle any curveballs they threw at us. The morning of the presentation, I got to the office early to do a final review of everything. The meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m., and by 9:15 I still hadn't heard from Dana. I called her office phone, her cell, even sent a text asking if she needed me to pull up any last-minute research. Nothing. By 9:45 I was starting to panic. The Meridian team was already logging into our conference system, and I could see their names popping up in the virtual waiting room. I tried calling Dana one more time, and it went straight to voicemail. Then, at 9:50, my phone buzzed with a text from her. "Stuck in terrible traffic. Say I'm running late and cover for me until I get there. You know the account better than anyone anyway." I stared at that message for about 10 seconds before the reality hit me. I was about to walk into the most important client meeting of the year, completely unprepared to lead it, and somehow make excuses for my boss who couldn't be bothered to show up. The meeting was a disaster. I logged in and immediately had to explain that Dana was running late due to traffic. To reschedule once we had our act together, and they logged off. I sat there staring at my computer screen, feeling completely humiliated. I'd just blown the biggest client meeting of the year because my boss couldn't be bothered to show up or even properly prepare me to cover for her. About an hour later, I was still trying to figure out how to salvage the situation when Sarah from accounting stopped by my desk. She was scrolling through Instagram and casually mentioned seeing Dana's story from that new luxury spa downtown. She showed me her phone, and there it was. Dana in a fluffy white robe, getting what looked like a facial, with a caption about much-needed self-care day, and a timestamp from about 30 minutes before our meeting was supposed to start. I just stared at that image. While I was scrambling to cover for her and making excuses about traffic, Dana was getting a spa treatment. She hadn't been stuck anywhere. She'd deliberately chosen to skip the most important meeting of our quarter to go get pampered. That's when I realized exactly how screwed we all were. Dana strolled back into the office around noon, looking completely refreshed and relaxed. Her skin was practically glowing, and she had that satisfied look people get after spending money on themselves. She walked straight to my desk with this casual smile and asked how the meeting went, like she'd just stepped out for coffee instead of abandoning the most important presentation of our careers. She actually said she was sure I'd handled it perfectly, which made my blood pressure spike. I told her we'd need to talk privately, and she followed me into the empty conference room with this puzzled expression, like she couldn't imagine what could possibly be wrong. I kept my voice low and told her I knew about the spa. I said Sarah had shown me her Instagram story, and I knew she hadn't been stuck in traffic. For a split second, Dana's face went completely blank. Then she tried to laugh it off, saying there must have been some miscommunication, that she'd actually been stuck in traffic on the way back from a doctor's appointment near the spa. The lie was so casual and immediate that it caught me off guard. She was literally making up a story on the spot, and she seemed to expect me to just accept it. When I told her the meeting had been a complete disaster and we'd have to reschedule, that's when the panic started. The traffic story. She elaborated that there had been an accident on the highway, which was why she couldn't get through on her phone, and that I shouldn't mention anything about Instagram or spas to anyone. I told her I wasn't comfortable lying for her, especially not about something this serious. This was a $1 million client, and our entire team's jobs were potentially on the line. She got this look on her face like I'd just slapped her. She said she couldn't believe I wasn't willing to support her when she'd always had my back. Then the threats started. Dana reminded me that my promotion review was coming up in a few weeks, and she'd be the one conducting it. She said that management was always looking for people who could be team players and support their colleagues, and that maybe I wasn't demonstrating the leadership qualities they were looking for in senior staff. She kept emphasizing how I needed to think about what was best for the team, not just myself. She said that if this situation blew up, it wouldn't just affect her. Everyone in our department could suffer. Budget cuts, layoffs, reduced bonuses. She made it sound like my refusal to lie for her would somehow make me responsible for destroying everyone's livelihood. By the time I left her office, I felt sick to my stomach. I went back to my desk and tried to focus on work, but I couldn't concentrate on anything. Within an hour, Marcus came by and casually asked if I'd heard anything about what happened with the Meridian meeting. Word was already getting around that something had gone wrong. I gave him the basic facts, that Dana had been delayed and we'd had to reschedule, but I could tell he sensed there was more to it. Later that afternoon, he pulled me aside and said he'd heard through the grapevine that upper management was asking questions about Dana's absence. He told me that whatever had happened, I should probably just go along with Dana's version of events. He said Dana was protected upstairs, and I wasn't, and that rocking the boat wouldn't help anyone. Jenny approached me later with basically the same advice. She said she couldn't believe Dana had put me in that position, but that maybe Marcus was right about keeping my head down. She pointed out that our whole team had been walking on thin ice since last quarter's numbers, and none of us could afford to make waves right now. But Kevin from the creative department had a completely different take. He asked me to confirm I was on board with her story. Around 4 p.m., Dana called me back into her office. She said she'd been thinking about our conversation, and she wanted to be absolutely clear about expectations. She said I had until the end of the day to decide whether I was going to support my team and my manager, or whether I was going to create problems that would hurt everyone. She framed it like she was giving me one last chance to do the right thing. She said that if I couldn't get on board with the story, she'd have to consider whether I was really management material. She mentioned that there were consequences for not supporting your supervisor, especially during difficult times. I spent the rest of the afternoon feeling like I was going to throw up. Every time someone walked by my desk, I wondered if they were judging me for whatever they'd heard about the morning's meeting. Every time my phone buzzed, I wondered if it was upper management asking for details about what had happened. The worst part was that I could see both sides. Dana had put me in an impossible position, but she was also right that this could hurt our entire team if it blew up. At the same time, I couldn't stomach the idea of lying to protect someone who had been so careless with all of our careers. By 5:30, I knew I had to make a decision. I couldn't bring myself to actively lie for Dana, but I also didn't want to completely throw her under the bus and potentially destroy everyone's job security. I decided to write an email to HR that documented what had happened from my perspective, without making direct accusations, but also without confirming Dana's traffic story. I spent almost an hour crafting the email, trying to strike the right balance. I focused on the facts, that I'd been asked to cover the meeting at the last minute, that the client had seemed frustrated with the lack of preparation, and that we'd need to reschedule. I mentioned that Dana had indicated she was delayed by traffic, but I made it clear that I couldn't personally confirm the circumstances of her absence. I read through the email about 10 times before I finally hit send. The moment it went through, I knew there was no taking it back. I'd essentially told HR that I couldn't vouch for my boss's excuse without directly calling her a liar. It was intentional. She wanted everyone to know that I was the one who'd escalated things. After that confrontation, the temperature in our department dropped about 20 degrees. Dana went from treating me like her trusted right hand to acting like I didn't exist. She started excluding me from meetings I'd normally attend, forwarding emails to other team members instead of me, and making these passive-aggressive comments during staff meetings about the importance of loyalty and supporting your colleagues. When someone would ask where I was during a meeting I should have been in, she'd say something like, "Claire's focusing on other priorities right now," with this tone that made it clear those priorities were somehow disappointing. The Meridian situation got worse before it got better. They officially put their renewal on hold pending a follow-up meeting with senior management. Dana had to explain to our department director why a $1 million client was now questioning our professionalism. From what I heard through the office grapevine, she stuck to the traffic story, but couldn't explain why she hadn't called or texted anyone until 10 minutes before the meeting. The whole team started splitting into different camps after that. Marcus and a couple of the other senior people seemed to think I should have just protected Dana to protect all our jobs. They weren't openly hostile, but there was definitely this undercurrent of, Claire created this problem for all of us. They'd have these quiet conversations that would stop when I walked by, and I started feeling paranoid about every whispered discussion. Jenny was torn. She'd pull me aside and say she couldn't believe Dana had put me in that position. But then in the same breath, she'd wonder if maybe I should have just gone along with it for the sake of team stability. She kept asking what I thought was going to happen now, like I had any more insight into the situation than she did. Kevin and some of the creative team were more supportive. Kevin told me he was glad someone finally stood up to Dana's behavior, and that it was about time someone held her accountable. But even the people who agreed with my decisions seemed worried about the fallout. Everyone was walking on eggshells. HR scheduled individual meetings with everyone who'd been involved with the Meridian account. I had mine 3 days after I sent the email, and it was exactly as uncomfortable as I'd expected. They asked me to walk, seemed increasingly stressed, and started micromanaging everyone more than usual. About a week after the HR meeting, 2 different colleagues warned me that I might have painted a target on myself. Sarah from accounting mentioned that Dana had been asking around about my performance and whether anyone had noticed issues with my work quality lately. Marcus told me flat out that I needed to be careful because Dana was looking for reasons to write me up or document performance problems. But then, Kevin shared something that completely changed my perspective on the whole situation. He mentioned that this wasn't the first time management had concerns about Dana. Apparently, there had been issues last quarter that I'd never heard about. Missed deadlines, client complaints that hadn't been properly addressed, and some kind of incident with the Peterson account that Dana had somehow managed to keep quiet. Kevin suggested that upper management might have already been suspicious about Dana's reliability, and that the Meridian situation might have just been the final straw they needed. He said he'd heard rumors that they'd been documenting issues with Dana for months, which would explain why HR seemed so interested in getting detailed statements from everyone involved. That possibility made me feel slightly better about my decision, but it also made me realize how much office politics I'd been completely oblivious to. I'd been so focused on just doing my job and cleaning up Dana's messes that I hadn't noticed the bigger picture of how her behavior was being perceived by leadership. The isolation at work got worse over the following weeks. Dana effectively froze me out of all major decisions and started routing important communications through other team members. I'd find out about client meetings or project changes secondhand, which made it impossible to do my job effectively. It felt like she was setting me up to fail so she could document performance issues. Some colleagues started treating me differently too. A few people became extra friendly, like they felt sorry for me or wanted to show support without being too obvious about it. But others began avoiding me entirely, probably because they didn't want to get caught up in whatever drama was brewing between me and Dana. The worst part was overhearing comments about how I'd thrown Dana under the bus. People would stop talking when I walked into the break room, or I'd catch fragments of conversations about loyalty and protecting your team. It made me question whether I'd made a performance later. Yesterday, I noticed Dana having a long closed-door meeting with the department director. They were in his office for over an hour, and Dana came out looking either angry or stressed. I couldn't tell which. She walked right past my desk without acknowledging me, which had become pretty normal. But something about her expression made me think something significant had been discussed. The waiting is honestly the worst part. I know something is going to happen. Either Dana is going to try to push me out, or management is going to take action about her behavior, or maybe both. But not knowing what or when is making me crazy. I keep second-guessing my decision and wondering if I should have just lied like she wanted me to. Part of me thinks I did the right thing. Someone had to have standards, right? Someone had to say that abandoning $1 million client to get a spa treatment wasn't acceptable, especially when people's jobs were on the line. But another part of me wonders if I just destroyed my career over something that everyone else would have just covered up and moved on from. The uncertainty is killing me. Did I save my integrity but lose my job? Did I actually do everyone a favor by finally holding Dana accountable? Or did I just create a mess that's going to hurt everyone, including myself? My performance review is scheduled for next Friday, and Dana will be running it. I guess I'll find out then if I made the right choice, or the biggest mistake of my career. Dana found out about the HR email within hours. Apparently, HR had contacted her that same evening to schedule a follow-up meeting, and she'd put two and two together pretty quickly. The next morning, she stormed into my cubicle before I'd even finished my coffee and told me I'd just ruined both our careers, and asked if I was happy with myself. She didn't even try to keep her voice down. Half the office heard her, which I think was intentional. She wanted everyone to know that I was the one who'd escalated things. After that confrontation, the temperature in our department dropped about 20 degrees. Dana went from treating me like her trusted right hand to acting like I didn't exist. She started excluding me from meetings I'd normally attend, forwarding emails to other team members instead of me, and making these passive-aggressive comments during stuck to the traffic story but couldn't explain why she hadn't called or texted anyone until 10 minutes before the meeting. The whole team started splitting into different camps after that. Marcus and a couple of the other senior people seemed to think I should have just protected Dana to protect all our jobs. They weren't openly hostile, but there was definitely this undercurrent of Claire created this problem for all of us. They'd have these quiet conversations that would stop when I walked by, and I started feeling paranoid about every whispered discussion. Jenny was torn. She'd pull me aside and say she couldn't believe Dana had put me in that position, but then in the same breath she'd wonder if maybe I should have just gone along with it for the sake of team stability. She kept asking what I thought was going to happen now, like I had any more insight into the situation than she did. Kevin and some of the creative team were more supportive. Kevin told me he was glad someone finally stood up to Dana's behavior, and that it was about time someone held her accountable. But even the people who agreed with my decision seemed worried about the fallout. Everyone was walking on eggshells. HR scheduled individual meetings with everyone who'd been involved with the Meridian account. I had mine 3 days after I sent the email, and it was exactly as uncomfortable as I'd expected. They asked me to walk through what had happened that morning, what communication I'd had with Dana beforehand, and whether I had any concerns about the department's client management processes. I stuck to the facts and didn't editorialize, but I could tell they were reading between the lines. Meanwhile, Upper management started asking subtle questions about Dana's reliability. Our department director began showing up to more of our team meetings, and I noticed him paying closer attention to who was actually leading which projects. Dana seemed increasingly stressed and started micromanaging everyone more than usual. About a week after the HR meeting, 2 different colleagues warned me that I might have painted a target on myself. Sarah from accounting mentioned that Dana had been asking around about my performance and whether anyone had noticed issues with my work quality lately. Marcus told me flat out that I needed to be careful because Dana was looking for reasons to write me up or document performance problems. But then Kevin shared something that completely changed my perspective. Been the final straw they needed. He said he'd heard rumors that they'd been documenting issues with Dana for months, which would explain why HR seemed so interested in getting detailed statements from everyone involved. That possibility made me feel slightly better about my decision, but it also made me realize how much office politics I'd been completely oblivious to. I'd been so focused on just doing my job and cleaning up Dana's messes that I hadn't noticed the bigger picture of how her behavior was being perceived by leadership. The isolation at work got worse over the following weeks. Dana effectively froze me out of all major decisions and started routing important communications through other team members. I'd find out about client meetings or project changes secondhand, which made it impossible to do my job effectively. It felt like she was setting me up to fail so she could document performance issues. Some colleagues started treating me differently too. A few people became extra friendly, like they felt sorry for me or wanted to show support without being too obvious about it. But others began avoiding me entirely, probably because they didn't want to get caught up in whatever drama was brewing between me and Dana. The worst part was overhearing comments about how I'd thrown Dana under the bus. People would stop talking when I walked into the break room, or I'd catch fragments of conversations about loyalty and protecting your team. It made me question whether I'd made a huge mistake, especially since I still didn't know how this was all going to play out. My promotion review was scheduled for 6 weeks after the whole incident, and Dana would be conducting it. Every day that passed made me more anxious about what she was planning to put in my evaluation. I started documenting everything, every email, every project completion, every client interaction, just in case I needed to defend my performance later. Yesterday, I noticed Dana having a long, closed-door meeting with the department director. They were in his office for over an hour, and Dana came out looking either angry or stressed. I couldn't tell which. She walked right past my desk without acknowledging me, which had become pretty normal, but something about her expression made me think something significant had been discussed. The waiting is honestly the worst part. I know something is going to happen. Either Dana is going to try to put else would have just covered up and moved on from. The uncertainty is killing me. Did I save my integrity, but lose my job? Did I actually do everyone a favor by finally holding Dana accountable? Or did I just create a mess that's going to hurt everyone, including myself? My performance review is scheduled for next Friday, and Dana will be running it. I guess I'll find out then if I made the right choice, or the biggest mistake of my career. Am I wrong for leaving my sister's wedding reception early after she put me at the kids' table? I, Evan, 25, graduate student, have always been the family afterthought while my sister Caroline, 28, is the golden child. Growing up, every achievement of mine got brushed aside while Caroline's smallest accomplishments were celebrated like she'd won the Nobel Prize. When I got accepted into my graduate program with a full scholarship, my parents mentioned it once at dinner and moved on. When Caroline got promoted to assistant manager at her retail job, they threw her a celebration dinner and posted about it on Facebook for weeks. That's just how it's always been in our family. So when Caroline got engaged last year, I knew this wedding was going to be the event of the century in my family's eyes. She picked this fancy country club venue that cost more than my annual stipend, and suddenly, Every family conversation revolved around Caroline's big day. Mom would call me just to talk about flower arrangements and seating charts. Dad started working overtime to help pay for everything. Meanwhile, I'm over here trying to finish my thesis and barely scraping by on ramen noodles, but nobody seemed to care about that. Despite everything, I wanted to be supportive. I really did. Caroline might get all the attention, but she's still my sister. So when she mentioned during one of our rare phone calls that she wanted everyone to look their best and that this was going to be a formal affair, I took that seriously. I went to 3 different stores to find a suit that wouldn't make me look like a broke college student. Ended up spending $400 I definitely didn't have on this navy blue suit that actually fit me properly. I figured if I was going to be in all the family photos, I should at least look presentable. Then there was the honeymoon fund. Caroline and her fiancé Brad set up one of those online registries, asking for money instead of gifts. I get it. They already lived together and had everything they needed. But $200 is a lot when you're living on a graduate student budget. I had to skip meals for 2 weeks to make that contribution, but I did it because I thought it would mean something to Caroline. I thought it would show her that despite everything, I cared about her happiness. The worst part was taking time off from my research. I'm in a really crucial phase with some extended family members I barely knew, but that was expected. During the vows, I actually got a little emotional thinking about how this was a new chapter for my sister. Maybe things would be different between us now that she was married and settled down. But then, cocktail hour started, and I began noticing things that made me uncomfortable. Some of our relatives kept giving me these weird looks, like they knew something I didn't. Aunt Susan would start to say something to me, then stop herself and change the subject. Uncle Mark seemed to be avoiding me entirely, which was strange because we usually get along pretty well at family events. Caroline was obviously busy being the bride, taking photos and greeting guests. But every time I tried to catch her eye or congratulate her, she seemed to look right through me. She was all smiles and hugs with everyone else, but when I approached her, she'd suddenly remember she needed to go talk to someone else or fix her makeup. At first I figured she was just overwhelmed with everything, but it started to feel intentional. Mom was acting strange too. She kept making these comments about how I should just go with the flow today and not worry about anything. She said it multiple times, actually, which was weird because I hadn't complained about anything or caused any problems. I was just standing there in my expensive suit, sipping my overpriced cocktail and trying to make small talk with relatives I see maybe once a year. But Mom kept emphasizing how important it was that everything go smoothly for Caroline's special day. Then Dad pulled me aside during cocktail hour. He had this serious expression on his face and told me that sometimes we have to make sacrifices for family, and that today wasn't about me. He said I should just focus on being happy for Caroline and not make any waves. I had no idea what he was talking about. I hadn't done anything wrong, hadn't complained about anything, wasn't planning to make any waves. I was confused why he felt the need to give me this speech when all I'd done was show up and try to be a good brother. The whole thing was making me feel paranoid. Like there was some family meeting I wasn't invited to where everyone discussed how to handle me at the wedding. But I tried to shake it off and focus on celebrating Caroline. I figured once we sat down for dinner, things would feel more normal. I'd be able to with Caroline's friends and Brad's family, but I couldn't find my name anywhere. I kept walking around the room, checking every table twice. Other people were already sitting down and starting to chat, but I was still wandering around with increasing panic, wondering if somehow my place card had fallen off or gotten lost. The dining room was huge, with probably 20 tables total, and I was starting to feel like an idiot just walking in circles. Finally, I made my way to the very back corner of the room, and there it was, table 12. My name card was sitting at a round table that was clearly meant for the youngest family members. I'm talking about my little cousins, who were still in elementary and middle school. There was Emma, who's 10, Jake and Tyler, who are twins and maybe 12, my cousin Lisa, who just turned 14, and a couple other kids I barely knew who looked like they were around 15 or 16. The table was set up differently from all the others, too. Instead of the elegant wine glasses and fancy centerpieces, this table had juice boxes and smaller portions. There were coloring pages and crayons scattered around, clearly meant to keep the kids entertained during the speeches. It was obviously and unmistakably the designated children's table. I stood there staring at my place card, trying to process what I was seeing. These kids were looking up at me with confusion, probably wondering why some adult in a suit was standing at their table. Emma asked me if I was lost. Jake wanted to know why I wasn't sitting with the other grown-ups. I didn't know what to tell them. That's when Caroline walked by, checking on the tables and making sure everyone had found their seats. I called her over and asked her about the seating arrangement, thinking this had to be some kind of mistake. Maybe the wedding planner mixed up the place cards or put me at the wrong table by accident. But Caroline just laughed when I pointed it out. She said she didn't know where else to put me and thought I'd get along great with the kids since I was still in school. She said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world, like of course the graduate student belongs at the children's table. I'm standing there in my $400 suit, looking at a table covered in juice boxes and coloring pages, while all the other adults in my family are seated together at the front tables near card tricks, and a high schooler who won't stop asking me why I'm not with the adults. Jake, one of the 12-year-old twins, immediately started talking to me about some TikTok trend I'd never heard of. He was trying to show me this dance on his phone while I'm sitting there in formal wear, nodding along and pretending to understand what he's talking about. Meanwhile, Tyler was asking if I wanted to see his magic trick with the dinner rolls. I felt completely ridiculous, but what was I supposed to do? Tell these kids to leave me alone? They didn't do anything wrong. The worst part was Lisa, my 16-year-old cousin, who kept asking me why I wasn't sitting with everyone else. She's old enough to understand that something was off about this whole situation. She kept saying things like, "Shouldn't you be at the grown-up tables?" and asking if there was some mistake with the seating chart. Every time she brought it up, I could feel my face getting redder. I didn't know how to explain it without making it sound like Caroline had deliberately humiliated me, which would just make everything worse. Other relatives kept walking by our table throughout dinner, and their reactions were all over the place. Some of them looked genuinely sympathetic, like they felt bad for me but didn't want to get involved. Others were clearly gossiping about it. I could see them whispering to each other and glancing over at me sitting with all the kids. A few people looked confused, like they couldn't figure out why I was there either. But nobody said anything directly to me about it, which somehow made it feel even more awkward. When the speeches started, things got even worse. The kids obviously weren't interested in listening to long toasts about Caroline and Brad's relationship, so they kept talking and fidgeting. I found myself constantly having to shush them and tell them to pay attention, which made me feel like I was their babysitter instead of a wedding guest. Meanwhile, all the adults at the other tables were able to actually listen to the speeches and enjoy the moment. I was missing my own sister's wedding reception because I was too busy managing a table full of children. During a brief break between courses, I decided I had to try to fix this situation. I waited until Caroline was alone for a moment and approached her near the head table. I tried to explain how I felt like I was being treated like a child. She got irritated and told me she didn't have time to deal with this right now. She said it was her wedding day, and she had more important things to worry about than my seating preferences. So I tried talking to my parents instead. I found Dad near the bar and explained the situation, hoping he'd understand how inappropriate this was. But he immediately got that same serious expression he'd had during cocktail hour. He told me not to make a scene on Caroline's big day, and that I should just go along with whatever she decided. When I explained that I felt disrespected and humiliated, he said that sometimes we have to swallow our pride for family. He made it clear that he wasn't going to help me fix this. Mom's reaction was even worse. When I found her chatting with some of the other relatives, she acted like I was being completely unreasonable. She told me I was overreacting and that I should just enjoy spending time with my younger cousins. She said it was sweet that Caroline thought I'd be good with kids and that I should take it as a compliment. When I tried to explain that being seated with children at a formal wedding was embarrassing, she accused me of being too proud and said I should focus on celebrating Caroline instead of worrying about myself. The whole conversation with my parents made me realize that this wasn't some accident or oversight. They all knew exactly what Caroline had done, and they were all okay with it. That's why Dad had given me that weird speech about not making waves, and why Mom kept telling me to go with the flow. They knew I was going to be upset about this, and they decided ahead of time that I should just deal with it. But then Uncle Mark came over to our table to say hi to the kids and quietly pulled me aside. He told me he thought Caroline had crossed a line with the seating arrangement and that he was sorry I was being put in this position. He said he'd tried to talk to my parents about it earlier, but they shut him down. At least someone in my family recognized how messed up this whole situation was. But even Uncle Mark said there wasn't much I could do about it now without causing a bigger scene. Things kept getting worse throughout the evening. Aunt Susan walked by our table during dessert and loudly announced how cute it was that I was helping with the children. She said it in front.
Know what to tell her. How do you explain that your own sister thought you belonged at the kids' table without making your whole family look dysfunctional? During the father-daughter dance, I watched all the other adults enjoying this special moment while I was dealing with Tyler spilling juice on the tablecloth. The kids were getting restless by this point in the evening, and I was basically the only adult supervision at our table. So while everyone else got to watch my sister dance with our dad and actually participate in the wedding, I was wiping up spills and trying to keep the kids quiet. I felt like hired help instead of family. The breaking point came about 2 hours into the reception. Emma, the youngest cousin, was trying to eat her chocolate cake while watching the dancing, and she wasn't paying attention to what she was doing. She knocked her plate over and sent chocolate frosting flying directly onto my suit jacket. This $400 suit that I'd bought specifically for this wedding was now covered in chocolate cake. But instead of anyone being sympathetic or apologetic, Caroline happened to see it happen and started laughing. She came over to our table and said, "See, this is why you belong at the kids' table. You're as messy as they are." She said it loud enough that several relatives at nearby tables heard her. She was genuinely amused by the whole thing, like my humiliation was entertaining to her. That was it. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just some thoughtless mistake or poor planning on Caroline's part. She had deliberately put me at the kids' table to humiliate me, and now she was enjoying watching me deal with the consequences. The chocolate cake on my expensive suit was just the final insult in what had been 2 hours of complete degradation at my own sister's wedding. I sat there for a moment, staring at the chocolate frosting on my suit, while Caroline's laughter echoed in my ears. Something inside me just snapped. I wasn't going to sit there for another minute being treated like this. I quietly excused myself from the table, telling the kids that I had to leave early and that they should enjoy the rest of the party. Emma looked concerned and asked if I was okay, which honestly made me feel worse because a 10-year-old was showing more consideration for my feelings than my own sister. I didn't make a scene or cause any drama.
Contribution to their honeymoon fund. I felt humiliated and angry, but also kind of relieved to be away from that whole situation. At least in my hotel room, I could process what had happened without having to pretend everything was fine. About an hour later, I got a text from Caroline asking where I went and saying that people were asking about me. I guess my absence was more noticeable than I thought it would be. I texted her back, explaining that I left because I felt disrespected and that seating your adult brother with children was cruel. I tried to keep it simple and direct, without being overly dramatic. Her response came back almost immediately. She said I was selfish, and that I ruined her wedding by leaving early.
She accused me of making everything about myself and said I should have just dealt with it for one night. There was no acknowledgement that maybe she'd done something wrong or hurtful. In her mind, I was the problem for not just accepting whatever treatment she decided to give me. I didn't respond to that text. What was the point? She clearly didn't understand why I was upset, and I wasn't going to spend my evening arguing with her over text messages. I just wanted to go home and try to forget this whole nightmare of a weekend. The next morning, Mom called me while I was packing to leave. She was furious. She said I had embarrassed the family by walking out of Caroline's wedding reception and that people were talking about it. She went on about how Caroline was devastated that her brother had abandoned her on the most important day of her life. According to Mom, I should have just sucked it up and dealt with the seating arrangement instead of making a big deal about it. I tried to explain to her how humiliating the whole experience was, but she wasn't having it. She said that sometimes we have to make sacrifices for family, and that I was being too sensitive about the whole thing. She made it sound like I was the one who had done something wrong by not just accepting being treated like a child. The conversation ended with her saying she was disappointed in me and that I owed Caroline an apology. Dad called a few hours later with basically the same message. He said I should have sucked it up for one night and that my behavior was unacceptable. He told me that Caroline was crying, wanted to cause drama at the wedding. At least someone in my family recognized that this wasn't normal behavior. My cousin Jessica, who's 22 and was seated with the other young adults, also reached out to me privately. She said that people definitely noticed I was gone and were asking questions about where I went. Apparently, Caroline had to keep making excuses about why her brother disappeared from her wedding reception. Jessica said it was obvious to everyone that something was wrong with the seating arrangement, and that a lot of people felt bad for me but didn't know what to say. I thought that would be the end of it. I figured Caroline would be mad at me for a while, but eventually we'd all move on and pretend this never happened. That's usually how family drama gets handled in our family. We just ignore it until everyone forgets about it. But 3 days later, I got a long message from Caroline that completely blindsided me. She said that guests were still asking her why I left early and that it was ruining her post-wedding glow. People kept bringing it up when they called to congratulate her, and she was tired of having to explain my behavior. She demanded that I make a public apology on social media to fix the narrative. She wanted me to post something on Facebook, explaining that I had a family emergency or some other excuse for why I left early. She said I owed it to her to clear up the confusion and stop people from asking questions about what happened. According to Caroline, my leaving had created this ongoing problem for her, and it was my responsibility to fix it. The message was long and detailed, going through all the ways my behavior had supposedly damaged her wedding experience. She said that every time someone asked about me, it reminded her of how I had abandoned her on the most important day of her life. She wanted me to publicly take responsibility for leaving and provide some acceptable explanation that would satisfy all the relatives who were curious about what happened. I haven't responded to her demand for a public apology. Part of me can't believe she's asking me to lie on social media to cover up the fact that she treated me badly at her own wedding. But another part of me is starting to wonder if maybe I really did handle this the wrong way. Maybe I should have just dealt with it for one night, instead of leaving early and causing all this drama. And causing people to ask questions. I'm honestly not sure if I made the right call. The worst part is what I found out later from Uncle Mark. He told me that there were actually 2 empty seats at the adult tables that night. Apparently some people had RSVP'd but didn't show up at the last minute. So Caroline could have easily moved me to sit with the other adults if she'd wanted to. She chose to keep me at the kids' table, even though there were other options available. That information hit me like a punch to the gut. It confirmed what I'd started to suspect during the reception. that this wasn't just poor planning or an oversight. Caroline deliberately chose to humiliate me, and when I tried to address it with her, she doubled down instead of fixing it. She wanted me at that kid's table, and she wanted me to just accept it without complaint. Now I'm sitting here with Caroline, demanding a public apology, while I'm still trying to figure out if I was wrong to leave in the first place. My parents think I'm completely in the wrong. Caroline thinks I ruined her wedding. But Uncle Mark and Jessica seem to understand why I couldn't just sit there and take it. I honestly don't know what to think anymore, and I definitely don't know how to move forward with my family after all this. Should I have refused to lend my roommate money after discovering what she spent it on? I, Marissa, 27, am a nurse living in the city with my longtime roommate, Kayla. We've been sharing this apartment for about 2 years now, and honestly, it's been mostly fine until recently. Kayla and I met through a mutual friend when we both needed roommates, and at first, everything seemed perfect. She had a decent job at a marketing agency. I had my nursing position at the hospital, and we split everything down the middle without any drama. But here's the thing about Kayla. She has always been terrible with money. Like, embarrassingly bad. I can't count how many times I've covered her portion of rent or bought groceries when she was between jobs or waiting for a paycheck. At first, I didn't mind helping out because that's what friends do, right? We all go through rough patches, and I figured she'd do the same for me if I ever needed it. Plus, my nursing salary is pretty stable, so throwing her an extra $100 here and there for groceries or utilities wasn't going to break me. The problem started when I began noticing a pattern. Kayla would come to me with these sob stories about being broke and not being able to afford basic necessities. She'd literally tear up, talking about how embarrassed she was to ask for help. But then the same week, she'd order DoorDash 3 times, or I'd see shopping bags from Target in her room, or she'd come home talking about some expensive skincare routine she just started. It was getting on my nerves, but confrontation really isn't my thing. I hate conflict, especially with people I have to live with, so I just kept my mouth shut and told myself, maybe I was being too judgmental. The whole situation got way worse when she started dating Marcus about 3 months ago. I'd never met the guy, but suddenly Kayla was going out constantly. Dinner dates, fancy cocktail bars, weekend trips to his place in the suburbs. She'd come home Sunday nights with stories about the expensive restaurants he took her to, or the wine tastings they went to. Don't get me wrong, I was happy she was having fun and seemed really into this guy. But at the same time, she was falling further behind on her share of our bills. It started small. She'd asked me to restaurant, asking if I could pay the full amount for groceries that week, or she'd leave a note on the kitchen counter saying she was short on rent again. And like an idiot, I kept saying yes because I didn't want to be the kind of person who would let their friend get evicted or go hungry. Looking back, I can see how naive I was being. I kept thinking this was just a temporary phase, that once she got more settled in her job, or once the honeymoon period with Marcus wore off, things would go back to normal. I also kept telling myself that maybe I was being too harsh in my judgment. Maybe she was managing her money better than I thought, and I was only seeing the spending, not the saving. Maybe the expensive dates with Marcus were his treat, not her money. I was giving her every benefit of the doubt possible. Then came the big ask that changed everything. It was a Tuesday morning in early September, and I was rushing around the kitchen trying to get ready for my shift at the hospital. I had to be there by 7, and I was already running behind because I'd stayed up too late the night before catching up on documentation. Kayla appeared in the kitchen doorway, still in her pajamas, and I could immediately tell something was wrong. She looked genuinely panicked, which wasn't normal for her. Usually she's pretty laid back about everything, sometimes annoyingly so. She started talking really fast about how she was going to fall behind on bills and how embarrassing it would be. She said her credit card payment was due that day, and she didn't have enough in her checking account to cover it. She was worried about her credit score getting dinged and how that would affect her ability to get approved for car loans or whatever in the future. She needed $500 to get caught up on everything, and she swore she'd pay me back as soon as her next paycheck came in, which was supposed to be that Friday. The thing is, she really did look stressed about it. I'd never seen her that worked up about money before, even when she'd been short on rent. She kept running her hands through her hair and talking about how stupid she felt for letting things get this bad. She promised this would be the last time she'd ever ask for help like this, and she seemed genuinely embarrassed about the whole situation. Part of me was actually relieved that she was finally taking her financial, thanking me and promised she'd never put me in this position again. I transferred the money to her account that afternoon during my lunch break, and she texted me immediately, saying how grateful she was and how she'd pay me back on Friday when she got paid. Friday came and went, and she didn't mention the money. I didn't want to bring it up right away because I figured maybe her paycheck was delayed or she needed to wait for it to clear or something. But then the weekend passed, and still nothing. I was starting to get a little annoyed, but I told myself to be patient. Maybe she forgot, or maybe she was planning to pay me back in installments instead of all at once. Then, 3 days later, I'm lying in bed on my day off, scrolling through Instagram, and I see Kayla's story from some music festival. At first I didn't think much of it because she's always going to concerts and stuff. But as I kept watching her stories, I realized she wasn't just at any regular festival. She was in the VIP section with Marcus, posting videos of their perfect view of the main stage and pictures of the fancy food stands that are only accessible with premium tickets. My stomach completely dropped. I knew exactly which festival it was, because some of my coworkers had been talking about wanting to go, and they'd mentioned how expensive the VIP tickets were. I did the math in my head, and VIP weekend passes for that festival were running around $500 each, the exact amount I'd lent her 3 days earlier. I sat there staring at my phone, watching her post story after story about what an amazing time she was having. And I felt so incredibly stupid. While I'd been working overtime shifts and stressing about my own finances, she'd taken my money and spent it on a luxury experience with her boyfriend. The money I thought was going to keep her from ruining her credit was actually funding her weekend party. The worst part was realizing how easily she'd manipulated me. The panic in her voice, the tears, the promises that this would be the last time. It had all been an act to get me to hand over my hard-earned money. I kept replaying that morning in the kitchen, thinking about how genuinely distressed she'd seemed. And now I knew it was all fake. She'd looked me in the else to fund her fun weekend, and she'd taken it without a second thought about how it would affect me or our friendship. I waited until she got home Sunday night to say something. I spent the entire day rehearsing what I was going to say, trying to figure out how to bring it up without immediately starting a fight. I kept telling myself to stay calm and give her a chance to explain, even though I was so angry I was literally shaking. When I heard her key in the door around 11 that night, my heart started racing. She came in looking exhausted but happy, carrying this huge festival tote bag and wearing one of those plastic wristbands they give you for VIP access. She said hi like nothing was wrong and started heading toward her room. I called her name and asked if we could talk for a minute. She seemed surprised, but sat down on the couch across from me. I started by asking how the festival was, trying to keep my voice neutral. She didn't even try to deny it at first. She just lit up and started going on about how amazing it was, how Marcus had surprised her with the VIP upgrade, how they got to meet some of the artists backstage. She was showing me pictures on her phone of all the fancy food they ate and the premium viewing area they had access to. It was like she completely forgot that I might connect this to the money she'd borrowed from me 3 days earlier. When I finally brought up the $500, that's when her whole demeanor changed. She got this defensive look on her face and asked what I was implying. I told her the timing seemed pretty coincidental, that she'd asked me for money for bills on Tuesday and then spent the weekend at an expensive festival. That's when she really went off. She launched into this whole speech about how experiences are just as important as bills and how she deserves to have fun sometimes. She said she works hard at her job and shouldn't have to live like a monk just because she's had some financial struggles. She kept insisting that she'd still pay me back, so what was the big deal? She claimed she'd used her own money to catch up on her credit card payment, like she'd told me, and she'd used my money for the festival tickets. Like somehow that made it better. Like it mattered which specific dollars went where. The more she talked, the angrier I got. Financial crisis, when really she just wanted someone else to pay for her entertainment. I'd never been so angry with someone I considered a close friend. She fired back that I was acting like her mother, and that she'd never asked me to be her financial advisor. She said if I didn't want to lend her money, I should have just said no instead of holding it over her head later. She accused me of being controlling, and said I was trying to dictate how she spent her time and money. She kept insisting that she hadn't technically lied because she really did need money for bills, and what she did with her other money was none of my business. The whole thing escalated into this screaming match in our living room. I was yelling about how she was a user who took advantage of people's generosity, and she was yelling back that I was uptight and judgmental and needed to mind my own business. She said things like how I acted superior because I had my life together financially, and how she felt like she had to walk on eggshells around me because I was always silently judging her spending habits. I threw back that maybe if she didn't want to be judged for her spending, she shouldn't lie to people to get money for it. I told her she was selfish and immature, and that I was tired of subsidizing her lifestyle while she acted like the victim. She said I was jealous that she knew how to have fun while I just worked all the time and saved money like some kind of robot. It got really ugly, really fast. She accused me of being bitter because I didn't have a boyfriend to do fun things with, which was such a low blow. I told her at least I didn't have to lie and manipulate people to afford my life. We were both saying things we probably didn't mean, but in the moment I was so hurt and angry that I wanted to hurt her back. The fight ended with her storming off to her room and slamming the door so hard it shook the whole apartment. I sat on the couch afterward feeling drained and shaky. I'd never had a fight like that with anyone, let alone someone I lived with. The apartment felt toxic, and I realized this wasn't going to just blow over like our minor disagreements in the past. The worst part was that word got out to our mutual friends somehow. I'm pretty sure Kayla vented to someone about our fight, and then it spread through our whole friend group like wildfire. Suddenly, everyone had opinions about totally crossed a line, and that I should demand the money back immediately, with interest. Michelle has been through similar situations with family members, so she gets how violated I feel about being lied to. She keeps telling me that this is about respect and trust, not just money, and that Kayla showed her true colors by manipulating me like that. Our main friend group chat has been awkwardly quiet ever since word got out. Usually we're constantly sharing memes and making plans, but now it feels like everyone's afraid to say anything because they don't want to take sides. A few people have tried to change the subject when the situation comes up in person, but you can tell everyone has opinions they're not sharing. The division among our friends has made everything so much worse. It's not just about me and Kayla anymore. It's become this whole thing where people are questioning each other's values and loyalties. Some people think I'm being controlling and materialistic, while others think Kayla is selfish and manipulative. It's like our entire friend group is walking on eggshells now. What really bothers me is how some of our friends are acting like this is just some silly roommate drama that we should get over. They don't understand that this isn't about the money itself. It's about the fact that someone I trusted completely lied to my face and used my kindness against me. They're treating it like we're both equally at fault for letting things get out of hand, when I feel like I'm the one who got taken advantage of. The whole situation has made me question not just my friendship with Kayla, but also how well I really know the people in my life. Seeing which friends think her behavior was acceptable has been really eye-opening. It's made me realize that some people have very different ideas about honesty and responsibility than I do. Meanwhile, Kayla has been acting like she's the victim in all of this. She's been telling people that I embarrassed her by bringing up money in front of everyone, even though I never did that. She's painting herself as someone who's being unfairly attacked for trying to enjoy her life, while completely ignoring the fact that she lied to get the money to do it. The fact that some of our friends are buying into her version of events is almost as hurtful as her original betrayal. After thinking it over for a few days, I decided I needed to set some clear going to have to be different. I said that from now on, if she needed to borrow money, I'd need to see the actual bills she was trying to pay. I tried to explain it in a way that didn't sound accusatory. I said I understood that money stress is real, and that sometimes people need help from friends. But I needed to protect myself, too. I told her I wasn't trying to control her spending or judge her lifestyle choices. But if I was going to lend her my hard-earned money, I needed to know it was actually going toward the necessity she claimed it was for. She absolutely exploded. I mean, I expected her to be defensive, but her reaction was way more intense than I anticipated. She called me paranoid and said I was treating her like a child who couldn't be trusted with money. She kept saying things like how humiliating it would be to have to show me her bills like she was asking her parents for an allowance. She accused me of trying to control her life and said this was exactly the kind of behavior that ruins friendships. She went on this whole rant about how real friends trust each other and don't demand proof of everything. She said she felt like I was trying to punish her for having fun at the festival, and that I was acting like some kind of loan shark who needed collateral. She kept insisting that she'd pay me back eventually, and that asking for documentation was insulting and unnecessary. The conversation got heated again pretty quickly. She said if I didn't trust her enough to lend her money without playing financial detective, then maybe we shouldn't be friends at all. She accused me of holding money over her head to control her behavior, which honestly made me wonder if we were living in the same reality. I wasn't trying to control anything. I just wanted to know that my money was actually going toward what she said it was for. I tried to stay calm and explain that this wasn't about trust in general, but about trust specifically around money, which she'd already broken. I said that when someone lies to you about what they need money for, it's reasonable to want some verification in the future. But she wasn't hearing any of it. She kept saying that asking for proof meant I didn't trust her as a person, and that she'd rather never borrow money from me again than jump through hoops to prove she deserved it. The whole conversation ended with her storming off. Tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. We've developed this weird system where we try to avoid being in common areas at the same time, which is pretty ridiculous in a small apartment. She still hasn't paid me back the $500, which honestly doesn't surprise me at this point. When I finally worked up the courage to bring it up last week, she got this annoyed look on her face and said she was trying to sell her festival tickets to get the money back. She claimed the tickets were transferable and that she was working on finding someone to buy them from her. I don't believe that for a second, partly because the festival was weeks ago, and partly because she seemed way too vague about the details. The whole thing about selling the tickets feels like another lie to buy herself more time. She couldn't give me any specifics about where she was trying to sell them or how much she expected to get for them. When I asked if she had any other plans for paying me back if the ticket thing didn't work out, she just said she was figuring it out and that I needed to be patient. It's becoming pretty clear that she has no actual plan to pay me back and is just hoping I'll eventually forget about it or give up asking. I've started keeping track of everything in a notebook, which feels crazy, but also necessary. I wrote down the date I lent her the money, what she said she needed it for, when I found out what she actually spent it on, and every conversation we've had about paying it back since then. I'm honestly considering writing up some kind of loan agreement for any future money situations, just to protect myself. I never thought I'd have to do something like that with a friend, but this whole experience has shown me how naive I was being. The worst part is that I've also been looking at other apartments online, which I never thought I'd have to do. Our lease isn't up until next spring, but this living situation is becoming genuinely unbearable. I dread coming home from work because I never know if I'm going to walk into some kind of awkward confrontation or just oppressive silence. It's affecting my sleep and my stress levels, which is starting to impact my job performance. I keep going back and forth about whether moving out would be giving up too easily or just protecting my mental health. On one hand, we've been friends for years and roommates for 2, and it seems silly to
At the same time, I can't imagine living like this for another 6 months. What really gets to me is how she's been acting like I'm the unreasonable one in all of this. She's been telling our mutual friends that I'm being controlling and treating her badly, without mentioning the part where she lied about what she needed the money for. She's managed to paint herself as the victim of my unreasonable demands, while completely ignoring her own role in creating this mess. I've been second-guessing myself constantly. Maybe I should have just let it slide to keep the peace. Maybe asking for documentation really is too controlling, and I should have just taken her word for it that she'd be more honest in the future. Maybe I'm being too rigid about money, and should be more understanding about the fact that people make mistakes. But then I think about how she looked me in the eye and lied about having a financial crisis when she really just wanted money for entertainment. I think about how she didn't even seem embarrassed or apologetic when I found out the truth. I think about how she got angry at me for setting boundaries instead of acknowledging that she'd broken my trust. And I remember that I'm not actually being unreasonable here. The whole situation has made me question a lot of things about our friendship that I never thought to question before. Looking back, I can see patterns of behavior that I ignored or made excuses for. The constant financial crises that somehow coincided with her wanting to do expensive things. The way she'd promise to pay me back and then act like I was being pushy when I reminded her. The way she'd make me feel guilty for even bringing up money she owed me. I keep wondering if I was always just a convenient source of financial backup to her, rather than a real friend. It's a horrible thought, but I can't shake the feeling that she saw me as someone who was stable and responsible, and therefore obligated to help her out when she made poor choices. Maybe she never respected me as much as I thought she did. Our mutual friends are still divided, and honestly, that's been almost as hurtful as the original betrayal. Some of them keep trying to get us to just make up and move on, like this is some minor disagreement that we're both being stubborn about. They don't seem to understand that this isn't just about $500. It's about trust and respect and the fundamental dynamics of our friendship. Is it unfair that I refused to cook the holiday meal after my family mocked my food last year? I'm Daniel, 35, the middle child in a family of 5 kids. My parents are 62 and 65, and we've always done big family Thanksgivings at their house with all my siblings. Marcus, 38, Sarah, 37, Lisa, 32, and Mike, 29. Plus various spouses, kids, sometimes my aunt and uncle. The whole circus. Growing up, I was always the one hanging around the kitchen while Mom cooked. My siblings would be off playing video games or watching TV, but I genuinely enjoyed helping with meal prep. I learned how to make her stuffing recipe when I was 12, started doing the mashed potatoes by high school. In college, I got really into cooking, watched cooking shows, tried new recipes on my roommates. It became my thing, you know? So last year, when Mom mentioned over the phone that she was getting tired of doing the whole Thanksgiving spread herself, I immediately volunteered.
She seemed relieved, honestly. She said she'd been doing it for 30+ years, and maybe it was time to pass the torch. I was excited. This felt like a big moment for me, like I was finally stepping up and contributing something meaningful to our family traditions. I started planning weeks in advance. I researched turkey techniques, watched YouTube videos about proper brining, read food blogs about timing everything perfectly. I made lists, created a timeline, even did a test run of some dishes the weekend before. My wife thought I was going overboard, but I wanted this to be perfect. This was my chance to show my family what I could do. The menu I planned was mostly traditional stuff: roast turkey, stuffing, mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, dinner rolls. But I also wanted to put my own spin on a few things. I found this recipe for bourbon cranberry sauce that sounded amazing, and I planned to do the carrots with rosemary and honey instead of just plain steamed carrots. Nothing too crazy, just a little elevated from the usual. I took 3 days off work leading up to Thanksgiving. Wednesday, I did all the prep, chopped about 5 minutes. Everything seemed perfect. Then the comments started. Marcus took a bite of the cranberry sauce and immediately made this face like he'd tasted something spoiled. He said it tasted weird, asked what I'd done to it differently. When I mentioned the bourbon, he laughed and said something about how I was doing weird experiments on Thanksgiving food. Sarah jumped in and said the carrots tasted like something you'd get at a fancy restaurant, not like real Thanksgiving food. She was laughing when she said it, but not in a good way. Mike kept asking if there was any normal cranberry sauce in the kitchen, like the canned stuff Mom usually used. Lisa said the stuffing was good, but asked why I'd changed Mom's recipe. I hadn't changed it at all, but she insisted it tasted different. Even Dad, who's usually pretty supportive, made some comment about the carrots being fancy restaurant food and how he wasn't sure about all the herbs. The worst part was how they kept referring to it as me trying to be fancy or show off. Marcus said something about how I was trying to turn Thanksgiving into some kind of gourmet experience, when it was supposed to be about family and tradition. Sarah made jokes about me ruining Thanksgiving tradition with my creative experiments. They were all laughing like it was this big joke, but I could tell they were seriously annoyed. I tried to laugh it off in the moment. I made some joke about being the family's experimental chef and said maybe next year I'd stick to the basics. But honestly, it really stung. I put so much thought and effort into making everything special, and they were acting like I'd committed some kind of crime against the family. The thing is, other people at the table seemed to like the food fine. My brother-in-law complimented the turkey. My sister-in-law asked for the cranberry sauce recipe. One of my nephews said the carrots were way better than the usual ones. But my immediate family's reaction was so negative that it overshadowed everything else. I spent the rest of the meal feeling embarrassed and defensive. Every time someone took a bite of something I'd made, I found myself watching their face for reactions. The joy I'd felt about cooking for everyone was completely gone. I started second-guessing have been straightforward. I didn't think much more about it over the following months. The holidays came and went, life moved on. I figured it was just one of those things. Maybe I had gotten a little too creative for my family's tastes, and next time I'd adjust accordingly. Then this October, Mom called me out of nowhere. She was talking about Thanksgiving plans, who was bringing what, the usual logistics. Then she said something that caught me completely off guard. She told me I was cooking again this year, and that I owed them another chance to get it right this time. The way she said it really bothered me, like I'd failed some kind of test last year and needed to redeem myself, like cooking Thanksgiving dinner was now my obligation, rather than something I'd volunteered to do. When I told her I'd rather just bring dessert this time, you could practically hear her jaw drop through the phone. She immediately started asking why, what was wrong, if I was upset about something. When I mentioned that the family hadn't seemed to enjoy my cooking last year, she brushed it off and said everyone was just joking around, that it's what families do. She insisted that cooking was my role now, and that I couldn't just back out because of some harmless teasing. That's when I realized this wasn't going to be a simple conversation. The expectation had somehow shifted from me helping out to me being responsible for the entire meal going forward. And the fact that they wanted me to prove myself, after spending last year criticizing everything I made, just rubbed me the wrong way. I told Mom I'd be happy to help in the kitchen, bring multiple dishes, contribute money for groceries, whatever she needed. But I didn't want the pressure of being responsible for the entire meal again. That's when she got really upset and said I was being difficult and letting the family down. Within hours of my conversation with Mom, my phone started blowing up. Apparently, she'd immediately called all my siblings to tell them about my unreasonable decision to not cook this year. The family group chat, which is usually just logistics about who's bringing what and pictures of the kids, turned into this whole drama fest. Marcus was the first to text me directly. He said words like harmless and just teasing, as if that somehow made it okay. Mike was the only one who didn't immediately pile on, but he also didn't defend me. He just sent some message about how he hoped we could all work it out, and that Thanksgiving shouldn't be this complicated. Which felt like he was staying neutral, but also kind of implied that I was the one making it complicated by refusing to cook. The family group chat became completely toxic. Sarah kept posting things about how important family traditions are, and how we all need to make sacrifices for each other. Marcus was more direct, saying that someone needed to step up and take responsibility instead of making everything about their hurt feelings. Lisa kept posting stressed-out messages about how hard this was on Mom, and how we all needed to think about what really mattered. I tried to explain my side a few times. I pointed out that I'd volunteered to cook last year, not been assigned the job permanently. I mentioned that I was still planning to contribute and help out, just not take on the entire meal. But every response I got was basically telling me I was being selfish and dramatic. The worst part was watching how quickly everyone turned on me. These are people who know me, who've known me my whole life, and they immediately assumed I was being unreasonable, without even trying to understand where I was coming from. It felt like I was the villain in some story, where everyone else was the reasonable one, and I was just causing problems for no good reason. Then Dad surprised me. He called me a few days after the group chat explosion and asked if I wanted to grab coffee. We met at this diner we used to go to when I was a kid, and he was quieter than usual at first. Finally, he said he'd been thinking about what happened last year, and he didn't blame me for not wanting to cook again. He admitted that the comments had been unnecessarily harsh, and that he felt bad for joining in with his remark about the carrots. He said he could see how much effort I'd put into everything, and that the criticism probably felt pretty crushing after all that work. It was the first time anyone in my family had acknowledged that maybe, just maybe, I had a legitimate reason to be upset. But then he also said he was in a tough spot, because Mom was really stressed about having to cook again, and she felt like I was abandoning the family when they needed me to change my mind. She'd start off casual, asking about work or my wife, then inevitably circle back to Thanksgiving. She kept insisting that this was my responsibility now, and that I couldn't just decide to quit. She said she'd been looking forward to not having to worry about the meal, and that it wasn't fair to dump it back on her at the last minute. The thing is, I never saw it as dumping anything on her. She'd been cooking Thanksgiving dinner for decades before I volunteered last year. It's not like I'd left her stranded with some impossible task. but she kept acting like I was leaving her to figure out something completely foreign, instead of going back to what she'd always done. About 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, we had our usual Sunday dinner at my parents' house. Everyone was there except Mike, who was out of town for work. The atmosphere was tense from the moment I walked in. Sarah barely acknowledged me. Marcus was giving me these looks like I was some kind of traitor, and Lisa kept making these dramatic sighs whenever anyone mentioned Thanksgiving plans. We got through most of dinner with minimal drama, just the usual small talk about work and kids and weekend plans. I was actually starting to think maybe we'd avoid the whole Thanksgiving discussion. Then Marcus put down his fork and looked directly at me. He said he'd been thinking about this situation all week, and that enough was enough. He said I needed to stop being selfish and just cook the meal, that I was ruining the tradition and making everything about myself. His tone was like he was talking to a teenager who was throwing a tantrum, not his 35-year-old brother who had legitimate concerns. He went on about how family means making sacrifices and how I was letting everyone down over some hurt feelings. He said Mom shouldn't have to stress about cooking at her age just because I couldn't handle a little teasing. The way he was talking, you'd think I was demanding everyone apologize and grovel, not just asking to not be responsible for the entire meal. That's when I finally snapped. I told him I never asked to be the family cook, and that if they wanted to mock my food, they could make their own. I said I was tired of being treated like I was being unreasonable, when all I did was volunteer to help last year and got criticized for it. I reminded him that I'd offered multiple compromises, and that this didn't have completely different conversations about the same event. I tried one more time to offer a compromise. I said I'd be happy to help in the kitchen all day, bring multiple side dishes, contribute money for groceries, help with setup and cleanup, whatever they needed. But I didn't want to be the person responsible for the entire meal and the stress that came with it. This somehow made everyone even angrier. Mom said I was being difficult, and that it would be easier to just handle everything herself than deal with me being half in, half out. Sarah said I was making the whole thing more complicated than it needed to be. Marcus accused me of trying to have it both ways, getting credit for helping without taking any real responsibility. Lisa, who'd been quiet through most of this, finally spoke up and said I was tearing the family apart over something stupid. She said Thanksgiving was supposed to be about gratitude and being together, not about who cooked what or who said what. She accused me of prioritizing my ego over family harmony. The whole thing devolved into this argument where everyone was talking over each other and nobody was actually listening. Dad tried to calm everyone down, but by that point, the damage was done. I left feeling like I was the family pariah, the person who'd ruined Thanksgiving by having the audacity to not want to repeat an experience that had made me feel terrible. What really got to me was how they kept framing this as me being selfish or difficult, when from my perspective, I was just trying to set a reasonable boundary. I wasn't asking anyone to apologize or admit they were wrong. I wasn't trying to punish anyone or make some grand statement. I just didn't want to put myself in a position to be criticized and mocked again. But somehow, that made me the bad guy in this whole situation. So here we are, a week before Thanksgiving, and my family is completely split down the middle. Mom is stressed out of her mind because she has to cook everything herself again. She keeps calling my siblings to complain about how overwhelmed she is and how she's getting too old for this. Dad supports me, but won't say it openly, because he doesn't want to deal with Mom being upset with him too. I need to think about what's really important here. He said I'm putting my hurt feelings ahead of family, and that real men step up when their family needs them. The whole text had this condescending tone, like he was lecturing a child who didn't understand how the world works. I replied that I'm still bringing dessert, a homemade apple pie and pumpkin cheesecake, and that I'll help with setup and cleanup, but I'm standing my ground on not cooking the main meal. I told him, this isn't about hurt feelings. It's about not wanting to repeat an experience that made me feel terrible. He hasn't responded, which probably means he's either really angry or talking to the other siblings about what a lost cause I am. My wife has been trying to stay neutral through all this, but she finally told me what she really thinks. She said I'm being completely reasonable and that my family's reaction is over the top, but she also thinks I maybe could have handled the initial conversation with Mom differently. She suggested that I should have explained more clearly why I didn't want to cook again, instead of just saying I'd rather bring dessert. Maybe if I'd been more upfront about how the criticism affected me, Mom would have understood better. But honestly, I don't think that would have made a difference. The way my family has reacted to me setting this boundary tells me they would have dismissed my feelings no matter how I explained them. They're so convinced that their comments were harmless that they can't even consider the possibility that they hurt me. The drama has spread beyond just my immediate family now. Some of my cousins who will be there have heard about what's going on and are asking me what happened. My cousin Jenny called me the other day because her mom had talked to my mom, and apparently the story she heard was that I'm refusing to help with Thanksgiving because I'm mad about some jokes. When I explained my actual position, she seemed confused about why this was such a big deal. She said it sounded like a simple miscommunication that got blown out of proportion, and that maybe everyone just needs to sit down and talk it out. But she doesn't understand the family dynamics here. This isn't just about one conversation or one meal. This is about a pattern of behavior where I'm expected to just take whatever criticism comes my way and never push back. Lisa called me yesterday crying, which really threw me off. Expects everyone else to compromise while never having to give anything up herself. She's never been the target of family criticism the way I have, so it's easy for her to say I should just get over it. Mike surprised me by texting me privately a few days ago. He said he gets why I'm upset, and that the comments last year were pretty harsh, but he thinks I should just suck it up for Mom's sake. He said he knows it's not fair, but sometimes you have to do things you don't want to do to keep the peace in families. His text felt more understanding than what I'd gotten from the others, but it still stung that even he thought I should just give in. The thing that's really messing with my head is that I'm starting to second-guess everything. Maybe my food really was bad last year, and I'm just being oversensitive about legitimate criticism. Maybe I did try to get too fancy for a family gathering and deserved the pushback. Maybe I'm making this whole thing about me when it should be about what's best for the family. But then I remember why they want me to cook again, if the food was so terrible. If my cooking was actually bad, wouldn't they be relieved that someone else is handling it? The fact that they're so insistent that I take on this responsibility again suggests that the food was fine, and they were just being critical for the sake of it. I've been thinking a lot about whether this is really about cooking at all, or if it's about something deeper. Maybe I've always been the family scapegoat, and this is just the first time I'm actually standing up for myself, instead of going along with whatever everyone else wants. Growing up, I was always the one who was expected to be flexible, to accommodate everyone else's needs, to not make waves. Maybe this whole situation is me finally drawing a line somewhere. My wife pointed out that I never push back against my family about anything, and that this might be why they're so shocked by my refusal to budge. She said I've trained them to expect that I'll always give in eventually, so they don't know how to handle me standing firm on something. That observation really hit home, because she's right. I do always end up compromising or backing down when there's family conflict. The relatives who have heard about this are split in their reactions. Some think I'm being selfish, and that family harmony is more important by them. Or how Lisa uses emotional manipulation to get her way while acting like she's just concerned about family unity. I keep going back and forth between feeling justified and feeling like I'm being petty. Some days I think I'm absolutely right to set this boundary, and that my family's reaction proves they needed to hear it. Other days I wonder if I'm destroying relationships over something that really isn't that important in the grand scheme of things. The practical reality is that I'm bringing dessert. I'll help however I can on the day, but I'm not cooking the main meal. Some relatives think I'm being reasonable, others think I'm selfish, and most people just want the whole thing to blow over. The weird tension, where everyone's walking on eggshells, is probably going to make Thanksgiving pretty uncomfortable, regardless of who's cooking. Part of me wonders if I should have just sucked it up and cooked again to avoid all this drama. It would have been easier in the short term, and maybe the family would have been more appreciative this year. But I also think that would have just reinforced the idea that I'll always back down when pressured, and set me up for more of the same treatment in the future. I guess what really bothers me is that nobody in my family has even considered that maybe they were wrong last year. They're so convinced that their behavior was normal and harmless that they can't imagine why I'd be upset about it. It's like they live in a completely different reality, where criticism disguised as jokes is just how families show love. At this point, I'm committed to my decision, but I'm dreading how awkward Thanksgiving is going to be. I have a feeling people are going to be watching everything I do and say, looking for signs that I'm still holding a grudge or being difficult. The whole meal is going to be overshadowed by this stupid conflict that didn't need to happen. I keep telling myself that I'm setting a healthy boundary and that I shouldn't have to apologize for that. But it's hard when everyone around you is telling you that you're wrong and selfish. I guess we'll see how everything plays out next week, and whether this was worth taking a stand over.
Why did everyone get angry when I asked my brother's fiancée to return the dress she borrowed without permission? I'm Sophia, 29, and I work as an architect in the city. This whole mess started with my brother Jake, who's 31, and his fiancée Lena, 27. My parents, David and Carol, are both in their early 60s, and they ended up getting dragged into this drama too, though honestly they made it way worse than it needed to be. So here's the thing about this dress. It's not just any dress. I saved up for months to buy it from this designer boutique downtown. We're talking serious money here, like the kind of purchase where you have to skip going out to dinner for weeks and buy generic groceries to make it work. But I wanted it so badly, because I had this huge work presentation coming up for a major client. And then there was going to be an award ceremony afterward, where they were recognizing outstanding projects in sustainable architecture. I've been working toward this moment for years. When I finally wore that dress to the ceremony, everything felt perfect. I got the recognition. I felt confident. And honestly, it was one of those nights where everything just clicked professionally. The dress became tied to that whole experience for me. It wasn't just fabric and stitching. It represented this major milestone in my career. After that night, I hung it carefully in my closet, with a garment bag and everything. I'm not someone who lends out clothes normally anyway, especially not expensive stuff. But this dress was extra special. I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment, and I'm pretty particular about my space and my things. It's not that I'm materialistic, but when you work hard for something and it means a lot to you, you want to take care of it properly. I had friends ask to borrow the dress before for weddings and events, and I always politely declined. It's just my policy. Jake and Lena got engaged about 8 months ago, and since then, it's been non-stop wedding planning and family gatherings. Lena seems nice enough, though she's always been the type of person who's very comfortable asking for things. She'll show up at family dinners and just start eating off people's plates. Or she'll see something she likes and make comments about wanting it. There for a minute thinking, maybe I was losing my mind, or had moved it somewhere else and forgotten. I started searching my entire apartment like a crazy person. I checked every closet, behind doors, even looked in my laundry hamper, thinking maybe I had somehow mixed it up with other clothes. Nothing. The dress was definitely not in my apartment. That's when the panic really set in, because I knew for sure I hadn't taken it anywhere or lent it to anyone. My first thought was that someone had broken in, but nothing else was missing, and there was no sign of forced entry. I have a spare key hidden outside for emergencies, and only a few family members know where it is. Jake knows about it because he's helped me out a few times when I locked myself out. I was sitting on my couch, trying to figure out what could have happened, when I decided to check social media to distract myself. That's when I saw it. Lena had posted photos from some bridal shower event that happened over the weekend. She was wearing my dress. My exact dress. I could tell because there's this tiny, distinctive beading pattern near the neckline that you can't miss once you know it's there. I screenshotted the photos immediately and then went through them again to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. Nope. Definitely my dress. She looked good in it, I'll give her that. But seeing someone else wearing something so personal to me, without even asking, made me feel sick to my stomach. I called her right away. My hands were actually shaking while I dialed, because I was so angry and confused. She answered on the third ring, with this cheerful voice asking how I was doing. I didn't bother with small talk. I told her I saw the photos and asked her directly if she was wearing my dress. There was this long pause, and then she laughed. She actually laughed and said yes. She had borrowed it for the bridal shower because it was perfect for the occasion. When I asked her why she didn't ask permission first, she got a little defensive and said she didn't think I would mind, since I wasn't going to use it anytime soon anyway. I completely lost it. I told her that it didn't matter when I tried to play it down too. He said Lena had mentioned wanting to borrow something nice for the bridal shower, and when she saw the dress during a previous visit to my apartment, she thought it would be perfect. He said he figured it would be fine since I never wear it anyway, and they were planning to return it cleaned. I was so angry I could barely form sentences. I told Jake that it wasn't his decision to make, and that both of them had completely crossed a line. He got defensive and said I was being dramatic about a dress, and that Lena was about to become family, so I needed to learn to share. The whole conversation made me realize that neither of them understood why I was upset. They both seemed to think this was just about being possessive over clothes, when really, it was about them violating my privacy and taking something meaningful without permission. The dress represented this huge professional achievement for me, and now someone else had worn it to their party and posted photos online like it was theirs. I demanded that Lena return the dress immediately, and Jake said she would bring it by that weekend. But then he added that I needed to drop the attitude because they were planning a wedding and didn't need this kind of stress. That comment made me even angrier, because somehow I was the one causing stress when they were the ones who stole from me. When I tried calling my parents to vent about what happened, thinking they would be on my side, they both said I was overreacting. My mom said that sharing is part of being a family, and that I should be happy Lena felt comfortable enough with me to borrow my things. My dad said I was making a mountain out of a molehill, and that I should just let it go for the sake of family harmony. I hung up feeling completely alone in this situation. Everyone was acting like I was the unreasonable one for being upset that someone broke into my apartment and stole my dress. The whole thing was making me question my own sanity, like maybe I really was being too dramatic about a piece of clothing. But then I kept thinking about how violated I felt, and how neither Jake nor Lena had even properly apologized. They just kept minimizing what they did and making excuses. That's when I decided I wasn't going to just let this slide, even if it meant causing more family drama.
The whole situation got so much worse after that initial phone call with Jake and Lee. Problems, I couldn't believe he was trying to flip this around and make me the bad guy. I told him that if Lena was stressed, maybe she shouldn't have stolen my dress in the first place. That made him even more defensive, and he started lecturing me about family loyalty and how I was being selfish. According to Jake, I should have been honored that Lena wanted to wear my dress because it meant she thought I had good taste. My parents kept calling too, trying to play peacemaker, but really just making things worse. My mom kept saying that this was all a misunderstanding and that Lena probably didn't realize how much the dress meant to me. She suggested that I should have been clearer about not wanting to share my clothes, as if I needed to put up signs in my apartment warning people not to steal from me. My dad took a different approach and tried to make it about money. He offered to pay for the dress if it got damaged, like that was the only issue here. When I tried to explain that it wasn't about the money, he got frustrated with me and said I was being too emotional about material possessions. He actually used the phrase, "It's just a dress," which made me want to scream. The worst part was that nobody seemed to understand that this wasn't really about the dress anymore. It was about the fact that Lena had violated my privacy and taken something without permission. And then everyone expected me to just get over it because she was marrying into the family. It felt like they were all prioritizing her feelings over my right to be upset about being stolen from. Things escalated even more when my Aunt Susan got involved. She's my mom's sister, and she loves family drama, so of course my parents told her what was happening. Susan called me to give her opinion, which was that I was being too rigid and needed to learn to compromise if I wanted to have good relationships with people. She told me this long story about how when she was young, she and her sisters used to share clothes all the time, and nobody made a big deal about it. I tried to explain that sharing clothes and taking them without permission are completely different things, but she just said I was splitting hairs. According to Susan, the real problem was that I lived alone and had become too set in my ways. By this point, I was getting pressure from multiple family members to just drop the whole thing and move on. Jake was still a way to make that happen. The dinner was scheduled for the following Saturday at my parents' house. Jake and Lena would be there, along with my parents and my younger cousin Maya, who was visiting that weekend. I spent the whole week dreading it, but I also prepared what I was going to say. I decided to keep it simple and just ask Lena to return the dress without getting into all the emotional stuff about boundaries and respect. When Saturday came around, I could tell immediately that everyone had already discussed what they were going to say to me. There was this weird tension in the air when I walked in, and everyone was being overly nice to each other in that fake way people do when they're trying to avoid conflict. Lena was wearing this new outfit that looked expensive, and she made a point of complimenting my shoes and asking where I got my jacket. It felt like she was trying to butter me up before the real conversation started. Jake was being extra attentive to her, pulling out her chair and getting her drinks, which is not normally how he acts. We made small talk through most of dinner, with everyone carefully avoiding the elephant in the room. My mom kept steering the conversation towards safe topics like work and the weather. Maya was asking Lena about wedding plans, and Lena was going on and on about flowers and venues, like nothing had happened. I was getting more and more frustrated as the evening went on, because I could tell everyone was hoping I would just forget about the dress if they pretended everything was normal. Finally, during dessert, I decided I couldn't wait any longer. I looked directly at Lena and told her I needed to get my dress back. I said I knew she had been meaning to return it, and I offered to pay for professional cleaning myself if that would make things easier. I thought I was being really reasonable by offering to handle the cleaning cost, even though I shouldn't have had to. The reaction was immediate and way more dramatic than I expected. Lena's face just crumpled, and she started crying right there at the dinner table. She said I was embarrassing her in front of the whole family, and that she couldn't believe I was still making a big deal about this. Jake immediately jumped to her defense and told me I was being inappropriate, bringing this up during a family dinner. He said sensitivity. My parents were trying to calm everyone down while clearly taking Lena's side, and Maya was just sitting there looking uncomfortable. I tried to defend myself by pointing out that all I did was ask for my dress back, which is a completely reasonable request. But Jake said the way I brought it up was aggressive and confrontational, and that I should have pulled Lena aside privately instead of putting her on the spot in front of everyone. That's when I really lost my temper and said that maybe if they had returned my dress when they said they would, I wouldn't have had to bring it up at all. I pointed out that it had been over a week since I first asked for it back, and they kept making excuses about cleaning and timing. Lena stopped crying long enough to say that she was trying to do the right thing by getting it properly cleaned, and that I was being ungrateful for her efforts to take care of it. She said most people would be flattered that someone wanted to borrow their clothes, and that my reaction was making her reconsider whether she even wanted me in her wedding. That threat about the wedding made my parents panic even more. My mom started begging me to apologize to Lena for upsetting her, and my dad said I was jeopardizing Jake's happiness over something trivial. The whole family was looking at me like I was some kind of monster for wanting my own property back. Even Maya, who had been staying out of it, made a comment about how weddings are stressful and everyone should try to be understanding. It felt like the whole world had gone crazy, and I was the only sane person left. The dinner ended with Lena and Jake leaving early because she was too upset to stay. My parents were clearly angry with me for causing drama, and they spent the rest of the evening lecturing me about family loyalty and keeping the peace. I left feeling more frustrated than ever, and still without my dress. After that disaster of a family dinner, everyone went silent for a few days. No one was calling or texting me, which honestly felt like a relief after weeks of being lectured by every family member about my attitude. I figured they were all giving me the silent treatment as punishment for embarrassing Lena, but I didn't really care anymore. I just wanted my dress back so this whole nightmare could be over. Jake finally broke the silence on Tuesday with a text saying that Lena would drop off the dress that evening. No apology, no acknowledgement about it. She had this expression on her face like she was doing me some huge favor by returning my own property. She handed over the bag without even coming inside and said she hoped I was satisfied now. I thanked her for bringing it back, trying to keep things civil, but she wasn't done talking. She launched into this speech about how she had never been treated so rudely by someone's family before, and that she couldn't believe I had humiliated her at dinner in front of everyone. She said Jake's whole family had been nothing but welcoming to her until I decided to make her feel unwelcome over something so petty. I just stood there, listening to her go on about how hurt and disappointed she was, while holding the garment bag with my stolen dress inside it. She kept emphasizing how she had taken such good care of it, and even paid for professional cleaning out of her own pocket, like I should be grateful for her efforts. When she finally finished her rant, I told her I appreciated her getting it cleaned, and that I was sorry things had gotten so heated. I was trying to smooth things over, because I could see she was genuinely upset, even though I still thought her reaction was completely over the top. But then she said something that made my blood boil. She told me I should be happy that she had shown the dress off so well at the bridal shower, because now lots of people had seen how beautiful it was, and complimented her on her style. She actually said I should thank her for giving the dress more exposure than it would have gotten sitting in my closet. I couldn't even respond to that. The audacity of suggesting that I should be grateful she stole my dress because she got compliments on it was just beyond anything I could have imagined. I just nodded and said goodbye, and she left, looking satisfied with herself like she had gotten the last word. After she drove away, I brought the garment bag inside and unzipped it to check on the dress. That's when I discovered the real damage. The dress reeked of perfume, like she had doused herself in some heavy floral scent before wearing it. It was so strong that it made my eyes water just holding the dress up. but the perfume smell was nothing compared to what I found when I examined the dress more carefully. There was a stain near the hem that definitely wasn't there before. It looked like something had been spilled on it, maybe wine or some kind of dark liquid. The stain was faint, but clearly she had returned it damaged and acted like I should be grateful for the privilege. Then she had the nerve to lecture me about how I was the one being unreasonable in this whole situation. I took photos of the stain and tried calling a few high-end dry cleaners to get estimates for the damage. The first place I called said they couldn't guarantee they could remove the perfume smell without potentially damaging the beading, and that the stain looked like it might be permanent. The second place quoted me almost $300 just for the attempt to fix it, with no guarantee of success. That evening, I called my parents to let them know I had gotten the dress back, but that it was damaged. I thought maybe now they would understand why I had been so upset about the whole situation. Instead, my mom said, accidents happen, and that I should just be glad to have the dress back at all. When I explained about the perfume and the stain, my dad said those things could probably be fixed with a good cleaning, and that I was making too big a deal out of minor issues. He actually suggested that I was looking for reasons to stay angry at Lena, which was so frustrating because I had been trying to move on from this whole mess. My mom's attitude was even worse. She said I should consider this a learning experience about the importance of communication, and that if I had been clearer about my boundaries from the beginning, none of this would have happened. She was literally blaming me for not anticipating that someone would break into my apartment and steal my clothes. The conversation with my parents made me realize that this wasn't going to blow over anytime soon. They were completely committed to the narrative that I was the problem in this situation, and no amount of evidence to the contrary was going to change their minds. Over the next few weeks, the family dynamics got really weird. Jake would barely speak to me when we ran into each other at family events, and when he did talk, it was just basic pleasantries. Lena would give me these fake, sweet smiles and act like nothing had ever happened, which was somehow more annoying than if she had just stayed angry. My parents kept trying to push me to apologize to Lena for embarrassing her at dinner. They said it would be the mature thing to do and would help heal the family rift. Every conversation we had somehow came back to how I needed to take responsibility for my part to say he thought the whole situation was ridiculous. He said that when he was growing up, taking something that didn't belong to you was called stealing, regardless of whether you were family or not. He thought Jake and Lena should have apologized immediately, instead of making me out to be the villain. These conversations helped me feel less isolated, but they also made the family division more obvious. There were clearly people who thought I was right, but were afraid to say so publicly, and people who genuinely believed I had overreacted to a minor issue. The dress ended up costing me almost $400 to get properly cleaned and restored, and even after all that work, you can still smell a faint hint of perfume if you get close enough. The stain came out mostly, but there's still a slight discoloration that you can see if you know where to look. Every time I see the dress in my closet now, I think about this whole mess instead of remembering the career achievement it represented. Lena managed to take something that was meaningful and positive for me and turn it into a source of stress and family conflict. The wedding is still a few months away, and things are still awkward between all of us. Jake and I barely have a relationship anymore, and family gatherings are tense with everyone walking on eggshells around the subject. My parents keep hinting that I should make peace with Lena for the sake of family harmony, but she's never actually apologized for taking my dress or damaging it. I keep going back to her comment about how I should be happy she showed off the dress so well, and how she acted like she did me a favor by stealing from me. The fact that she returned it damaged and then told me I was being dramatic about it just shows how little respect she has for other people's property or feelings. I honestly don't know how to move forward from here, or if the family relationships are ever going to get back to normal. Could I be wrong for refusing to let my neighbor use my backyard for her dog's birthday party? I'm Marcus, 38,
and I've been dealing with my next-door neighbor Trish for the past 6 years. She's probably in her early 40s and has this massive German shepherd named Princess that she treats like it's her actual human child. I'm talking baby voice, elaborate costumes, the whole 9 yards. Don't get me wrong, I like dogs, but this woman takes it to another level entirely. When I first moved into this suburban neighborhood, I was excited about having my own outdoor space for the first time. The backyard was basically a patch of dead grass and some overgrown weeds when I bought the house. I spent my first summer ripping everything out and starting from scratch. I'm not naturally gifted at landscaping or anything, but I watched a ton of YouTube videos and put in the work. Weekends became my time to dig, plant, water, and slowly turn that sad little space into something I could actually be proud of. It took me about 3 years to get it looking really good. I've got flower beds along the fence with seasonal rotations, a small vegetable garden in the corner, and the lawn is this perfect green carpet that I maintain religiously. I know it sounds stupid to some people, but working in that yard became my therapy after long days at the office. There's something satisfying about seeing immediate results from your effort, you know? Plus, property values in our area aren't exactly skyrocketing, so having a nice yard felt like a smart investment. Trish noticed the transformation pretty early on. She'd lean over the fence while I was working and make comments about how great everything looked. At first, I thought she was just being neighborly. She'd ask what I was planting or compliment new additions I'd made. I appreciated it because honestly, not many people seem to notice or care about yard work around here. But then the requests started. The first time was about 2 years ago during summer. She mentioned she was having some friends over for a barbecue and wondered if they could use part of my yard since hers was apparently too small. I politely declined, explaining that I was protective of my plants and preferred to keep the space private. She seemed to take it well enough, though I caught her rolling her eyes as she walked away. Events. What really bothers me about Trish is how she frames these requests. She never just asks if she can borrow the space. Instead, she talks about how the neighborhood should be more communal and how property lines shouldn't matter between friends. She makes it sound like I'm being selfish for wanting to keep my own backyard to myself. But here's the thing. We're not really friends. We're neighbors who wave at each other and make small talk about the weather. That doesn't mean I owe her access to my property. The dog parties are a whole different level of crazy. Princess has a birthday party every year, and Trish goes completely overboard. She orders custom cakes made for dogs, hires photographers, and invites what seems like half the neighborhood, plus all her friends from work. Last year's party had a circus theme, complete with a rented bounce house and face painting for the kids. The year before was a princess theme, with pink decorations everywhere, and costumes for all the attending dogs. These aren't small gatherings. We're talking 30 to 40 people, plus their pets. I've watched these parties from my kitchen window, and they're honestly pretty chaotic. Kids running around, screaming, dogs barking and fighting over toys, adults drinking and getting louder as the day goes on. The cleanup afterward takes hours, and that's when everything goes according to plan. I can't imagine what my carefully maintained flower beds would look like after 40 people and a dozen dogs trampled through them for an entire afternoon. Last week, Trish approached me while I was watering my tomatoes. She had that fake casual tone she uses when she wants something, chatting about the weather and complimenting how good the vegetables looked this year. Then she transitioned into her real purpose. Princess's birthday was coming up in 2 weeks, and she was planning another big celebration. But apparently, her yard was too messy this time around, and she really needed somewhere more suitable for the photos she wanted to take. I knew where this was heading, so I cut her off before she could get too deep into her pitch. I told her no. I wasn't comfortable having that many people and animals in my backyard. I explained that I'd worked too hard on the landscaping to risk having it destroyed for one party. I tried to keep my tone friendly, but firm. That's when her whole demeanor changed. The fake friendliness disappeared. Maybe look into renting space at a local park. She just shook her head and walked away without another word. I thought that was the end of it, but I was wrong. Within a couple of days, I started noticing weird interactions with other neighbors. Mrs. Peterson from across the street, who usually chats with me when we're both getting mail, barely acknowledged me when I waved. The couple next door on the other side seemed to avoid eye contact when they were walking their dog past my house. At first, I thought I was being paranoid, but then I ran into Dave from 3 houses down while we were both taking out trash. He made some comment about community spirit and how neighbors should help each other out. When I asked what he meant, he mentioned that Trish had told him about my refusal to let her use my backyard for Princess's party. According to Dave, the way Trish explained it made me sound like some kind of selfish hermit who cared more about my precious flowers than being part of the neighborhood. That's when I realized Trish hadn't just accepted my no and moved on. She was actively campaigning against me, telling her version of events to anyone who would listen. And her version apparently painted me as the unreasonable bad guy who wouldn't help out a neighbor in need. The whole situation was escalating, way beyond what I'd expected when I simply declined to host a dog's birthday party in my backyard. The pressure campaign really ramped up over the next few days. It felt like everywhere I went in the neighborhood, someone had something to say about my refusal to help Trish with her dog party. The grocery store, walking to my mailbox, even just pulling into my driveway, there was always someone ready to share their opinion about what a good neighbor should do. Sandra from 2 blocks over cornered me at the community mailbox and went on about how when she was growing up, neighbors helped each other without question. She made it sound like I was single-handedly destroying the fabric of suburban society by not wanting 40 strangers trampling through my garden. Then there was Mike, who lives at the end of the street, telling me it was just one afternoon and that I should think about the bigger picture. Everyone seemed to have heard Trish's version of events, and somehow I'd become the villain in this story. What really got to me was how they all acted like my concerns were completely unreasonable. She's walking her little terrier, suddenly had very strong opinions about property ownership and sharing. She told me that in her culture, neighbors don't hesitate to help each other, and that maybe I should reconsider my priorities. Even the teenager who delivers newspapers made some snide comment about how some people care more about grass than making friends. But the worst part was Trish herself. She didn't confront me directly again, but she made sure I knew she was unhappy. She'd make loud phone conversations on her back porch, clearly meant for me to overhear, talking about how disappointed she was in certain neighbors and how some people just weren't team players. When she saw me working in my garden, she'd make these pointed comments to Princess about how some people were too selfish to share their nice things. Then came the subtle threats. Trish had been collecting my packages when I was at work for the past couple of years. It's one of those neighborly favors that just kind of evolved naturally. She works from home, so she'd grab deliveries off my porch to keep them from getting stolen. I never asked her to do it, but I appreciated the help and always thanked her when she brought stuff over. Now suddenly she was making comments about how she might not be able to keep doing that favor much longer since she was getting so busy with party planning. She'd mentioned how it was really inconvenient for her to keep track of everyone's packages, especially for neighbors who weren't very cooperative. The implication was crystal clear. Help me out with the party, or lose the package service. That manipulation tactic really pissed me off. Using a favor she'd volunteered to do as leverage to get what she wanted felt incredibly petty. I told her not to worry about my packages anymore, that I'd figure out my own solution. She just shrugged and said she was sure I would, but I could tell she hadn't expected me to call her bluff so easily. The social isolation was starting to get to me, though. I'd always had a decent relationship with most of my neighbors. We weren't best friends or anything, but there was a comfortable sense of community. Now I felt like I was walking through a minefield every time I left my house. People who used to wave would look right through me. Others would whisper to each other,
and then stopped talking when I got close enough to hear. I started second-guessing myself. Neighborly relations. I spent a weekend researching local venues that rent out space for parties, looking at park pavilions, and even considering what it would take to help her clean up her own backyard. I approached her on a Tuesday evening, when she was outside watering what few plants she had that weren't completely dead. I told her I'd been thinking about her situation and wanted to help find a solution that worked for everyone. I offered to spend a weekend helping her clear out the junk in her backyard, maybe rent a dumpster, and get her space ready for Princess's party. I even said I'd help with some basic landscaping if she wanted to make it more Instagram-worthy for future events. The look on her face when I made this offer was not what I expected. Instead of relief or gratitude, she looked almost offended. She told me that cleaning up her yard wasn't the point, and that she'd already decided my backyard was the perfect spot for what she had in mind. She said her friends were expecting something special, and that using her own messy yard would be embarrassing after all the build-up she'd given them about the venue. That's when it hit me. This was never really about needing space for the party. It was about wanting to show off and impress her friends with a picture-perfect setting that she hadn't had to work for. My yard represented something she wanted, but didn't want to put in the effort to create herself. The party was just an excuse to get access to something she envied. I told her my offer to help with her yard was the best I could do, and that my own backyard was still off limits. She scoffed and said she'd figure something else out, but I could tell she was angry that I wasn't just giving her what she wanted. A few days later, I was coming home from work when I saw Trish talking to a group of neighbors in Mrs. Peterson's driveway. When they saw me pull up, the conversation got quieter, but I could still hear bits and pieces. Something about how unreasonable I was being and how the whole situation was affecting the neighborhood atmosphere. Trish made sure to mention loudly that some people just weren't willing to be part of a community. That's when Mrs. Peterson walked over to my car as I was getting out. She told me that everyone was disappointed in how I was handling the situation, and that maybe I should reconsider my position before it was too late. She said Trish was incredible. Everyone wanted me to sacrifice my space and privacy for the greater good, but none of them were willing to step up themselves. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying conversations and wondering if there was something fundamentally wrong with me for not wanting to share my backyard with 40 strangers and their pets. But every time I considered giving in, I thought about the precedent it would set, and how Trish would probably expect to use my yard for future events too. I had no idea that the situation was about to get much worse. The bombshell came on a Thursday morning when I was checking my mail before heading to work. My mailbox is right next to Trish's, and I noticed she had a stack of colorful envelopes she was stuffing with what looked like party invitations. I didn't think much of it at first. I figured she'd found an alternative venue and was moving forward with Princess's birthday party. But then I caught a glimpse of one of the addresses as she was writing, and I had to do a double take. It was my address. My actual street address was printed on these party invitations. I stood there for a second, thinking maybe I'd misread it. But when I looked closer, there was no mistake. The invitation had Princess's birthday party details, with my address listed as the location. I felt this surge of disbelief, mixed with anger that I'd never experienced with a neighbor before. I asked Trish what the hell she thought she was doing putting my address on party invitations. She didn't even look embarrassed or apologetic. Instead, she just smiled and said she was sure I'd change my mind once I saw how cute everything was going to be. She said it like she'd done me some kind of favor by assuming I'd eventually give in to the pressure. I told her absolutely not, that she needed to print new invitations immediately with a different address. She just laughed and said she'd already sent out most of them and that it would be too expensive to reprint everything. She suggested that maybe this was the universe's way of telling me to be more flexible and community-minded. The entitlement was staggering. She'd gone ahead and committed me to hosting this party without my permission, then acted like I was the unreasonable one for being upset about it. I told her that if people showed up at my house, I'd tell them the party was canceled. That would definitely make me the neighborhood pariah forever. I could put up signs in my yard saying the party was canceled, but that would just advertise the whole mess to everyone who drove by. I could leave town for the weekend, but why should I have to abandon my own home because of Trish's manipulation? The worst part was that I started getting calls and texts from people asking about party details. Apparently, Trish had told everyone I was hosting, but hadn't provided much information beyond the date, time, and address. People wanted to know what to bring, where to park, whether kids were invited. I had to explain over and over that there was some kind of mistake, and that I wasn't hosting any party. Most people seemed confused rather than upset when I told them this, but a few got defensive. One of Trish's friends accused me of trying to sabotage the party at the last minute and said I was being cruel to disappoint Princess on her special day. Another neighbor suggested that maybe I was just getting cold feet and that everything would work out fine once the party got started. The gaslighting was incredible. Somehow, I'd become the bad guy for not wanting to host a party I'd never agreed to host. People were acting like my refusal to go along with Trish's scheme was the problem, not the fact that she'd lied to everyone about having my permission. I tried to get ahead of the situation by calling a few neighbors I was still on decent terms with, explaining what had actually happened and asking them to spread the word that the party wasn't happening at my house. Some of them seemed sympathetic and said they'd help clarify things, but others acted like I was causing drama over nothing. One guy actually suggested that since the invitations were already out there, maybe I should just roll with it and let people have their fun. The neighborhood gossip network was working overtime. I could see clusters of people talking in driveways and front yards, clearly discussing the situation. Some conversations would stop when I appeared, while others got more animated, like people wanted me to overhear their opinions about what I should do. Trish seemed to be enjoying the chaos she'd created. She'd wave cheerfully when she saw me, sometimes calling out reminders about the party date like we were co-hosting together. She started putting up decorations in her own yard, I think to make it look like. Found myself constantly checking my security camera footage to see if anyone was scouting my backyard or leaving party-related items. I started parking my car in the garage instead of the driveway so it would be less obvious when I was home. I even looked into staying at a hotel for the weekend, just to avoid the whole mess entirely. But running away felt like letting Trish win. She was counting on me being too uncomfortable with confrontation to stand my ground. If I disappeared for the weekend, she'd probably just move the party to my backyard anyway and deal with any consequences later. I decided I needed to be present to protect my property, even if it meant an awkward and potentially ugly confrontation with party guests. I drafted a letter explaining the situation and made copies to hand out to anyone who showed up. It outlined how I'd never given permission for the party and how Trish had used my address without consent. I tried to keep the tone polite but firm, emphasizing that this was a boundary issue rather than personal animosity toward Princess or her birthday celebration. 3 days before the party date, I noticed Trish loading party supplies into her car. Folding tables, bags of decorations, what looked like a sound system. She was clearly planning to set up in my backyard whether I liked it or not. When she saw me watching, she waved and called out something about how excited she was for the big day. I realized that Trish was so confident in her manipulation tactics that she genuinely believed I'd cave at the last minute rather than cause a scene in front of all those people. She'd calculated that my desire to avoid conflict would override my right to control my own property. That night I barely slept, running through scenarios of what might happen. Would people actually show up? Would they believe Trish's story or mine? Would this destroy any remaining goodwill I had with my neighbors? Would I end up having to call the police on families with kids who just wanted to celebrate a dog's birthday? The whole situation had spiraled so far beyond a simple request to use my backyard that I couldn't believe this was my life. All I'd wanted was to maintain my garden and keep my private space private. Now I was preparing for what felt like a showdown over basic property rights and personal boundaries. Saturday morning arrived, and I had no idea what was going to happen when What should I have done when my friend announced her engagement during my graduation dinner? I'm Helena, 24, and this whole mess started 3 weeks ago at what was supposed to be my graduation dinner. I had just finished my master's degree in environmental science after 2 absolutely brutal years of research, thesis writing, and basically living off energy drinks and whatever leftovers I could find in my apartment. My friend Jenna, 25, who I've known since we were freshman roommates, was there along with my parents, Sarah and Mike, both in their 50s, my younger brother Alex, 21, and my sister Emma, 19. I also invited my 3 closest friends, Marcus, 24, who basically kept me sane during those late library sessions, Lisa, 23, who's been my roommate for the past year, and of course Jenna. The whole thing was my idea. I specifically wanted to keep it small and intimate, just the people who really mattered to me. I had been planning this dinner for months, even during the chaos of finishing my thesis. I picked Romano's, this little family-owned Italian place I discovered during my undergrad years, when I was too broke to eat anywhere decent but somehow always managed to scrape together enough for their pasta specials. It wasn't fancy or Instagram-worthy, but it felt like me. The owner, this sweet older guy named Tony, even let me reserve their private dining room in the back for free, because I'd been coming there for years. I remember being so excited the week leading up to it. I had finally defended my thesis successfully. My advisor told me my research on urban water systems might actually get published, and I felt like I could finally breathe for the first time in 2 years. My parents kept texting me about how proud they were, and my siblings were actually being nice to me instead of their usual teasing. Even my friends seemed genuinely excited to celebrate with me. Jenna kept saying how she couldn't wait to finally relax and catch up, since we'd both been so swamped with school and work. The night of the dinner, I got there early to make sure everything was set up right. I had asked Tony to put together a simple menu with some of my favorite dishes, nothing too complicated. I even brought a small cake from the bakery near campus that I'd been eyeing for months, but never had a reason to. Tiny succulent plant as a graduation gift because he said I needed something alive in my apartment that wasn't mold. Lisa brought a bottle of wine she'd been saving since the beginning of the semester. Jenna was the last to arrive, which was typical for her since she's chronically late to everything. She seemed really energetic when she walked in, more hyper than usual, but I just figured she was excited about the dinner. She gave me this huge hug and said she was so happy for me and that she had missed hanging out like this. She seemed a little distracted during the first part of dinner, checking her phone more than normal, but again, I didn't think much of it. We all have that friend who can't put their phone down. The first hour was exactly what I had hoped for. My dad started telling embarrassing stories about me as a kid, including this mortifying one about how I used to collect earthworms in jars because I thought they were pets. My mom kept talking about how she was going to frame my diploma and hang it in the living room next to Alex's high school graduation photo, which made Alex complain that he was going to look stupid next to my master's degree. Emma was actually being sweet for once, telling me how she bragged to all her friends about her sister getting a master's degree before turning 25. My friends were being great too. Marcus and I were joking about all the nights we spent in the library until it closed, surviving on vending machine coffee and those terrible granola bars from the 4th floor. Lisa was telling everyone about how she had to listen to me practice my thesis defense presentation like 50 times until I finally stopped stumbling over the technical terms. Even Jenna seemed engaged, laughing at all the right moments and asking my parents questions about their jobs and stuff. I remember thinking that this was perfect. This was exactly what I wanted. Just good food, good people, and the chance to actually celebrate something I had worked so hard for. For the first time in months,
I wasn't thinking about research deadlines or job applications or whether my thesis committee was going to approve my methodology. I was just enjoying being with people I cared about, who were proud of me. We had ordered several appetizers to share, and Tony had recommended this wine that was apparently from his cousin's vineyard in Italy. Everything felt relaxed and celebratory. My parents were getting naturally between different topics. My future job prospects, Alex's plans for summer break, Marcus's new internship, Lisa's upcoming move to a different apartment. Jenna had been relatively quiet during the main course, but I figured she was just hungry. She's always been someone who gets grumpy when she's hungry and then perks up after she eats. I noticed she kept fidgeting with her hands under the table, but she does that when she's nervous or excited about something, so I didn't read too much into it. We were all finishing up our entrees when Jenna suddenly pushed her chair back and stood up. The conversation kind of died as everyone looked at her, wondering what was going on. She reached for her wine glass and started tapping it with her fork, making that clinking sound people make when they want everyone's attention. She had this huge smile on her face and was practically bouncing on her feet. She looked around the table at everyone and said she had an announcement to make. My stomach immediately dropped, not because I knew what was coming, but because something about her tone and timing felt off. This was my graduation dinner, and people don't usually make announcements at other people's celebrations unless it's something related to the person being celebrated. Then she held up her left hand, and there it was, a diamond ring catching the light from the restaurant's overhead fixtures. The entire table went completely silent for about 3 seconds, and then everyone exploded at once. My mom gasped and put her hands over her mouth. Emma let out this high-pitched squeal. Alex said something like, "Holy crap," and then immediately apologized to my parents for cursing. Lisa jumped up from her chair. Marcus started clapping. Jenna announced that David, her boyfriend of 2 years, had proposed to her that afternoon, at the park near her apartment. She was talking about how romantic it was, and how surprised she was, and how she just couldn't keep it to herself. Everyone was congratulating her and asking to see the ring up close, and wanting to hear all the details about how it happened. And just like that, my graduation dinner became Jenna's engagement party. The next hour was honestly a blur of everything I didn't want happening at my dinner. Within maybe 5 minutes of Jenna's announcement, the entire dynamic of the evening had completely shifted. Usually pretty reserved about emotional stuff, was shaking Jenna's hand and congratulating her like she was his own daughter. Even Alex, who normally couldn't care less about weddings or relationships, was asking technical questions about the diamond cut and whether David had asked her parents for permission first. Lisa was taking pictures of Jenna's hand from every possible angle, talking about how she needed to post this on Instagram immediately and tag everyone who knew them as a couple. Marcus had already pulled out his phone and was looking up wedding venues in our area, rattling off places that his sister had looked at when she got engaged last year. The conversation had completely moved away from anything related to my graduation, or my degree, or any of the things I had wanted to talk about that night. Jenna was absolutely glowing, which I get because getting engaged is obviously a huge deal. But she was soaking up all the attention like she had planned this moment. She kept holding her hand up to the light to make the ring sparkle more, and every few minutes, someone else would notice a detail about it that they hadn't seen before. She was telling the story of the proposal over and over again to different people at the table, adding new details each time about how David had hidden the ring in his jacket pocket all day, and how nervous he was when he got down on one knee. I tried to participate and seem excited, but honestly, I felt like I was watching someone else's party that just happened to be taking place in the room I had reserved and paid for. Every time I tried to steer the conversation back to something else, someone would ask Jenna another question about wedding plans or the proposal story. When I mentioned something about my thesis research, my own mom cut me off mid-sentence to ask Jenna if she had thought about what season she wanted to get married in.
The worst part was that I could tell my parents were starting to notice how upset I was getting. They kept giving each other these looks across the table, and my mom kept trying to bring up my graduation in small ways that just got immediately overshadowed by more engagement talk. My dad made this comment about how proud he was of me for finishing my degree. But before I could even respond, Emma was asking Jenna if she was going to have a big wedding or something small and intimate. About halfway through this chaos, Lisa started talking about bachelorette party ideas.
What had happened, and try to redirect attention back to me. But it never came. If anything, the engagement talk just kept escalating. My mom asked Jenna if she had thought about her dress style. Emma wanted to know if she could be a bridesmaid. Lisa was already planning the bridal shower and asking when would be a good time for everyone to get together to start organizing it. The final straw was when my dad, who had been relatively quiet during most of the engagement excitement, started telling Jenna about how he and my mom had gotten engaged 30 years ago. It was this sweet story that he usually only tells on their anniversary. And here he was, sharing it with Jenna, while I sat there, feeling completely invisible at my own graduation dinner. My mom was getting all emotional, listening to him tell the story, and Jenna was hanging on every word like it was the most fascinating thing she'd ever heard. At some point during all of this, Tony came by the table to check on everyone and ask if we needed anything else. He made some polite comment about congratulating the happy couple, because obviously he had overheard what was happening. But then he looked at me and said something about how he hoped I was enjoying my graduation celebration. It was literally the only time in an hour that anyone had mentioned my graduation, and it came from the restaurant owner, who barely knew me. That's when I realized I had to say something, or I was going to completely lose it. I waited for a break in the conversation, which took forever, because everyone kept asking follow-up questions about wedding planning. And then I asked Jenna if I could talk to her privately for a minute. I said it as casually as I could, like I just wanted to congratulate her properly or something. But I think my voice came out a little strained. Jenna seemed surprised by the request, but she agreed, and we walked over toward the bathroom area where we could have some privacy. I remember my hands were shaking a little bit, because I hate confrontation, especially with close friends. But I felt like I had to address what was happening, or I was going to resent her forever. I started by telling her that I was really happy. Told me that she had just gotten engaged that afternoon, and that she was too excited not to share the news with everyone. She said she thought I would be happy for her since we were best friends, and that she didn't understand why I was making her engagement about me. She seemed genuinely hurt that I was bringing this up, instead of just celebrating with her. I tried to explain that it wasn't about not being happy for her, but about the timing, and the fact that she had essentially hijacked my celebration without even asking or considering how it might affect me. I told her that I had been looking forward to this dinner for months, and that it meant a lot to me to have everyone together to celebrate something I had worked so hard for. But she wasn't hearing it. She kept saying that she couldn't help when David decided to propose, and that she shouldn't have to keep her engagement secret just because of my dinner. She said that real friends would want to celebrate each other's happiness, and that she was disappointed in my reaction. The conversation was getting more heated, and I could tell that neither of us was going to change the other's mind. By the time we got back to the table, some of my friends had apparently overheard part of our conversation, because they started weighing in with their opinions. Marcus said he thought I was being kind of selfish, and that I should be more supportive of Jenna's happiness.
He made some comment about how there would be other opportunities to celebrate my graduation, but that engagements only happen once. Lisa seemed more torn, but ultimately sided with Jenna, saying that she probably would have done the same thing if she had just gotten engaged. My family was more split in their reactions. Emma pulled me aside later and said she thought it was really rude of Jenna to hijack my dinner like that. She said that if someone had done that at her graduation celebration, she would have been furious. My parents seemed divided too. My mom kept giving me these sympathetic looks like she understood why I was upset. But my dad made some comment about how these things just happen sometimes, and that I should try to be gracious about it. The rest of the dinner was incredibly awkward. Nobody really knew what to talk about anymore, because the engagement had dominated everything. But now there was this weird tension between me and Jenna that everyone could feel. People were making forced conversation and making these forced comments about random stuff, clearly trying to avoid both my graduation and Jenna's engagement as topics. My parents kept exchanging glances. Emma was scrolling through her phone to avoid the awkwardness. And even Marcus seemed to realize that maybe his comment about me being selfish hadn't helped the situation. Jenna barely looked at me for the rest of the evening. She was still talking to everyone else normally, but whenever I tried to join a conversation or make a comment, she would either ignore me completely or give these short, cold responses. It was obvious to everyone that something had happened between us, which just made the whole atmosphere even more uncomfortable. Lisa kept trying to lighten the mood by bringing up funny stories from college, but even those fell flat because half of them involved both me and Jenna, and now we were clearly not speaking to each other. I ended up just sitting there, picking at my chicken parmigiana, which had gone cold while everyone was focused on the engagement announcement. I couldn't even enjoy the food I had been looking forward to, and the cake I had bought was still sitting untouched because nobody wanted to sing Happy Graduation or make any kind of celebration about me after what had just happened. The whole evening felt ruined, and I kept replaying the conversation with Jenna in my head, wondering if I should have handled it differently or just kept my mouth shut. When it came time to pay the bill, I insisted on covering everything, even though my parents offered to help. It felt important to me to pay for my own graduation dinner, but now I was paying for what had essentially become someone else's engagement party. Tony, the owner, seemed confused by the weird energy at our table when he brought the check. He made another polite comment about hoping everyone had enjoyed their evening, but you could tell he sensed something was off. Everyone said their goodbyes in the parking lot, and it was painfully awkward. My family hugged me and told me they were proud of me, but it felt like an afterthought compared to all the excitement about Jenna's engagement. My friends were weird about it too. Marcus gave me this awkward pat on the shoulder and said something about how we should celebrate my graduation properly another time, which just made me feel worse. Lisa hugged me and whispered that she hoped things would work out with Jenna, but she didn't seem to really understand why I was upset in the first place. Taken over mine. I drove home feeling completely deflated. What was supposed to be one of the best nights of my life had turned into this disaster, where I felt like the bad guy for being upset about my own celebration being hijacked. I kept going back and forth between feeling justified in what I had said to Jenna and wondering if I really was being selfish, like Marcus had suggested. Maybe I should have just been happy for my friend and let her have her moment, even if it was at my graduation dinner. The next day, I couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened. I talked to Emma about it when she called to check on me, and she was still firmly on my side. She said that what Jenna did was incredibly rude, and that she couldn't believe none of my friends had stuck up for me when Marcus made that comment about being selfish. Emma pointed out that Jenna could have easily pulled me aside first to ask if it would be okay to share her news, or she could have waited until after dinner to make the announcement when we were all saying goodbye. But then I talked to my parents later that day, and they had mixed feelings. My mom understood why I was hurt and agreed that the timing wasn't great, but she also said that sometimes these things just happen and that holding grudges isn't worth it. My dad was more direct about thinking I should just let it go and focus on the positive aspects of the evening. He pointed out that everyone there was proud of me, and that Jenna's announcement didn't actually take away from my accomplishment, just from the attention I was getting for it. I spent the whole day going back and forth about whether I should reach out to Jenna or just let things cool off naturally. Part of me wanted to apologize for bringing it up and potentially ruining her excitement. But another part of me felt like she owed me an apology for not considering how her announcement would affect my celebration. By the end of the day, I decided I needed to at least try to explain my perspective better, so I sent her a text message. I tried to be as diplomatic as possible in the text. I told her again that I was genuinely happy for her and David, and that I understood how exciting it must have been to get engaged. But I also explained that the dinner had been really important to me as a way to celebrate finishing my degree, and that I felt hurt when the entire evening became focused on her engagement instead. I said I hoped she could understand her feelings. Reading that text felt like getting punched in the stomach. The fact that she thought I was jealous of her engagement was so far from the truth that it made me realize she completely didn't understand what I was upset about. I wasn't jealous of her relationship with David or the fact that they were getting married. I was hurt that she had taken over my celebration without even thinking about how it would affect me. But clearly, she saw my reaction as an attack on her happiness rather than a legitimate complaint about timing and consideration. I tried calling her after I got her text, but she didn't answer. I left a voicemail trying to clarify that I wasn't jealous and that I just wanted to talk things through, but she never called me back. When I texted asking if we could meet in person to discuss everything, she read the message but didn't respond. It became pretty clear that she was done with the conversation and possibly done with our friendship. The next few days were really hard. I kept expecting her to reach out, or for one of our mutual friends to try to mediate the situation, but nothing happened. Lisa mentioned that she had talked to Jenna and that Jenna was really upset about our fight, but she didn't seem interested in trying to work things out. Marcus seemed to think the whole thing was being blown out of proportion and that we should both just get over it, but he wasn't making any effort to help resolve the conflict either. A week went by without any communication from Jenna, which was the longest we had gone without talking since we became friends in college. I started hearing through mutual friends that she was telling people her version of what had happened, and according to Marcus, she was saying that I had tried to ruin her engagement announcement because I was jealous of her relationship. Lisa told me that Jenna had said I was being selfish and unsupportive, and that she was questioning whether I was really the friend she thought I was. Hearing that she was talking about me behind my back and painting me as the villain in the situation made everything worse. I had tried to handle the conflict privately and respectfully, but now she was making it sound like I had attacked her out of jealousy or spite. Some of our mutual friends were starting to take sides, and it felt like most of them were siding with Jenna because engagement announcements are supposed to be happy occasions, and nobody wants to be the person who doesn't celebrate their first. I keep coming back to the same questions. Should I apologize for something I don't think I did wrong, just to save the friendship? Was I really being selfish for wanting my graduation dinner to stay focused on my graduation? Or was Jenna out of line for making such a big announcement at someone else's celebration without even asking first? The more time that passes, the more it feels like we're both too proud to make the first move toward reconciliation. And I'm starting to wonder if our friendship is going to survive this whole mess. How did I end up being blamed after refusing to babysit my cousin's kids during a funeral? I'm Nadia, 30, and I work as an accountant. I barely see my extended family except for weddings and funerals, which is honestly fine by me. Most of them live about 3 hours away, and we just don't have much in common anymore. My cousin Elise, 32, is one of those relatives I maybe talk to once a year at Christmas if we're both at my parents' house. She has 3 kids, Maya, who's 8, Jordan, who's 6, and Sam, who's 4. Nice kids, but I'm not really the aunt type, you know? So anyway,
My great-uncle Robert passed away last month. He was my dad's uncle, and while I didn't know him super well, my parents really wanted the family to show up and pay respects. Uncle Robert was apparently a big deal in the family back in the day, served in Vietnam, helped a lot of relatives get on their feet financially. The kind of guy who deserved a proper send-off. The funeral was being held at this community center because the family is huge and no church was big enough. I took the day off work and drove down with my parents. I figured it would be a few hours of sitting quietly, listening to people share memories, maybe catching up briefly with relatives I hadn't seen in forever, then driving home. I wore my nicest black dress and brought tissues for my mom, who always cries at funerals, even for people she barely knew. When we got to the community center, it was already pretty packed. There had to be like 150 people there, which honestly surprised me. I guess Uncle Robert really had touched a lot of lives. The place was decorated nicely, with flowers and photos from different decades of his life. Military photos, wedding pictures, family gatherings. It felt respectful and dignified. My parents went to sit with some of their siblings in the third row, and I found a seat toward the middle where I could see everything but wasn't too close to the front. I'm not great with emotional displays, and I figured being in the middle would be safe. I was looking through the program they handed out, reading about Uncle Robert's life, when I heard this commotion near the entrance. Elise had just walked in with all 3 of her kids. Service was supposed to start in about 10 minutes, and people were starting to settle into their seats. The funeral director was up front, organizing some papers, and you could tell he wanted to get things moving on schedule. That's when Elise spotted me. She came speed-walking over with all 3 kids trailing behind her, and I could immediately tell by her expression that she needed something. Maya was asking loudly about why everyone looked so sad. Jordan was complaining that his dress shoes hurt his feet, and Sam was still sniffling from whatever had upset him in the parking lot. Elise plopped down in the seat next to me and immediately leaned over. She smelled like the vanilla perfume she's worn since high school, mixed with what was probably goldfish crackers or some other kid snack. She started talking in this urgent whisper about how her babysitter had canceled last minute, something about the girl getting food poisoning, and how she couldn't find anyone else on such short notice. Her husband was out of town for work, and her mom was already here somewhere, but had specifically said she wanted to sit up front with the other older relatives. I was half listening, because Maya had started asking me questions about who I was and whether I remembered her from last Christmas, which I barely did. Jordan was kicking his legs, and his shoes kept hitting the chair in front of us, which was occupied by some elderly woman who kept glancing back with an annoyed expression. Then, Elise got to her point. She needed me to watch the kids during the service. Just for a little while, she said. She wanted to be able to focus and be fully present for Uncle Robert's send-off, without worrying about keeping the children quiet and still. She made it sound like she was asking me to hold her purse or something equally simple. I was honestly taken aback. I mean, I came here to attend the funeral, not to babysit. I told her as politely as I could that I wanted to participate in the service myself, that I was here to pay my respects too. It seemed like such an obvious thing to say, but she just rolled her eyes at me like I was being ridiculous. She started getting a little more insistent, saying it would just be for an hour, and that the kids knew me so it wouldn't be weird. Maya was tugging on her dress again, asking for juice, and Sam had started crying again because his shoe was untied and he couldn't fix it. That's when Elise just made the decision for me. She basically lifted Sam up and put him in the seat on my other side, then guided Maya to sit next to him. Jordan was already climbing over me to get to what he apparently decided was his spot. She told the kids to be good and listen to cousin Nadia. Then before I could even process what was happening, she was walking toward the front of the room. I watched her squeeze into a spot in the second row next to some relatives I didn't recognize, and then she was settled and looking expectant, like the service could now begin.
I sat there with 3 kids I barely knew, feeling completely blindsided. Maya was asking me in a loud whisper why her mom had left. Jordan was still kicking, and Sam was looking around with those big eyes that little kids get when they're in a new place and not sure what's happening. The funeral director began speaking, welcoming everyone and talking about Uncle Robert's life and service. I tried to focus on his words, but Maya kept tugging on my sleeve, asking questions about the flowers and the pictures, and whether Uncle Robert was really dead or just sleeping. Jordan had discovered that the seat cushion made a squeaking sound if he bounced on it just right. Sam was being relatively quiet, but he kept dropping things and then climbing down to retrieve them from the floor. People around us were starting to notice. The elderly woman in front of us turned around twice to give us looks. I could see some of my relatives a few rows up, glancing back, with expressions that clearly said I should be doing something to control the situation. Even my parents looked over with concerned faces, probably wondering why I suddenly had 3 children with me when I'd sat down alone. I tried doing the things I thought might work, putting my finger to my lips in the universal "be quiet" gesture, attempting to distract them by pointing to things in the program, even offering Maya my tissues to play with just to keep her hands busy. But nothing really worked, because they were just being normal kids in a situation that required them to sit still and silent for an extended period of time. The whole thing felt surreal. Here I was, trying to listen to stories about Uncle Robert's life and his impact on the family, while simultaneously becoming the focus of disapproving stares because of children that weren't even mine, and that I'd never agreed to supervise, against the metal chair frame and make this hollow drumming sound. Bang, 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 perfectly timed to interrupt every few words of the eulogy. The elderly woman in front of us, I later found out she was Uncle Robert's sister-in-law, turned around and gave me this withering look, like I was personally responsible for ruining her brother-in-law's funeral. I tried grabbing Jordan's legs to stop the kicking, but he just looked at me like I was being mean and started doing it harder. That's when Maya decided she needed to use the bathroom. She announced this to everyone within a 3-row radius, not just me. Several people turned around to stare, and I could see my Aunt Linda 2 rows up giving me this look like I should obviously handle the situation immediately. The funeral director paused for a second, clearly thrown off by the commotion, then continued with his remarks about Uncle Robert's military service. I was trying to decide if I should take Maya to find a bathroom when Sam started crying. Not just whimpering, full-on sobbing, because he'd dropped his little toy car and it had rolled under someone else's chair and he couldn't reach it. I'm sitting there with one kid who needs a bathroom, one kid having a meltdown about a toy car, and one kid who's apparently decided the funeral is the perfect time to practice his percussion skills. Meanwhile, Elise is sitting in the front row looking completely serene, like she's having this beautiful, spiritual moment, while chaos erupts behind her. Maya tugged on my dress again, more insistently this time, saying she really, really needed to go potty right now. Her voice was getting louder with each repetition. Jordan had stopped kicking and was now trying to help Sam retrieve the car, which involved both of them getting on their hands and knees and crawling around people's feet. The woman whose chair they were crawling under looked absolutely horrified. That's when my Uncle Pete turned around. Uncle Pete is one of those guys who thinks kids should be seen and not heard, especially at solemn occasions. He gave me this look that clearly said I needed to get control of the situation immediately, or he was going to say something. His wife was shaking her head at me like I was the worst person in the world for allowing this to happen. Meaningful parts of the service, and here I am dealing with what was essentially a 3-child uprising. Maya was still announcing her bathroom needs to anyone who would listen. Jordan had managed to retrieve the car, but now Sam was mad because Jordan had touched it. And everyone around us was getting more annoyed by the second. I could see other relatives starting to whisper to each other and gesture in our direction. My parents looked mortified from across the aisle. My mom kept making these frantic hand gestures like she was trying to tell me to take the kids outside. But honestly, that had already occurred to me. The problem was that every time I tried to move them, they got louder and more resistant. The army buddy was telling this really touching story about how Uncle Robert had helped him through some tough times after they got back from Vietnam, and his voice was kind of soft and emotional. But you could barely hear him over Maya asking me repeatedly about the bathroom, Sam's continued crying about his car situation, and Jordan's running commentary about everything he could see from our seats. That's when it happened. The funeral director asked for a moment of silence to honor Uncle Robert's memory. The entire room went completely quiet, except for us. Maya chose that exact moment to decide she couldn't wait any longer and started having her own meltdown about the bathroom. Sam's crying reached new heights because Jordan had given him back the car, but now it had dust on it. And Jordan, oblivious to the concept of a moment of silence, started asking me loudly why everyone had stopped talking and whether the funeral was over now. 150 people in complete silence, and then there's us. Or rather, there's me, apparently failing spectacularly at basic childcare. I could feel every single person in that room staring at me, not just glancing over, actively staring, like I was the most inconsiderate person who had ever lived. The moment of silence stretched on forever, filled with children's voices and my desperate attempts to shush them. Uncle Robert's sister-in-law turned around and actually said something to me. She told me I needed to take those children outside right now because this was a funeral, not a playground. Her voice was loud enough that people several rows away could hear her. Was that? Maya was still crying about the bathroom. Sam was wailing about being picked up when he didn't want to be, and Jordan was protesting because he wanted to stay and see what happened next. Walking out of that room with 3 melting down children while every person there watched me was probably one of the most humiliating experiences of my life. I could hear people whispering as we left. Words like irresponsible and should have known better and poor Robert carried over the sound of the kids crying. The lobby was this echoey space with tile floors, so the kids' voices just bounced around and got amplified. I found the bathroom and took Maya, who had finally stopped crying long enough to actually use it. Sam had calmed down a little once we were away from all the staring people, but Jordan was mad at me for making them leave and kept asking when we could go back in. I could hear the service continuing without us. People were sharing memories and the funeral director was doing readings, and I was missing all of it because I was stuck babysitting children I never agreed to watch. Through the lobby windows, I could see Elise still sitting peacefully in the front row, completely oblivious to the chaos that had just unfolded or the fact that her children were no longer in the room. That's when the real anger hit me. Not just frustration or annoyance, but actual anger. She had put me in an impossible situation, disappeared to enjoy her moment of grief and reflection, and left me to deal with the consequences. And somehow, in everyone else's eyes, I was the one who had handled things badly. The service ended about 20 minutes later, and people started filtering into the lobby for the reception part. Several relatives walked past us without making eye contact, clearly still upset about the disruption. Maya and Jordan had found some chairs to climb on, and Sam was content playing with his car. But the damage was already done. I could tell from people's faces and body language that the story of how I'd let those kids ruin Uncle Robert's funeral was already spreading through the family. That's when Elise finally appeared, looking refreshed and peaceful, like she'd just had this meaningful spiritual experience. She walked over to us with this confused expression, like she couldn't understand why her children were in the lobby instead of sitting quietly through an hour-long funeral service. Been disruptive during the service, so I brought them out to the lobby so people could actually hear the eulogies. She immediately got defensive. Started going on about how they're usually so well behaved and how she couldn't understand what went wrong. Then she said something that really got to me. She asked why I hadn't just kept them quiet. Like it was that simple. Like I had somehow failed at basic crowd control with children who weren't even mine, and who I'd never agreed to supervise in the first place. I told her as calmly as I could that I never actually agreed to watch them, that I'd told her I wanted to participate in the service myself, but she'd left them with me anyway. I explained that she should have arranged proper childcare beforehand if she knew she wanted to focus on the funeral without distractions. That's when she really lost it. Started talking about how this was a family emergency and how family is supposed to help family during difficult times. She said I was being selfish and unsupportive when she was grieving and just needed a little assistance. Made it sound like I deliberately sabotaged her moment of mourning instead of just trying to attend the same funeral she was attending. Maya was pulling on Elise's dress, asking for snacks, and Jordan was getting restless again after sitting still for all of 5 minutes. Sam had wandered over to look at the memorial photos they'd set up in the lobby. But Elise was completely focused on making me feel guilty for not magically transforming her children into perfect little angels during a solemn religious service. Other relatives started gathering around us because they could hear her voice getting louder. My Aunt Linda came over first, probably thinking she was going to help mediate or something. But instead, she immediately took Elise's side. Started talking about how in her day, younger family members helped out without being asked, and how it was just common courtesy to pitch in when someone needed support. Then Uncle Pete joined the conversation, and he was even worse. He said it was pretty selfish of me to let 3 little kids disrupt Uncle Robert's funeral just because I didn't want to be bothered with babysitting duties. Like I had chosen to let them be disruptive instead of trying everything I could think of to keep them quiet before finally giving up and removing them from the situation. My parents came over then, person who'd refused to help a grieving mother and then let her children ruin a funeral service. Elise was playing up the victim angle perfectly, talking about how she'd just lost her great uncle and needed her family's support during this difficult time. My cousin Derek, who I barely know, said something about how disappointing it was to see family members being so unsupportive of each other. His wife nodded along and made some comment about how she would have been happy to help if she'd been asked. Easy for her to say, since she was sitting on the complete opposite side of the room and never got asked to do anything. The worst part was watching how the story kept evolving as more people joined the conversation. By the time my great-aunt Martha arrived, somehow, I had become the person who deliberately caused a scene during the moment of silence. Someone said I'd refused to even try to keep the kids quiet. Another person claimed I'd been rude to Uncle Robert's sister-in-law when she'd politely asked me to handle the situation. None of that was true, but once a story like that gets started in a family, it takes on a life of its own. Elise was crying now, talking about how hurt she was that her own cousin wouldn't help her during one of the most difficult days of her life. She made it sound like I'd personally attacked her instead of just trying to attend the same funeral she was attending. My dad finally spoke up, but not in the way I was hoping. He said something about how maybe I could have handled the situation differently, and that family gatherings required everyone to be flexible and supportive. He suggested that maybe I should apologize to Elise and to anyone who'd been bothered by the disruption during the service. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was supposed to apologize for being put in an impossible situation that I never asked to be in. Apologize for failing to control children who weren't my responsibility. Apologize for somehow not magically knowing how to keep 3 kids under 8 years old perfectly quiet and still during an hour-long funeral service. The reception was supposed to be a time for people to share memories of Uncle Robert and connect with family they didn't see very often. Instead, it had turned into this whole drama about what a terrible person I was for not being a better, unpaid babysitter. People were babysit, or that Elise had left the kids with me anyway, without waiting for me to agree. They just saw that there had been a problem with the children and decided it must be my fault for not handling it better. Even relatives who hadn't been anywhere near us during the service started chiming in with opinions about what I should have done differently. Someone suggested I should have taken the kids outside earlier. Another person said I should have asked an usher for help. My cousin Janet said she would have just given the kids some candy to keep them quiet, like that was some brilliant solution I'd been too stupid to think of. By the time we were getting ready to leave, I felt completely ganged up on. Elise had stopped crying and was accepting sympathy from various relatives about how hard it must be to be a single parent at family events when you can't count on your cousins for support. She kept talking about how disappointed she was in me and how she'd expected better from family. The drive home with my parents was awful. They spent the whole time talking about how I needed to call Elise and apologize, how this kind of family drama could split everyone apart if we didn't handle it carefully. My mom kept saying that it didn't matter who was right or wrong. What mattered was keeping the family together and making sure everyone felt supported. When I got home that night, I had 3 missed calls and several text messages. 2 were from relatives I barely know, telling me how disappointed they were in my behavior. 1 was from my aunt, asking me to reconsider my attitude and think about how my actions had affected everyone else. But the worst one was from Elise herself. She'd sent this long text message about how hurt and betrayed she felt. Said she couldn't believe her own cousin would be so selfish and unsupportive during a family crisis. Then she said that if I couldn't be counted on to help family when they needed it, maybe I shouldn't expect to be included in family gatherings anymore. She said she wouldn't be inviting me to future events if this was how I was going to behave when people needed support. Honestly, reading that text, my first reaction was relief. The idea of not having to deal with this kind of drama at family events actually sounded pretty appealing. But then not providing free emergency childcare during a funeral. The whole thing has been eating at me for weeks now. I keep going over it in my head, wondering if there was something I could have done differently, or if I'm missing some obvious solution that would have made everyone happy. But I keep coming back to the same conclusion. I was put in an impossible situation by someone who made a poor planning decision and then blamed me when it didn't work out perfectly. Would it have been better if I stayed quiet after my friend took credit for my work at a group presentation? I'm Leo, 21, and I've always been that guy in group projects who does most of the work while everyone else handles the talking. It's not that I can't present or anything. I'm just naturally more comfortable researching and writing than being up there in front of everyone. My teammate Ryan, also 21, is one of those naturally charismatic people who can talk his way through anything. We've been friends since sophomore year and have worked together on projects before. So when we got paired up for our capstone presentation in Professor Martinez's advanced marketing class, I figured it would work out like it always does. This presentation was a big deal, though. It was worth 40% of our final grade, and Professor Martinez had a reputation for being tough but fair. She was also someone who could write killer recommendation letters if you impressed her, which I definitely needed for the internships I was applying to. The project was on consumer behavior trends in social media marketing, and we had to present our findings to the class, plus some guest executives from local companies. Ryan and I divided up the work like we always did. He would handle the actual presentation delivery since he's good at that stuff, and I would take care of the research, slide creation, and written components. It seemed fair enough, and Ryan seemed cool with the arrangement when we discussed it. He kept saying he trusted me to handle the heavy lifting, and that he'd focus on making sure our presentation was engaging and professional. So I threw myself into this project like my life depended on it. I spent 3 weeks straight basically living in the library digging through consumer psychology journals, marketing case studies, and recent social media analytics reports. I was pulling data from everywhere: academic databases, industry reports, even reaching out to a few marketing professionals I found on LinkedIn who were willing to share insights. The research phase alone took me about 2 weeks of solid work. Then came the slide creation. I'm actually pretty good with design software, so I created all 15 slides from scratch. I made sure everything looked professional and cohesive, with clean graphics and easy-to-read charts. I spent hours tweaking the color schemes and making sure the data visualizations were clear and impactful. I even included some make it into the main presentation, but showed the depth of our research. Throughout this whole process, Ryan kept pushing off our practice sessions. Every time I tried to schedule time for us to run through the presentation together, he had some excuse. He was busy with his part-time job, or he had another assignment due, or he wasn't feeling well. He kept reassuring me that he'd be ready, and that he just needed to review the materials I'd prepared. He said he worked better under pressure anyway, and that too much practice would make him sound rehearsed. I started getting nervous about a week before the presentation. I suggested we at least meet once to go over the flow and make sure Ryan understood all the research points, but he brushed me off again. He said he'd been looking over everything and that it was all straightforward. He promised me he had it handled and that I was worrying too much. Part of me wanted to push harder, but Ryan seemed so confident, and we'd worked together successfully before. The night before the presentation, I sent Ryan a detailed breakdown of each slide, with talking points and key data to emphasize. I also included some potential questions the professor might ask, and suggestions for how to answer them. I stayed up until 2 a.m., making sure everything was perfect, double-checking all my sources, and making sure there were no typos or formatting issues. The morning of the presentation, I felt pretty good about what we'd prepared. Sure, I was nervous about Ryan winging it, but the content was solid. I'd done everything I could to set us up for success. I got to class early and helped set up the projector and made sure our slides loaded properly. Ryan showed up right before class started, looking relaxed and confident as always. When Professor Martinez called our names, we walked to the front of the lecture hall. There were about 30 students in the class, plus the 3 guest executives sitting in the back row. I sat down in the front row while Ryan took his position at the podium. I figured I'd jump in if he needed help with any technical details, but mostly I was just planning to nod along supportively. That's when everything went completely sideways. Ryan started the presentation by introducing himself, and then launched into what was supposed to be our joint research. Except weeks developing was being attributed solely to him. The worst part was how smoothly he did it. Ryan really is a natural presenter, and he was explaining my research better than I probably could have. He clearly had reviewed all my materials thoroughly, because he knew every detail and could answer follow-up points without missing a beat. He even expanded on some of my ideas, in ways that showed he'd actually understood and internalized the work. When we got to the methodology section, Professor Martinez interrupted to ask about our research process. Ryan didn't even hesitate. He explained how he'd approached the literature review, how he'd identified the key databases to search, how he'd developed the criteria for selecting relevant studies. He described the data analysis process I'd spent days perfecting, like it was his own brilliant methodology. Professor Martinez looked impressed. She nodded along and took notes while Ryan walked through what was essentially a detailed explanation of my work. A couple of the guest executives asked follow-up questions about specific data points, and Ryan fielded them all perfectly. He was presenting weeks of my labor as if it was entirely his own intellectual property. I kept waiting for him to acknowledge my contributions. I thought maybe he was just nervous and would circle back to mention my role. But as we moved through slide after slide, it became clear that wasn't happening. Ryan was completely in his element, and he was presenting this as a solo project that he'd graciously allowed me to help deliver. When we finished, Professor Martinez was genuinely enthusiastic. She said it was one of the most thorough and insightful presentations she'd seen all semester. The guest executives came up afterward to compliment the work and ask Ryan about his background and career interests. One of them even handed him a business card and suggested he apply for their summer internship program. Ryan was eating it all up. He shook hands with the executives and chatted with them about his interests and experience. Meanwhile, I was standing about 3 feet away, feeling completely invisible. A few classmates came up to congratulate us, but they were really congratulating Ryan. They kept talking about how impressive his preparation was and how professional his delivery had been. After everyone had cleared out, Professor Martinez pulled Ryan aside. I was close enough to hear her tell contribution, but almost like he was daring me to say something, like he was testing whether I'd have the guts to speak up. I didn't. I just stood there like an idiot, watching my weeks of work get completely erased. Ryan finished his conversation with Professor Martinez, gathered up his things, and walked out of the classroom like nothing had happened. I followed behind him, my mind racing and my hands actually shaking from anger and disbelief. I caught up with Ryan in the hallway right outside the classroom. My heart was pounding, and I could feel my hands shaking, but I knew I had to say something immediately. I couldn't let this slide and pretend everything was normal. I walked up to him and asked what the hell had just happened in there. He looked at me with this casual expression like he genuinely didn't understand why I was upset. Ryan's response was so dismissive, it made my blood boil. He shrugged and told me to relax, saying we both get the same grade anyway, so what's the big deal? He acted like I was being dramatic over nothing. When I pressed him on it, he said it doesn't really matter who gets the credit, as long as the project was successful. He kept using this tone like he was being reasonable, and I was the one being irrational. I tried to explain to him that this wasn't just about grades. This was about Professor Martinez potentially writing recommendation letters, about the networking opportunities with those executives, about basic respect for the work I'd put in. I told him I'd spent 3 weeks of my life on this project, and he'd just claimed all of it as his own in front of everyone. Ryan got defensive and said I was being way too sensitive about the whole thing. Then he said something that really got to me. He told me I should actually be grateful that he'd handled the presentation, because I would have bombed it if I'd tried to present myself. He said he'd saved both of us by taking charge, and that I was being ungrateful for his help. He acted like I owed him thanks for stealing credit for my work, because he'd delivered it better than I could have. The conversation got heated pretty quickly. I wasn't yelling or anything, but I was definitely not backing down. Ryan kept insisting that teamwork meant the team succeeded together, and individual contributions didn't matter. He said I was being petty and small-minded for caring about unheard. Ryan walked away acting like I was the problem, and I went back to my dorm room to stew about it. I kept replaying the whole presentation in my head, getting angrier each time I remembered him saying things like, "my research," and "I discovered." The worst part was how confident and natural he'd looked doing it, like taking credit for other people's work was just second nature to him. That night I barely slept. I kept thinking about all the work I'd put in, and how easily Ryan had erased my contribution. I also kept thinking about those executives who'd approached him afterward, and about Professor Martinez offering to write him a recommendation letter. That should have been my opportunity too. But Ryan had made sure it was all his. I decided I couldn't let this go. The next morning, I got to Professor Martinez's classroom about 15 minutes before our next class started. I wanted to have a private conversation with her about the project and hopefully clear up the confusion about who had done what. I planned to be diplomatic about it and just explain that there might have been some miscommunication about our individual roles. Professor Martinez was setting up for class when I approached her. I started by saying I wanted to discuss our presentation from the day before, specifically about the division of work between Ryan and me. I was trying to be tactful, but before I could really get into the details, Ryan walked into the classroom early and immediately zeroed in on our conversation. Ryan came over and asked what we were talking about. When Professor Martinez mentioned I was discussing our project roles, Ryan's whole demeanor changed. He got this look on his face like he couldn't believe I was actually doing this. He asked if I was seriously complaining to the professor about our group dynamic, and his tone made it sound like I was being ridiculous. Then, Ryan went on the attack. He told Professor Martinez that I was upset because I'm not comfortable with public speaking, and I was jealous that he'd handled the presentation well. He said I was trying to take credit away from him because I felt bad about not being able to present effectively myself. He made it sound like I was being petty and vindictive. Ryan kept talking, telling Professor Martinez that he'd done most of the research and preparation, but had been trying to be generous by not making a big deal about my smaller contribution. He said he was disappointed. I tried to explain my side, but Ryan kept interrupting. He said I was being emotional and irrational, and that I was making Professor Martinez deal with drama that should have been handled between us privately. He acted like I was the one causing problems by bringing it up, instead of just accepting his version of events. Other students started filtering into the classroom, and it became clear that our conversation was over. Professor Martinez said she'd think about what we'd both said and get back to us, but her tone suggested she really didn't want to deal with it. Ryan and I took our seats on opposite sides of the room, and I could feel other students looking at us and whispering. By lunchtime, the story had spread through our friend group. Of course, the version people heard was Ryan's version. According to him, I was bitter about not being good at public speaking and was trying to steal credit from his successful presentation. He told people I'd gone behind his back to complain to the professor, instead of working things out with him directly. Some of our friends took Ryan's side immediately. They said I should have handled this privately, and that involving the professor made me look petty and unprofessional. They acted like I'd committed some major social violation by not keeping our problems to ourselves. A few people said they understood why I was upset, but wished I'd found a different way to address it. The friends who knew me better were more supportive, but they were also clearly uncomfortable with the whole situation. Nobody wanted to pick sides or get involved in the drama. A couple people told me privately that they believed my version of events, but they weren't willing to say anything publicly that might make Ryan look bad. I felt completely isolated. Not only had Ryan stolen credit for my work, but now he was controlling the narrative about what had happened. He was making me look like the bad guy for standing up for myself. Our mutual friends were either taking his side or staying neutral, which basically meant letting his version of events stand unchallenged. The worst part was that Ryan seemed to be enjoying the whole thing. He was holding court at lunch, telling people about how he'd had to manage a difficult group dynamic and how unfortunate it was that some people couldn't handle collaborative work environments. He was positioning himself as the mature, professional one, while painting me as petty and jealous. Ryan had not only stolen credit for my contributions, but had also managed to make me look bad for objecting to it. I was starting to doubt whether speaking up had been the right choice at all. That night, I decided I needed to take a different approach. If Ryan was going to make this about credibility and evidence, then I'd give Professor Martinez exactly that. I spent the evening compiling everything I had that could prove my contributions to the project. I gathered all my research notes with timestamps showing when I'd accessed different databases and articles. I pulled up my browser history, showing weeks of research activity. I found the original slide drafts saved in my Google Drive, with edit histories showing exactly when I'd created and modified each element. I also dug up all the email threads between Ryan and me throughout the project timeline. There were messages where I'd sent him research summaries, draft slides, and talking points. They were my repeated attempts to schedule practice sessions that he'd blown off. Most importantly, there was the detailed breakdown I'd sent him the night before the presentation, with all the key points for each slide. Everything was documented with dates and times that clearly showed the progression of my work. I wrote Professor Martinez a careful, professional email explaining the situation. I didn't trash Ryan or get emotional about it. I just laid out the timeline of events and attached all the supporting documentation. I explained that I'd done the research, created the slides, and written the summary, while Ryan had been responsible for delivery. I mentioned that there seemed to have been some confusion about our individual contributions during the presentation, and I wanted to make sure she had accurate information for grading purposes. I hit send around midnight, and then tried to get some sleep, though I was pretty wired thinking about how this might play out. Part of me wondered if I was making things worse by escalating it further, but I felt like I didn't have any other choice. Ryan had made it clear he wasn't going to acknowledge what really happened, and our friends were buying his version of events. Professor Martinez responded the next afternoon, which was faster than I'd expected. She thanked me for bringing the documentation to her attention and said she'd review everything carefully. She mentioned that she'd be adjusting our grading structure so that individual contributions would be weighted me at all. I hadn't done anything wrong except stand up for myself when my work got stolen. When the adjusted grades came out 2 days later, there was a noticeable difference. My individual portion of the grade was significantly higher than Ryan's, which meant my overall grade for the project went up, while his went down. It felt validating to finally have my contributions recognized, even if it had taken providing a mountain of evidence to make it happen. Ryan was absolutely furious about the grade adjustment. He immediately knew I was behind it, and he made sure everyone else knew too. He started telling people that I'd sabotaged his GPA by going behind his back with fake evidence. He claimed I'd manipulated timestamps and fabricated documentation to make myself look better. The fact that he was lying about this so blatantly just made me angrier, but there wasn't much I could do about it. The social fallout was brutal. Ryan completely stopped talking to me, which I'd expected, but he also actively avoided me in our shared classes. If I walked into a room where he was sitting, he'd pack up his stuff and leave. If we ended up in the same group discussion, he'd find a way to switch to a different group. It was like I'd become radioactive to him. Our mutual friends were caught in an impossible position. Most of them had heard Ryan's version first, and they'd already taken sides before I could defend myself. The ones who tried to stay neutral ended up just avoiding both of us rather than dealing with the drama. Our usual friend group stopped hanging out as a unit because it was too awkward with Ryan and me both there. Some people were surprisingly harsh in their judgment of me. They said I should have just taken the hit and moved on instead of making a big deal out of it. They acted like protecting my academic reputation wasn't worth disrupting the social harmony of our friend group. A few people told me that even if I was right about the work distribution, I'd handled it wrong by involving the professor. The people who supported me were mostly friends who'd seen me work on projects before and knew how thorough I usually am. They believed my version of events because it matched what they'd observed about my work ethic over the years. But even they wished I'd found a way to resolve it without creating so much drama in our social circle. What really bothered me was how Ryan kept playing wasn't an isolated incident, but part of a larger personality flaw. Some people started avoiding partnering with me on assignments because they'd heard I was problematic in group settings. Professor Martinez seemed to want to distance herself from the whole situation after resolving the grading issue. She never mentioned the recommendation letter she'd offered Ryan, and I got the impression that offer was probably off the table for both of us now. The guest executives who'd been impressed with our presentation had no idea about the behind-the-scenes drama, so Ryan still had those networking connections, while I got nothing. About a week after the grade adjustment, I ran into one of Ryan's closer friends, who told me Ryan was telling people I'd completely fabricated my contributions to the project. According to this version of events, Ryan had done all the real work, and I'd created fake documentation to steal credit from him after the fact. The lie was so outrageous that I couldn't believe anyone would buy it. But apparently some people did. I started second-guessing myself constantly. Had I escalated things too far? Should I have just accepted the situation and moved on? The academic vindication felt good, but the social cost was higher than I'd anticipated. I'd gained recognition for my work, but lost friendships and damaged my reputation in other ways. The friend group dynamics never really recovered. Even months later, people would get awkward if both Ryan and I showed up to the same social event. Some gatherings I just stopped getting invited to, probably because the organizers didn't want to deal with the potential drama. Other times I'd show up, and Ryan would leave, or vice versa, which made everyone else uncomfortable. Ryan graduated with honors, despite the hit to his GPA from our project, and he landed a great job at one of those companies whose executives had attended our presentation. I always wondered if my speaking up had actually cost him anything significant in the long run, or if he'd just moved on, while I was left dealing with the social wreckage. Looking back now, I don't regret standing up for my work. The documentation was all real, and I deserved credit for the weeks of effort I'd put in. But I definitely underestimated how much damage it would do to my relationships and social standing. Some people never forgave me for this process. Was standing up for myself worth all the drama and social fallout that followed, or should I have just stayed quiet and kept the peace? Could my decision to exclude my brother from my birthday dinner really be that hurtful? I, Amira, 26, work as a marketing assistant and have been dealing with ongoing issues with my older brother Omar, 28. My parents always seem to take his side, no matter what happens between us, which makes everything 10 times worse. Omar has this thing where he turns every single occasion into his personal comedy show. And guess who's always the punchline? Me. It doesn't matter if it's a family barbecue, my work promotion dinner, or even something as simple as grabbing coffee together. He'll find a way to embarrass me in front of whoever's around. Last year at my promotion celebration, he spent the entire evening telling my coworkers stories about how I used to cry during scary movies when I was 12. When my date from a few months ago came to meet the family, Omar thought it would be hilarious to pull out his phone and play a recording he made of me singing in the shower from when I was visiting home. The guy never called me back. Every time I try to talk to Omar about this, he brushes me off completely. It's always the same response. It's just sibling banter, Amira. Or, you're being way too sensitive. He acts like I'm the problem for not finding his constant jokes funny. Even when I've gotten genuinely upset and told him he's hurting my feelings, he'll just roll his eyes and say something about how I need to learn to take a joke. The thing is, it's gotten worse over the years, not better. When we were kids, sure, siblings tease each other. But we're adults now. I have a job. I'm trying to build relationships. And I don't need my brother making me look ridiculous every time we're in public together. He has this way of mimicking my voice when I get emotional, making these exaggerated faces and turning serious moments into his little performance. My friends have started noticing it too. Maya once asked me why I always seem so tense when Omar's around, and I realized I literally do walk on eggshells whenever he's at the same event as me. So when my 26th birthday was coming up, I decided I wanted something different. I'd been wanting to try this trendy place downtown called Rosario's for months. It's not cheap, but I'd been saving up and figured my birthday was constantly wondering when the next embarrassing comment was coming. The dinner was planned for a Saturday night, and I was actually excited for once. I posted about it on Instagram a few days before, just a photo of the restaurant with something like, "Can't wait to celebrate with my girls." I thought that was innocent enough. Apparently, I was wrong. My mom called me Tuesday afternoon, and I could tell immediately from her tone that I was in trouble. She'd seen the post, and somehow, It had gotten back to Omar that there was a birthday celebration he wasn't invited to. My dad got on the phone too, and they both started lecturing me about family coming first. Dad kept saying I was being selfish, and Mom went on this whole thing about how family should always be included in major celebrations. They made it sound like I was committing some terrible crime by wanting to have dinner with my friends. But the worst part was Omar's reaction. He started texting me that same evening, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 messages. He was furious. He called me dramatic and ungrateful, said he couldn't believe I would exclude my only brother from my birthday. One text said something like, "Wait until everyone finds out how you really treat family," which honestly kind of scared me, because I knew he would absolutely follow through on that threat. He has no problem airing family business to relatives, mutual friends, anyone who will listen. Then came the guilt. Omar sent this long message about how he was hurt and confused, how he thought we were working on our relationship, how he never meant to upset me with his jokes. For a minute, I almost felt bad. Maybe I was being too harsh. Maybe it really was just harmless sibling teasing, and I was overreacting like he always said. But then I remembered that promotion dinner, and the dating incident, and countless other times when his harmless jokes left me feeling embarrassed and small. I remembered how many times I'd asked him to tone it down, and how he'd never once taken me seriously. I realized that his hurt feelings now didn't erase years of him dismissing mine. The family group chat started blowing up too. Suddenly everyone had an opinion about my birthday plans. Some relatives were sending disappointed messages about excluding family, while others were asking what the big deal was. My Aunt Layla texted me privately, saying she understood why I enjoy myself despite all the family drama. We met at Rosario's at 7, and honestly, it started off perfectly. The restaurant had this warm, cozy atmosphere, and our table was in a nice corner spot, away from most of the noise. Maya, Sarah, and Jess had all dressed up, and they'd even coordinated to get me this beautiful necklace I'd been eyeing online for months. What struck me most was how relaxed I felt. Like, genuinely relaxed, in a way I hadn't been at a celebration in years. We were laughing about work stories, catching up on dating disasters, and I wasn't constantly scanning the room or bracing myself for someone to say something embarrassing about me. Maya even commented on it, saying something like, "It's so nice to see you actually enjoying yourself, instead of looking over your shoulder all the time." That hit me, because I hadn't even realized how obvious my anxiety usually was at family events. We'd just finished our appetizers when my phone started buzzing. At first I ignored it, but then it kept going. Omar was texting me, rapid-fire messages about how hurt he was, how he couldn't believe I was really going through with this, how the whole family was talking about what I'd done. I tried to put my phone away and focus on my friends, but then he started calling. The first call I declined, the second one too. But by the third call, Sarah was looking at me with concern and asking if everything was okay. I had to explain what was happening, which just brought all the family drama right into what was supposed to be my peaceful evening. My friends were supportive, but I could see them exchanging glances, like they weren't sure how to handle this level of family dysfunction. Then the family group chat exploded, and I mean completely went off the rails. My phone was pinging constantly with messages from aunts, uncles, my parents, even some cousins weighing in. It was like watching a wildfire spread in real time. My Aunt Fatima was sending these long messages about family values and how disappointed she was in my behavior. Uncle Hassan posted something about respect for elders and family unity that felt like a direct attack on me. Even relatives I barely talked to were Omar ever going to respect my feelings about his behavior? Sarah was completely on my side too. She'd witnessed some of Omar's performances at past events, and kept saying I had every right to want a break from that. But Maya was more conflicted. She understood why I was frustrated with Omar, but she kept saying things like, "It's just one night. Maybe you could have dealt with him for a few hours and then addressed it separately later." That stung because Maya's opinion really matters to me, and hearing her suggest I should have just sucked it up made me wonder if I was being too dramatic after all. The worst part was that Omar seemed to sense that his campaign was working. His texts shifted from angry to manipulative, talking about how he was just sitting at home alone on his little sister's birthday, how he'd been looking forward to celebrating with me, how he couldn't understand why I'd chosen strangers over family. He kept calling my friends strangers, which was ridiculous since I'd known Maya since college and Sarah since high school, but he knew exactly which buttons to push to make me feel guilty. By the time our main courses arrived, I was barely eating. I kept apologizing to my friends for ruining the evening with family drama, but they insisted it wasn't my fault. Still, the mood had definitely shifted. Instead of celebrating, we were essentially having a therapy session about my family dysfunction while our food got cold. The absolute breaking point came when Omar sent his final text of the night. He said I'd made my choice, and that he wouldn't forget this, that I'd shown everyone where I stood, and how I really felt about family. He said not to expect him to just pretend this never happened, that there would be consequences for treating him like he didn't matter. The way he phrased it felt almost threatening, like he was planning some kind of retaliation. That's when I realized this was never really about him wanting to celebrate my birthday with me. This was about control, and about him being the center of attention even when it wasn't his event. If he actually cared about spending time with me, he would have been open to the private lunch I'd been considering suggesting. But what he wanted was the public celebration, the audience, the platform for his jokes. He wanted to be included not because he loved each other about whether I was right or wrong. It was like my birthday dinner decision had started some kind of family civil war that I never intended to cause. The next morning I woke up feeling terrible about how everything had gone down. I kept thinking about Omar's final text and how hurt he seemed, mixed with all the family pressure. Maybe I could find a middle ground, some way to show I wasn't trying to cut him out completely, while still maintaining my boundary about the dinner. So I texted him around noon, suggesting we could do lunch together the following weekend. I mentioned that burger place he's always talking about, the one with the massive portions that he drags the whole family to sometimes. I figured it would show him I was willing to spend time with him, just in a setting where it would be the two of us, and he couldn't turn it into a performance for an audience. His response came back within minutes, and it was ice cold. He said it was too late, that I'd already made my choice and shown everyone exactly where I stood with him. He said the fact that I was offering some consolation prize now just proved that I knew I'd messed up. The whole tone was so different from his hurt messages the night before. Now he sounded calculated, like he'd decided to milk this situation for everything it was worth. That's when it really hit me that this was never about him genuinely wanting to spend time with me or celebrate my birthday. He wanted the public celebration, the group setting where he could be the entertainment. A quiet lunch where we could actually talk wasn't what he was after at all. He wanted the platform, the audience, the chance to be the center of attention, even at my birthday dinner. But the family drama was just getting started. My mom completely stopped talking to me. Not just about the birthday situation, about everything. She wouldn't answer my calls or respond to my texts. When I tried calling the house phone, my dad would pick up and give me these disappointed lectures about how I'd embarrassed the family and hurt Omar's feelings. He kept saying I'd treated my brother like a stranger and that family should never come second to friends. The family group chat turned into this ongoing battlefield. Some relatives were posting these passive-aggressive messages about the importance of family unity and forgiveness. Others were sharing quotes about respecting your siblings and putting family. Single post felt like a personal attack on my character and my decision. The worst part was that Omar was playing the victim perfectly. According to my dad, he was going around telling everyone how confused and hurt he was, how he didn't understand what he'd done wrong, how he just wanted to celebrate his little sister's birthday. He was getting all this sympathy and support, while I was being painted as the selfish, family-hating villain who chose strangers over blood relatives. 3 weeks have passed now, and things have only gotten worse. My mom is still giving me the silent treatment. She told my dad that I embarrassed the family by treating Omar like a stranger, and that she's too disappointed in me to have a normal conversation. Every time I try to call home, it's this awkward situation where my dad answers, and we talk around the elephant in the room, or my mom picks up and immediately hands the phone to him without saying a word to me. Work has become weird too, because I'm constantly distracted and stressed about the family situation. My coworkers have started noticing that I'm not my usual self. I keep checking my phone obsessively to see if anyone from my family has reached out, or if there are new developments in the group chat drama. My boss even asked if everything was okay at home because my performance has been slipping. Social media has turned into a minefield. Family members are posting things that feel directed at me, and I'm not getting tagged in family photos or updates like I used to be. When my cousin posted pictures from a family gathering last weekend, I could see Omar was there, looking perfectly happy, surrounded by relatives who were all supporting him. Meanwhile, I'm sitting at home, wondering if I'll ever be welcome at these events again. Maya suggested family therapy when I told her how bad things had gotten, but I know my family would never go for that. They'd see it as airing our dirty laundry to strangers, and they'd probably blame me for suggesting it in the first place. They'd say if I just apologized to Omar and admitted I was wrong, everything could go back to normal. But that's the thing I keep coming back to. Going back to normal means going back to Omar embarrassing me at every family event, while everyone else laughs and tells me I'm being too sensitive. It means accepting that my feelings don't matter as much as keeping the peace and maintaining his entertainment value. It means never being able to still believe I deserved one peaceful birthday celebration. I still think I had the right to set that boundary. But the cost of it has been so much higher than I ever imagined. I'm not sure I should have to completely undo my boundary just to get my family back. But I also don't know how much longer I can handle being the family outcast. When did it become wrong to ask guests to contribute to a party I couldn't afford on my own? I'm Jonah, 33, and I teach high school English. My sister Maya, 29, works in marketing and makes probably 3 times what I do, though she'd never say that directly. My cousin Derek, 35, definitely makes more than both of us combined and has zero problem letting everyone know it. These details matter because they're part of why this whole situation blew up the way it did. So I finally did it. After years of living with roommates who left dirty dishes in the sink for weeks and stole my food, I got my own place. It's nothing fancy. A 1-bedroom apartment in a decent neighborhood that took me 6 months to save up for. The security deposit alone wiped out most of my emergency fund, but I was so excited to have my own space that I didn't care. The moment I got the keys, I knew I wanted to throw a housewarming party. I'd been dreaming about it for months, having people over to a place that was actually mine, not worrying about whether my roommate would come home drunk and ruin everything. I wanted to invite my family, my coworkers, some friends from college. Maybe 20 people total. Nothing huge, just a nice evening with good food, decent wine, and music that I actually liked. Then I started doing the math. 20 people means a lot of food. I'm not talking about putting out a bag of chips and calling it a day. I wanted to do this right. Appetizers, a main dish, sides, dessert, and drinks. Good wine costs money, and beer for 20 people adds up fast. Then there's ice, decorations, paper goods because I don't own enough plates and glasses for a crowd. I started writing everything down, and the total came to around $450. $450. That's literally my grocery budget for 2 months. My checking account was already running on fumes after the moving expenses, and my next paycheck was still a week away. I sat at my kitchen table staring at this list, feeling completely defeated. Here I was, finally in my own place, and I couldn't even afford to celebrate it properly. That's when I had what I thought was a reasonable idea. Instead of asking people to bring housewarming spinach dip, my college friend Mike offered to handle beer and wine. A few other people said they'd bring sides or desserts. I was feeling pretty good about the whole thing. See, people got it. It was going to work out fine. Then Maya called. She has this way of starting conversations that immediately puts me on edge. Not hostile exactly, but there's always this undertone of disappointment, like she's about to explain something obvious that I should have figured out myself. This time she didn't even bother with small talk. Apparently, people were talking. Aunt Linda, who I'd invited mostly out of obligation, had called Maya to express her concerns about my inappropriate invitation. Derek had been making jokes about me charging admission to my own party. Other relatives were questioning whether I should be hosting at all if I couldn't afford to do it properly. Maya delivered all of this information in that careful tone she uses when she's trying to manage a situation. She wasn't being mean exactly, but she made it clear that she agreed with the criticism. The phrase that really stuck with me was when she said, "If you can't afford to host properly, maybe you shouldn't host at all." I hung up feeling completely humiliated. Was she right? Was I breaking some fundamental rule of hospitality that everyone else understood instinctively? I started second-guessing every decision I'd made. Maybe I should just cancel the whole thing. Return the few groceries I'd already bought, tell everyone something came up, and spend Saturday night alone in my new apartment eating takeout. But then I got annoyed. Why was it wrong to be honest about my financial situation? Why was it better to go into debt or cancel entirely than to ask friends to help make something happen? I thought about all the potluck dinners I'd been to over the years, all the times friends had split the cost of group activities. When had that become tacky? I decided to go through with it anyway. I'd already bought some basics, ingredients for a main dish, some decorations, enough alcohol to get things started. I figured if people had a problem with contributing, they could just not come. But the closer it got to the party date, the more anxious I became. I kept imagining people showing up and making comments, or worse, judging me silently while that probably cost more than I'd spent on everything combined. Mike brought 2 bottles of wine and a case of good beer. My friend Alex showed up with homemade cookies and immediately started complimenting the apartment. For about 30 minutes, I thought maybe everything would be fine. Then the family members started arriving, and I could feel the energy shift. Aunt Linda walked in with nothing but her purse and did this slow scan of my living room like she was appraising it for tax purposes. She gave me one of those tight smiles that older relatives use when they're being polite but disapproving. Maya showed up with a bottle of wine, but she handed it to me with this apologetic look like she was embarrassed to be there. The worst part was watching how people were interacting with each other. They were basically 2 groups forming without anyone acknowledging it. The people who'd brought food and drinks were clustering together, laughing and setting up the kitchen like they belonged there. The empty-handed guests were standing around more stiffly, making small talk but not really engaging. I felt like I was hosting 2 different parties in the same room. I kept trying to play good host, introducing people who didn't know each other, making sure everyone had drinks, but I was hyper-aware of every interaction. When Sarah offered Aunt Linda some of her spinach dip, Linda took a tiny portion and made some comment about how she usually makes her own appetizers for parties. When Mike tried to include Derek in a conversation about craft beer, Derek made this dismissive comment about not being into trendy drinks. Then Derek made his grand entrance. He showed up about an hour late, which would have been fine except he clearly did it on purpose. He walked in carrying 1 6-pack of the cheapest beer they sell at the gas station, looked around at all the food and drinks other people had brought, and announced, loud enough for everyone to hear, "Nice place, Jonah. So where do I pay the entrance fee?" The entire room went silent. I mean dead silent. People stopped mid-conversation and turned to look at us. I felt my face burning, but tried to laugh it off, hoping he'd drop it and we could move on. Instead, he doubled down. He started making jokes about whether I took cash or credit cards, asking if there were different pricing tiers for family versus friends. Food. But the damage was done. The party never really recovered from that moment. People were still polite, still making conversation, but there was this underlying tension that wasn't there before. I caught snippets of whispered conversations and saw meaningful looks being exchanged. Everyone was being nice to my face, but I could tell they were processing what had just happened. The divide between the two groups became even more obvious after Derek's performance. The people who'd contributed seemed almost defensive on my behalf. Alex made a point of loudly praising the collaborative feel of the evening. Mike started talking about how potluck-style gatherings were more fun than formal dinner parties. But the people who'd come empty-handed seemed to retreat even further, like they were afraid of being associated with the whole mess. Around 10 o'clock, Aunt Linda cornered me in the kitchen while I was refilling the ice bucket. She didn't directly address what Derek had said, but she made some comment about how entertaining used to mean something different, how hosts took pride in providing for their guests properly. She wasn't yelling or being obviously rude, but her message was clear. I'd violated some fundamental rule of social etiquette, and everyone knew it. The worst part was overhearing her talking to my neighbor later. I was in the hallway, grabbing more napkins, when I heard her saying something about young people today having no sense of proper hospitality, how it was inappropriate to burden guests with expenses. She was trying to be quiet, but apartment walls are thin, and I heard every word. I stood there for probably 2 minutes, just listening to her, explain to someone I barely knew what I'd done wrong. By 11, people started leaving. Some gave genuine thanks and seemed to mean it. Sarah hugged me and said she'd had a great time, that the collaborative approach made everything feel more relaxed. Mike said the food was better than most parties he'd been to because everyone brought their specialties. But others just did the polite goodbye routine, thanking me quickly before heading out. Derek left last, and of course he couldn't resist one final comment. As he walked out the door, he announced to anyone still within earshot, "Thanks for the discount party, Jonah. Let me know when your anxiety hangover you get after a social event goes sideways. You know the feeling, where you replay every awkward moment in your head and somehow it gets worse each time." I lay in bed for probably an hour just staring at the ceiling, wondering if I'd permanently damaged relationships over a stupid party. The text messages started coming in around noon. Sarah sent something really sweet about how much she'd enjoyed the evening and how the collaborative approach made it feel more intimate than usual parties. Mike texted that he'd had a blast and asked if I wanted to grab drinks later in the week. A few other people sent similar messages, genuine thanks and positive comments about the food and the atmosphere. But then, there was the silence from everyone else. No messages from Derek, obviously. Nothing from Aunt Linda. Several cousins and family friends who'd been there just went completely radio silent. In some ways, that felt worse than direct criticism. At least if someone told me I'd screwed up, I'd know where I stood. The silence left me guessing about what they were thinking and saying to other people. I spent most of Sunday going back and forth about whether to address it directly. Part of me wanted to just pretend nothing had happened and hope it would blow over. But I kept thinking about Derek's stupid jokes and the uncomfortable looks people had exchanged. I couldn't shake the feeling that I owed everyone some kind of explanation or apology. Finally, around Sunday evening, I decided to send a group message to everyone who'd been at the party. I probably wrote and rewrote that text 15 times, trying to strike the right tone. I didn't want to sound defensive, but I also didn't want to grovel. I ended up with something about thanking everyone for coming and explaining that I'd never intended to make anyone uncomfortable, that I just wanted to celebrate with people I cared about without going into debt over it. The responses to that message really showed me where people stood. About half the group replied positively. Alex wrote back immediately, saying he'd loved the community feel of the whole thing and wanted to do something similar at his place. One of my coworkers said it reminded her of the best parties from college, where everyone pitched in and it felt more relaxed. Sarah replied with a long message about how refreshing it was to go to a party where the host was honest about their situation, inappropriate invitation, and how shocked she'd been by the whole situation. A couple of cousins had apparently agreed that I should have just waited until I could afford to host properly, rather than asking guests to contribute. Maya delivered all this information in her usual diplomatic way, but I could tell she was still embarrassed by the whole thing. She kept saying things like how she understood my financial situation, but maybe I should have thought it through more carefully. The phrase that really got to me was when she said that several people were questioning my judgment, not just about the party, but in general. Then she hit me with something I hadn't expected. She said that despite all the criticism, she'd actually thought the food was better than most family gatherings because everyone had brought their specialties, instead of me trying to cook everything myself. She admitted that the collaborative approach had made the evening feel more relaxed once you got past Derek's obnoxious comments. But she followed that up by saying, I probably should have found a different way to handle the money situation. It's been about 2 weeks since the party now, and I'm still processing how it affected different relationships. Some friendships definitely feel stronger. The people who understood what I was trying to do seemed to respect that I was honest about my limitations, instead of pretending I could afford something I couldn't. Alex has been texting me about planning a similar potluck-style gathering at his place, and Mike keeps bringing up how much he enjoyed the evening. But other relationships feel different now, and not in a good way. Derek hasn't spoken to me since that night, which honestly might be a blessing. But some family members who used to be friendly now seem more distant. They're not openly hostile or anything, but there's definitely a shift in how they interact with me. Like they see me as someone who doesn't understand basic social rules. The weird part is that I'm starting to see patterns in who reacted which way. The people with more money were generally more offended by my request for contributions. The people who are in similar financial situations to me were more understanding and supportive. It's like the party accidentally revealed different attitudes about money and community that I hadn't been aware of before. I keep thinking about when asking friends for help became more shameful than pretending you can afford things you can't. When did community become Derek's birthday party next month? The invitation specifies cocktail attire and lists some expensive restaurant downtown. Part of me wants to RSVP, asking if there's a suggested contribution amount, but I'm probably not that petty. Probably. Was it out of line that I told my colleague to stop taking credit for helping when he barely contributed? I'm Priya, 29, and I work as a junior lawyer at this corporate firm downtown. The whole mess started with my colleague Derek and this massive case we were both assigned to back in March. Our boss paired us up for what was supposed to be the biggest client presentation of the year. This wasn't just any case either. We're talking about a Fortune 500 company with a potential multi-million-dollar contract renewal hanging in the balance. I was honestly excited when I first got assigned because landing something this big could seriously boost my career. Derek seemed cool about it too, at least in the beginning. The problems started almost immediately, though. Our first team meeting was scheduled for 9 a.m. sharp, and Derek strolled in at 9:20 with a Starbucks cup, acting like nothing happened. No apology, no explanation, just sat down and asked what he missed. I brushed it off because, hey, everyone's late sometimes, right? But then it kept happening. Every single meeting, Derek would show up anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes late. It got worse from there. We'd be in the middle of discussing research strategies or going over case precedents, and Derek would just check out mentally. I'd catch him scrolling through his phone or answering emails about completely different cases. Then halfway through meetings, he'd announce he had to leave early for some other commitment. At first I thought maybe he was just really busy with other work, but I started noticing he'd be chatting by the coffee machine right after bailing on our sessions. So naturally, all the actual work fell on me. I'm talking about everything: the legal research, reviewing hundreds of documents, drafting the preliminary arguments, analyzing comparable cases from the past 5 years. I was pulling 12-hour days regularly, while Derek was apparently coasting. The few times he did contribute something, it was surface-level stuff that took him maybe an hour to put together. The worst part was how he'd act during the rare moments when he was actually present and engaged. He'd make these grand suggestions about strategy or approach, but they were always things I'd already researched and documented weeks earlier. Then he'd act like he was bringing some brilliant new insight to the table. I started meeting the day before the big client call. He texted me at 8:30 a.m. saying he had a family emergency and couldn't make it. Fair enough. Family comes first, obviously. But then I saw him posting Instagram stories from some baseball game that afternoon. I was so angry I could barely think straight, but I just focused on getting everything ready for the presentation. I spent that entire night going over every detail, making sure all our arguments were solid and that I could answer any questions the client might throw at us. I knew this case inside and out because I'd basically lived and breathed it for 3 months. I felt confident we could nail this presentation, even if I was going in solo. The morning of the client call, Derek showed up right on time, looking fresh and prepared. He'd clearly reviewed my materials because he was dropping references to research points I'd spent weeks developing. I figured maybe he'd just step back and let me take the lead, since I'd done 90% of the work anyway. That's not what happened at all. The second we got on the video call with the client, Derek transformed into this confident, articulate presenter who acted like he'd been deeply involved in every aspect of our preparation. He started talking about our comprehensive research and the strategy we developed, and our analysis of the key precedents. Every single time he said we or our, I felt my blood pressure spike a little higher. But it got so much worse. Whenever I'd try to explain something or answer a client question, Derek would jump in and start talking over me. He'd say things like, "What Priya is getting at is," and then basically repeat what I'd just said, but with more confidence and authority. Or he'd interrupt me mid-sentence to add his own spin on points I'd researched and written myself. The client was eating it up too. They kept directing their questions to Derek and nodding along when he explained concepts I'd spent weeks mastering. At one point, the client specifically complimented Derek on the thoroughness of his research methodology, while I sat there in complete shock. This was research I'd done entirely by myself, using methods I'd developed, citing cases I'd found. Our boss was on the call too, and I watched him taking notes every time Derek spoke. When Derek finished explaining our litigation strategy, which again, I'd written from talking about how well that went and how impressed the client seemed with our presentation. The way he said "our" made my stomach turn. I couldn't take it anymore. I told him I needed to speak with him privately, and we stepped into an empty conference room. That's when I finally lost it. The second that conference room door closed, I completely unloaded on Derek. I told him he needed to stop taking credit for work he barely touched, and that what just happened in that client call was absolutely unacceptable. I wasn't yelling, but I definitely wasn't being polite about it either. 3 months of frustration just came pouring out. Derek's face went from confused to defensive in about 2 seconds. He immediately started talking about how we were a team, and that everything we accomplished was a joint effort. I almost laughed because the audacity was unreal. Joint effort? This guy had contributed maybe 5% of the actual work and suddenly wanted equal credit for everything. I laid out exactly what had happened over the past few months. How he'd missed meetings, shown up late constantly, left early, and basically left me to handle the entire workload myself. I told him I had emails and documentation showing exactly who did what, and that his contribution was minimal at best. I wasn't trying to be cruel, but I was done pretending this was some kind of equal partnership. That's when Derek really got nasty. He accused me of being territorial and possessive about the work. He said I was acting like everything had to have my name on it, and that I didn't understand how professional collaboration actually worked. According to him, when you're on a team, everyone shares ownership of the results, regardless of who did more of the individual tasks. The thing that really got me was when he said I was being petty and small-minded about the whole thing. He actually told me that successful lawyers don't worry about getting individual credit because the team's success benefits everyone. Easy for him to say when he's the one getting praised by the client and boss while doing none of the work. I could tell our voices were getting louder because this conference room wasn't exactly soundproof. The office has an open layout, and these glass-walled meeting rooms don't hide much. I tried to keep my voice down, but Derek seemed perfectly fine with everyone hearing his side of things. He kept talking about work. He should have actually participated in doing the work. But Derek just kept insisting that his strategic input and big-picture thinking were just as valuable as my research and writing. By this point, I could see people walking by the conference room and obviously trying to listen in. Sarah from the paralegal team kept finding excuses to use the printer right outside our door. Mike from corporate law was definitely lingering by the water cooler longer than necessary. I realized this whole confrontation was becoming office entertainment. Derek seemed to notice the audience too, but it didn't slow him down at all. If anything, he got more animated about defending his position. He started talking about how the legal profession required people who could think strategically and manage client relationships, not just people who could do research and write briefs. The implication was pretty clear. He saw himself as the strategic thinker, and me as just the grunt worker. I was so angry at that point that I could barely form coherent sentences. Here was someone who'd basically abandoned our project for 3 months, swooped in at the last minute to take credit, and now had the nerve to lecture me about professional collaboration. I told him that strategic thinking was worthless if you weren't around to actually participate in developing the strategy. The argument probably went on for another 10 minutes, but it was just us talking in circles. Derek refused to acknowledge that he'd been anything less than a full contributor, and I refused to pretend that what happened in the client call was acceptable. Neither of us was backing down. When we finally left that conference room, the tension was obvious to everyone nearby. Derek walked back to his desk like nothing had happened, but I could feel people watching me as I gathered my stuff. The whole office suddenly felt different, like everyone was waiting to see what would happen next. Within an hour, I started getting the comments. Jennifer from employment law pulled me aside to ask if everything was okay between Derek and me. She suggested that maybe I should have handled things more quietly, especially since Derek had been at the firm longer than me. The way she said it made it clear that people were already picking sides. Then David from litigation stopped by my desk to tell me that Derek was just being Derek, and that everyone knew how he operated. He said I should have expected this kind of thing and probably shouldn't have made such a big deal about it. According to David, calling him out on it was somehow worse than just letting it happen. Lisa from tax law was the most direct about it. She told me that Derek had connections with some of the senior partners, and that making an enemy of him could seriously hurt my chances for advancement. She said the smart play would have been to document everything quietly and maybe mention it to my boss in private later, not have a public confrontation that everyone could witness. By the end of that day, I realized I might have made a huge mistake. Not because I was wrong about Derek stealing credit for my work, but because apparently, being right didn't matter as much as maintaining office politics and keeping everyone happy. I went home that night wondering if I'd just torpedoed my own career over a principle that nobody else seemed to care about. That night I barely slept because I kept replaying the whole confrontation and wondering if I'd completely screwed myself over. But by morning, I'd made a decision. If everyone was going to act like I was the problem for speaking up, then I needed to protect myself with actual documentation. I wasn't going to let Derek rewrite history about who did what on this case. I spent my entire weekend putting together a comprehensive summary of my contributions to the project. I had timestamps on emails, records of research I'd conducted, drafts of documents I'd written, meeting notes where I was the only one present. Everything was organized chronologically, with clear evidence of what I'd accomplished versus Derek's minimal input. The email I sent to my boss Monday morning was professional but detailed. I didn't trash Derek directly, but I made it crystal clear exactly what work I'd performed over the past 3 months. I included attachments showing research methodologies I'd developed, case analyses I'd written, and strategic recommendations I'd drafted. I framed it as wanting to ensure my contributions were properly documented for performance review purposes. My boss responded within a few hours with a brief thank you message, acknowledging my thoroughness and dedication to the project. He said my detailed work would definitely be noted in my file, and that he appreciated associates who took initiative on complex cases. It was polite and professional, but also felt kind of generic, like he was just checking a box. What I didn't expect was how quickly word would spread about that email. Apparently my boss had forwarded it to someone else.
Worked. She said partners don't like associates who make their colleagues look bad, even when those colleagues deserve it. Derek had gone completely silent since our confrontation. He wasn't acknowledging me in meetings, wasn't responding to work-related emails, and generally acted like I didn't exist. Other people noticed too. When we were both assigned to a different project later that week, Derek specifically requested to be moved to a different team. Our boss approved it without any questions. The really uncomfortable part was how divided the office became about the whole situation. I could tell there were people who thought I'd done the right thing, and people who thought I'd handled it wrong, but nobody wanted to say much directly. You could feel the tension whenever Derek and I were in the same room together. About 2 weeks after everything went down, Amanda from Intellectual Property came up to me at lunch. She said she was glad someone had finally called Derek out because he'd been pulling the same credit-stealing routine for years with different associates. According to her, Derek had a pattern of getting assigned to high-profile cases, doing minimal work, then positioning himself as a key contributor when things went well. That conversation made me feel somewhat vindicated, but Amanda also warned me that Derek had friends among the senior associates and some of the junior partners. She said I should be careful about future project assignments and maybe keep a lower profile for a while until things cooled down. The advice turned out to be pretty accurate. Over the next month, I noticed I wasn't getting invited to certain client meetings that I normally would have been included in. My boss was still professional with me, but there was definitely a subtle shift in how he interacted with me versus other associates at my level. The worst part was the reputation I was developing around the office. People started referring to me as someone who didn't play well with others, or who took collaboration too seriously. I heard through the grapevine that some of the partners were concerned about my ability to work effectively on team projects. Meanwhile, Derek seemed completely unaffected by the whole thing. He got assigned to another major case within a month and was back to his usual routine of showing up late and leaving early. But now, when people complained about his work habits, they'd make comments about how at least he wasn't that 2 different people had mentioned to her that I'd made an enemy of Derek, and that she should be careful about being too closely associated with me on projects. The fact that my reputation was actively hurting other people's careers made me feel sick. But then there were moments that made me think, maybe I hadn't completely destroyed my future at the firm. Another associate named Marcus quietly told me he respected what I'd done, and that he wished he had the courage to stand up to people like Derek. He said too many good lawyers ended up leaving firms because they got tired of watching mediocre colleagues take credit for their work. The case Derek and I worked on ended up being a huge success for the firm. The client signed a multi-year contract worth millions in billable hours. Derek got mentioned specifically in the company newsletter as one of the key associates who helped secure the deal. My name appeared in a generic list of contributing team members at the bottom of the article. So here I am 6 months later, still not sure if I made the right call. Derek hasn't spoken to me since our confrontation, and probably never will again. Several colleagues have hinted that I made an enemy who has connections I don't have. My reputation took a definite hit, and I'm not getting the same opportunities I was before. On the other hand, another associate quietly told me she's glad someone finally said something. And I know I can sleep at night knowing I stood up for myself. I documented my work and protected my contributions, even if it came at a cost. Whether I've jeopardized my career or protected it is still an open question. But I'm not sure I could have lived with myself if I'd just stayed silent and let Derek take credit for 3 months of my life. Could my choice to leave a group trip early be considered selfish after everyone ignored my boundaries? I, Elena, 27, am a nurse, and this whole situation started with what was supposed to be the perfect getaway with my close friend group. We're talking about Maya, 26, who's always been the organizer of our group. Jake, 28, who somehow appointed himself as our eternal party coordinator. Chloe, 25, who pretty much goes along with whatever everyone else wants. And Marcus, 27, who I've known since freshman year of college. We'd been planning this week-long beach house vacation for literally months, and honestly, I was desperate for it. The timing couldn't have been more perfect for me. I'd been pulling back-to-back shifts at the hospital for weeks, covering for other nurses who were out sick, picking up overtime because we were short-staffed. I was running on maybe 4 hours of sleep most nights, and living off hospital coffee and whatever I could grab from the vending machine between patients. When Maya first brought up the beach house idea in our group chat, I jumped on it immediately. A whole week of sun, sand, and actually sleeping in past 5 a.m. sounded like exactly what I needed to reset. During our planning sessions, we talked about splitting all the costs evenly, which I was completely fine with. The rental was going to be around $400 per person for the week, plus food and activities. Maya found this amazing house right on the beach with enough bedrooms for everyone to have their own space. We discussed doing a mix of group activities and downtime, maybe some beach days, a few dinners out, that kind of thing. I specifically mentioned that I really needed some chill time since I'd been working crazy hours, and everyone seemed totally understanding about it. What I didn't realize was that we apparently had very different definitions of what this vacation should look like. From the moment we arrived at the beach house on Saturday afternoon, it became clear that my friends had essentially planned a week-long spring break party. Maya had already researched all the local bars and clubs. Jake had packed what looked like a small liquor store's worth of alcohol, and they were immediately talking about which beaches had the best party scenes. The first night, I thought maybe they just wanted to blow off some steam after the long drive. Completely hungover and useless for any actual beach activities. By the time they were functional, it was almost evening, and guess what they wanted to do? Start drinking again. The second night was even worse. They'd met some other vacationers at the beach during their brief afternoon appearance, and suddenly our rental house turned into party central. Random people I'd never seen before were using our bathroom, drinking our alcohol, and the music was so loud I was genuinely worried about noise complaints. I tried to be a good sport about it, but when people were still there at 3:30 a.m. and someone was literally throwing up in the kitchen sink, I had to say something. Maya just laughed it off and said that's what vacation was for. Jake told me to relax and have another drink.
When I mentioned that some of us might want to actually use the beach while the sun was up, Chloe made this comment about how I sounded like someone's mom. The whole thing just felt wrong. But I didn't want to be the person who ruins everyone's fun. Monday was when I realized this pattern was going to be the entire week. They slept until 2 p.m. again, spent maybe 2 hours on the beach, then immediately started planning the night's festivities. I tried suggesting we do something during the day, maybe rent bikes or go explore some of the coastal towns nearby. But Jake said that sounded boring, and Maya said we could do that stuff when we were old. By Tuesday night, I was at my breaking point. I'd barely slept in 3 days. I hadn't had a single peaceful moment on the beach, and I was starting to feel like I was back at work, dealing with difficult patients. Except these were supposed to be my friends. The house was trashed. There were random people coming and going at all hours, and I hadn't experienced even a moment of the relaxation I'd been desperately looking forward to. That's when I decided to speak up. On the third night, before they could get the party started again, I asked if we could please have just one quiet evening so I could actually recharge. I explained that I was exhausted, that I'd been working insane hours and really needed some downtime. I suggested maybe we could do something low-key, watch a movie, have dinner at the house. Just hang out without turning fun, and I was just being a downer. She said that since we'd all paid the same amount, I needed to participate equally in all the activities, which apparently meant partying until dawn every single night. That comment hit me like a slap in the face. Here I was, paying my full share of everything, trying to be supportive of activities that weren't at all what I needed, and now I was being criticized for having basic boundaries about sleep and quiet time. The worst part was that she said it like she was doing me some kind of favor by being honest with me. That's when I realized this wasn't going to get better. These people, who I'd considered close friends, had made it clear that my needs didn't matter as long as they were having their version of fun. Chloe's comment about not pulling my weight socially was like a punch to the gut. I sat there on that porch, staring at her while she sipped her coffee like she'd just given me some helpful life advice, and I felt this anger building up that I hadn't experienced in years. Here I was, paying exactly the same amount as everyone else for this trip, trying my absolute best to be flexible about activities that were the complete opposite of what I needed. And now I was being lectured about not participating enough. The thing that really got to me was the entitlement in her voice. Like somehow, because we'd split the rental cost equally, I owed them my sleep, my peace of mind, and my right to set basic boundaries about what I was comfortable with. I'd already compromised so much. I'd gone out to bars when I wanted to stay in. I'd been polite to random strangers invading our space. I'd cleaned up messes I didn't make. But apparently, none of that counted because I wasn't staying up until 4 a.m. every single night. After that conversation, everything shifted. It was like they'd all collectively decided that I was the problem that needed to be solved. The passive-aggressive comments started almost immediately. When I went to grab lunch from the fridge, Maya made some comment about how nice it must be to have energy during the day. When I suggested we hit the beach before it got too crowded, Jake said, maybe some of us should just go separately, since we clearly had different ideas about fun. By Wednesday afternoon, they weren't even pretending to include me in their planning anymore. I'd be sitting right there in the living room, and there was beer spilled all over the kitchen floor that no one bothered to clean up. I tried going to bed around midnight, but the noise was impossible to ignore, even with earplugs and a pillow over my head. The worst part was listening to them talk about me like I wasn't even there. I could hear Maya saying something about how some people just couldn't handle a real vacation. Jake was doing impressions of me asking for quiet time, making his voice all whiny and dramatic. Chloe was laughing and agreeing that they should have just invited someone else instead. It was like being back in high school, except these were supposed to be adults who cared about me. Around 1 a.m., Jake actually knocked on my bedroom door. He was clearly drunk and kept asking if I was sure I didn't want to come out and join them. He said the party was just getting good and that I was missing all the fun. When I told him I was trying to sleep, he said I could sleep when I got home and that I was wasting the vacation. The whole interaction felt manipulative, like he was trying to guilt me into participating by making me feel like I was being unreasonable. Thursday was when I realized they were actively planning around my absence for the rest of the trip. I overheard Maya on the phone making reservations, and specifically saying they needed a table for 4, not 5. When I walked into the kitchen, the conversation immediately stopped, and everyone got that awkward look, like they'd been caught talking about me. Which, obviously, they had been. Later that day, I tried one more time to find some kind of middle ground. I suggested we could do something during the day that everyone would enjoy. Maybe rent some kayaks, or go to one of those beachfront restaurants for lunch. Maya said they were too tired from the night before. Jake said they needed to rest up for that evening's plans. Chloe said she wasn't really into water sports. It was excuse after excuse, and I could tell they just didn't want to do anything that I had suggested. That evening, they went out to dinner without me. They didn't even mention where they were going or when they'd be back. I found out later from their social media posts that they'd gone to this nice seafood place that I actually would have loved, but apparently supportive on the surface. But it was basically him staying neutral and refusing to actually take my side when I clearly needed someone to speak up for me. The party that night was the loudest yet. They'd connected with some other vacation rental houses on the block, and it was like a block party that went until almost 5 a.m. I gave up on trying to sleep and just lay in bed listening to the chaos, feeling completely alone, despite being surrounded by people I'd considered close friends. By Thursday night, I was done. I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't relaxing. I wasn't enjoying a single aspect of this vacation that I'd been looking forward to for months. Instead of recharging, I felt more drained than when I'd arrived. I was starting to resent people I actually cared about, and they were making it clear that my needs and comfort didn't matter to them at all. The breaking point came when I heard them planning Friday night's activities. They were talking about how much better the trip would be for the last few days, how they could really let loose without worrying about anyone complaining. Maya said something about finally being able to enjoy their vacation the way they wanted to. That's when I knew I had to leave. Friday morning, I woke up at 6 a.m. after maybe 2 hours of actual sleep, and I just knew I couldn't do this anymore. I lay there in bed, listening to the sounds of whoever was still passed out in the living room, looking at the ceiling and trying to figure out if I was being dramatic or if this situation was actually as bad as it felt. The more I thought about it, the clearer it became that I had 2 choices: stay for 3 more days and be absolutely miserable, or remove myself from a situation that was making me feel worse than I had before the vacation started. The decision to leave wasn't impulsive, even though it probably looked that way. I'd been thinking about it since Wednesday, but I kept telling myself that maybe things would improve. Maybe we could find some kind of compromise. But Thursday night made it obvious that wasn't going to happen. They weren't just ignoring my needs anymore. They were actively celebrating the fact that they could finally enjoy their vacation without my buzzkill presence. I started packing quietly around 7 a.m. while everyone was still unconscious. Hearing my perspective, I decided to keep it simple and sent a group text around 8 a.m. saying I was heading home early, thanking them for inviting me and explaining that the trip wasn't what I needed right now. I thought maybe, since I was being polite about it, they might respond with some understanding, or at least basic courtesy. I was wrong. The responses started coming in before I'd even made it to the bus station. Maya's was first, and it was brutal. She called me dramatic and said I was ruining the trip for everyone by abandoning them. She went on about how they'd planned everything around having 5 people, and now the whole dynamic was thrown off. Jake's response was even worse. He said I was being completely ungrateful and that they'd wasted money on the rental because of me leaving early. He made it sound like my departure was somehow costing them extra money, which didn't even make sense since we'd already paid for everything. But the accusation of being ungrateful really stung, because I genuinely tried to be appreciative of being included, even when the trip turned into something I couldn't handle. Chloe sent this long message about how selfish I was being and how I was making everything about me. She said that vacation was supposed to be about compromise and going with the flow, and that I was being inflexible and high maintenance. The irony of her calling me selfish when they'd spent the entire week dismissing my needs and mocking me for having boundaries was pretty incredible. The only person who didn't respond right away was Marcus, which honestly hurt almost as much as the nasty messages. We'd been friends the longest, and I'd expected him to at least try to understand my side of things. His silence felt like another betrayal on top of everything else. The bus ride home was long and gave me way too much time to think about everything that had happened. I kept going back and forth between feeling justified in leaving and wondering if I'd made a huge mistake. Part of me worried that I really was being dramatic, that maybe I should have just sucked it up for 3 more days. But then I'd remember how completely dismissed and disrespected I'd felt, and I knew I'd made the right choice for my mental health. When I got home Friday evening, I saw that they were already posting on social media about their amazing trip. Maya had put up pictures having authentic fun with real friends. It felt like they were going out of their way to make sure I saw how little my absence mattered to them. Sunday night, I got a text from Marcus that completely threw me off. He said he thought the group had gone too far, and that he understood why I left. He admitted that the constant partying had been exhausting for him too, and that my request for one quiet evening hadn't been unreasonable. But then he said he hadn't wanted to speak up during the trip because it would have caused drama, and he hoped I understood his position. That text messed with my head more than all the hostile responses combined. On one hand, it was validating to have someone acknowledge that the group's behavior had been over the line. But on the other hand, it was frustrating that he'd stayed silent when I actually needed support, only speaking up privately after I'd already been pushed out of the group. The next few days were weird. I kept checking my phone, expecting more nasty messages, but the group chat had gone quiet. Instead, the passive-aggressive social media posts continued. They were still on vacation for 2 more days, and every single post seemed designed to highlight how perfect everything was without me there. By the time they got back home, I realized that this situation had fundamentally changed our entire friend dynamic. These weren't just hurt feelings that would blow over in a few weeks. They genuinely seemed to believe that I'd wronged them by leaving, and I was starting to think that I'd lost this entire friend circle over one incompatible vacation. The whole thing left me wondering if I really had been selfish for prioritizing my own well-being, or if they were the ones who'd been unreasonable by completely ignoring my boundaries and then punishing me for trying to take care of myself. Should I have stayed silent when my partner revealed a secret about me in front of friends? I, Caleb, 31, am a software engineer who values privacy, especially about financial matters. My girlfriend Mara, 29, has always known I'm uncomfortable discussing my student loan debt, something I've been quietly chipping away at for years. She works in marketing and has always been more open about personal stuff than I am, but she's respected this boundary of mine since we started dating 2 years ago. Last Saturday, we were at our friends Jake and Emma's place for dinner with about 6 people total. It was supposed to be a casual night. Nothing fancy, just good food and catching up. Jake had just gotten a promotion at his accounting firm, and Emma was excited about some freelance graphic design projects she'd landed. The whole group was in good spirits, and I was actually looking forward to a relaxing evening after a stressful week at work. The trouble started when someone brought up hobbies. I think it was our friend Marcus who mentioned wanting to get into photography, and suddenly everyone was talking about expensive equipment and activities they wanted to try. Sarah was going on about this pottery class that cost like $300, and Jake was talking about maybe buying a road bike that cost more than my monthly rent. I started feeling that familiar knot in my stomach whenever conversations turned to money and spending. Look, I make decent money as a software engineer, but I've got about $42,000 in student loans hanging over my head from my computer science degree. It's not something I advertise. Most of my friends assume I'm doing well financially because of my job, and I prefer it that way. I've been aggressively paying it down for the past 3 years, but it still feels overwhelming sometimes. Mara knows all of this because I trust her, and she's seen me stress about payments and budget planning. She's always been supportive and never made me feel bad about it. As the conversation continued, I found myself getting quieter. Emma was laughing about how her and Jake were thinking of taking up rock climbing, which apparently requires all sorts of gear that costs a fortune. Marcus chimed in about wanting to learn golf, and Sarah mentioned she was considering getting a personal trainer. Everyone seemed so casual about dropping hundreds of dollars on new interests, and I felt that familiar mix of embarrassment and anxiety creeping in. Wanted to attend. It was some exclusive thing that cost like $200 per person, and he was trying to get everyone interested in going as a group. People were actually considering it, talking about dates that might work, and whether their partners would be into it. The whole thing sounded amazing, honestly, but there was no way I could justify spending that kind of money right now. I thought I was handling it okay. I was just listening and occasionally making non-committal sounds when people asked what I thought. Mara was sitting next to me, and I figured she could sense I wasn't comfortable with the direction things were going. She knows my tells pretty well after 2 years together. I thought I was safe since she knew how sensitive I am about this topic. That's when Marcus turned to me directly and asked if I'd be interested in the whiskey thing. Before I could even formulate a response, Mara jumped in with her comment. She said it so casually, like it was no big deal. Something about how I couldn't afford it even if I wanted to, considering how much I still owe. She said it with this light, almost joking tone, like she was just stating an obvious fact. The room went quiet for a second, and then there was this awkward kind of laughter. Not mean-spirited, but definitely uncomfortable. I felt my stomach drop and my face get hot. It was like someone had just announced something deeply personal about me to a room full of people, which is exactly what had happened. Jake tried to lighten the mood by saying something about how we all have financial priorities, but then Sarah asked what kind of debt I was dealing with. Marcus wanted to know if it was credit cards or student loans. Emma was trying to be supportive, saying everyone has money stress, but that just made it worse, because now they were all looking at me with these sympathetic expressions. I just sat there, not knowing what to say. Part of me wanted to laugh it off, but I felt completely blindsided. This was exactly the kind of situation I'd been trying to avoid my entire adult life. I managed to mumble something about student loans and tried to change the subject, but the damage was done. Everyone knew now, and they were all being weird about it in that overly careful way people get when they think they might have touched on something sensitive. Mara seemed to realize something was wrong. Big deal. Maybe I was being too sensitive about something that shouldn't matter between friends, but it did matter to me, and she knew that. The car ride home was brutal. We sat in complete silence for the first 10 minutes, which felt like an eternity. I kept glancing over at Mara, waiting for her to say something, maybe acknowledge what had happened, but she was just scrolling through her phone like nothing was wrong. She even hummed along to a song on the radio at one point, which made my blood pressure spike even higher. I kept rehearsing what I wanted to say in my head. Part of me thought maybe I should just let it go. Friends probably didn't care as much as I thought they did, right? But the more I replayed the moment, the more frustrated I got. She'd made that comment so easily, like my financial situation was just casual conversation material. The trust I'd placed in her felt completely shattered. By the time we pulled into our apartment complex, I'd decided I had to say something. I couldn't just pretend this hadn't happened and go to bed angry. We'd been together long enough that I knew bottling this up would just make things worse. I was trying to figure out how to bring it up without sounding accusatory, but honestly, I was pretty accusatory at that point. We got inside and Mara immediately started talking about how much fun the dinner was and how good Emma's lasagna had been. She was acting completely normal, like the evening had gone perfectly. That's when I realized she genuinely didn't understand what she'd done wrong, which somehow made it worse. It wasn't malicious, it was thoughtless, and that felt almost more hurtful. I finally interrupted her mid-sentence and told her we needed to talk about what happened. The look she gave me was pure confusion at first, like she had no idea what I could possibly be referring to. When I mentioned her comment about my debt, I watched her face change as she remembered. But instead of looking apologetic, she looked defensive. She immediately started explaining that she was just being honest, and that there was nothing wrong with what she'd said. According to her, real friends don't judge each other for financial stuff, so what was the big deal? She kept emphasizing how everyone in that room had their own money problems, and that I was making too much of it. The way she said it made me feel like I was being ridiculous for caring about. Naturally. When Marcus asked about the expensive event, she felt like she was helping by explaining why we wouldn't be interested. In her mind, she was being practical and saving us both from an awkward situation where I'd have to make excuses. The more she explained her reasoning, the more frustrated I got. It felt like she was completely missing the point. Yes, maybe her intentions weren't malicious, but she'd broken a promise and violated my trust. The fact that she thought her reasoning justified it made me feel like she didn't really understand or respect my boundaries at all. Things escalated when I told her that if she couldn't keep my personal information private, I wouldn't feel comfortable sharing anything with her anymore. I said it calmly, but I meant it. Trust is fundamental in a relationship, and if I couldn't count on her to respect my privacy, then what was the point of being vulnerable with her about anything? That's when she really got upset. She accused me of being manipulative and trying to control what she could say in conversations with our friends. According to her, I was making her feel like the bad guy over what she considered a completely harmless comment. She said I was being overly sensitive and that normal couples don't have such strict rules about what they can and can't mention to other people. She kept coming back to the idea that our friends didn't care about my debt and that I was creating drama where none needed to exist. She pointed out that no one at dinner had reacted negatively or treated me differently after her comment. In her view, I was the one making it weird by being so upset about it. I tried to explain that it wasn't about how our friends reacted. It was about the principle of keeping promises and respecting boundaries. Even if everyone had been completely fine with the information, she still should have checked with me before sharing it. The fact that it worked out okay didn't retroactively make her decision right. But we kept talking in circles. Every time I tried to explain why I felt betrayed, she'd counter with reasons why my feelings were disproportionate to what actually happened. She kept minimizing the situation and making me feel like I was overreacting. By the end of the conversation, I was questioning whether my expectations were unreasonable. The argument went on for over an hour, and we weren't getting anywhere. Pretty quickly, but I lay there, staring at the ceiling for hours, replaying the entire evening. I kept wondering if I was being too harsh, or if I was right to feel so betrayed. The fact that she couldn't understand why I was upset made me question whether we were fundamentally incompatible about privacy and boundaries. The next few days were awkward as hell. Mara and I were barely talking, just doing that thing couples do where you're polite but cold. She'd ask if I wanted coffee in the morning. I'd say yes, thanks. And that was about the extent of our communication. I kept waiting for her to bring up our fight and maybe apologize, but she seemed determined to act like nothing had happened. Then the texts started coming in from our friends. First it was Emma, asking if everything was okay between Mara and me because things had seemed tense when we left dinner. I didn't really know how to respond to that, so I just said we were fine and dealing with some stuff. But then Jake texted me directly, saying he hoped he hadn't made things weird by bringing up expensive hobbies, and that he didn't mean to put anyone on the spot. That's when I realized our friends had definitely picked up on the awkwardness, even though I thought I'd hidden it pretty well at the time. Jake's text made me feel worse, because now I was worried everyone thought I was sensitive about money in general, not just about having my private information shared without permission. Marcus reached out too, but his message was different. He basically told me I needed to lighten up and that Mara was just trying to help by being realistic about the whiskey tasting thing. According to him, she saved me from having to make excuses later, and I was being ungrateful. He said all couples share information about each other, and that I was making Mara walk on eggshells for no reason. That text really got to me, because Marcus had been at the table when it happened. He'd heard Mara's comment and seen my reaction, but he was interpreting the whole situation completely differently than I was. It made me start questioning whether I really was overreacting like Mara had said. Sarah's response was more supportive. She texted me privately to say she understood why I might have felt uncomfortable, and that she thought Mara should have asked before sharing personal financial information. But even Sarah said she thought her version of events was very different from mine. According to what got back to me through Jake, she was telling people that I was punishing her over a joke, and that I was being controlling about what she could say in normal conversations. She'd framed the whole thing as me having trust issues and being overly secretive about basic life stuff. The way she explained it, she'd made an innocent comment to help explain why we wouldn't be interested in an expensive group activity, and I'd blown up at her over nothing. She was apparently telling people she felt like she had to censor herself around me now. Hearing this secondhand made me furious, because it was such a distortion of what actually happened. She wasn't telling people about the promise she'd made to keep my financial situation private, or about how we'd specifically discussed my boundaries around this topic. Instead, she was making it sound like I had unreasonable expectations about normal relationship communication. I started getting more texts from friends after that. Some of them were trying to be diplomatic, suggesting that maybe we were both right in our own ways and just needed to find a compromise. But others were clearly taking Mara's side. Marcus sent me another message saying I was being too rigid and that healthy relationships require sharing and openness with friend groups. Even my coworker Dave, who barely knows Mara, somehow heard about this through his girlfriend who's friends with Sarah. He told me during lunch that his girlfriend thought I was being harsh and that Mara was probably just trying to look out for me by managing expectations about expensive group activities. The fact that this had spread beyond our immediate friend group was mortifying. The whole situation was snowballing in ways I hadn't expected. What started as a private disagreement between Mara and me had become this public debate about relationship boundaries and communication. I felt like I was being painted as the villain for wanting my partner to respect my privacy, which seemed insane to me. Meanwhile, Mara still hadn't apologized or even acknowledged that she might have handled things poorly. If anything, she seemed more convinced that she was right as more people took her side. She started being passive-aggressive around the apartment, making comments about how she had to be careful what she said now, and how exhausting it was to constantly worry about crossing invisible lines. I found my over again. It wasn't just about the money. It was about trust and respect and keeping your word to your partner. Even if she thought my boundaries were silly, she should have honored them or talked to me about changing them, not just ignored them when it was convenient. 2 weeks later, we're still in this weird standoff. She hasn't apologized, and I haven't backed down from my position that she violated my trust. Our friends have mostly stopped bringing it up directly, but I can tell there are sides and opinions and ongoing conversations happening without me. Some of our weekend plans have gotten awkward because people are trying not to mention anything money-related, which just makes the whole situation more obvious. I keep going back and forth about whether this is worth potentially ending our relationship over. Part of me thinks I should just drop it and try to move forward, especially since so many people think I'm wrong. But another part of me feels like if I give in now, I'm basically telling Mara that my boundaries don't matter, and she can ignore them whenever she thinks she knows better. So should I have stayed silent when my partner revealed a secret about me in front of friends? Or was I right to confront her about betraying my trust? Update. Mara still hasn't apologized, and now she's telling people I'm punishing her over a joke. I don't know if I should stand my ground or drop it before it damages the relationship further.
In what world is it acceptable for my friend to bring extra people to my wedding without asking me first? I'm Renee, 34, and I honestly can't believe I'm even writing this post, but I need to know if I'm losing my mind here. 3 weeks ago was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. My wedding to my fiancé Jake, 36. We'd been together for 4 years and planning this wedding for over a year. Let me be clear about something right up front. We are not wealthy people. Jake works in IT support, and I'm a dental hygienist. Every single dollar we spent on this wedding came from careful saving and budgeting. We rented a small community hall that could accommodate exactly 85 people. Not 86, not 90, exactly 85. The venue coordinator made this crystal clear when we signed the contract. The caterer we hired charged $65 per person, which might not sound like much to some people, but when you're multiplying that by 85 guests, it adds up fast. I spent 3 weeks creating a seating chart that would keep my divorced parents from killing each other, while making sure Jake's shy cousin wouldn't be stuck at a table full of strangers. My friend Tasha has been in my life since we were roommates in college 12 years ago. She's 32 now, married to Marcus, and she's always been the kind of person who just does whatever pops into her head without thinking about how it affects other people. Don't get me wrong, this isn't necessarily a bad thing all the time. She's spontaneous and fun, and she's been there for me through some really dark periods. When I got laid off 2 years ago, she brought me groceries without me even asking. When my dad was in the hospital last year, she drove 3 hours to sit with me in the waiting room. But Tasha has this habit of assuming things will just work out because she wants them to. Like the time she showed up to my birthday dinner with 2 coworkers I'd never met because she thought it would be fun for me to make new friends. Or when she volunteered my apartment for her book club meeting without asking me first, because mine has better lighting than hers. When I sent out wedding invitations 8 weeks before the big day, I was extremely careful about how I addressed them. Tasha's invitation clearly said, Tasha and Marcus Smith. No, it was Tasha's cousin from 2 towns over, saying that Tasha had invited her and her boyfriend to come celebrate with us. Sarah and I just stared at each other. I immediately tried calling Tasha, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried Marcus next. Same thing. My mind was racing. The ceremony was starting in 2 hours. The caterer was already at the venue setting up for exactly 85 people. We had a seating chart with no extra spaces. But it gets worse. Sarah kept getting texts. Turns out Tasha hadn't just invited one cousin. She'd also invited another cousin who was visiting from out of state and told her friend Kelly that there would be room for her too, since Kelly had just gone through a messy divorce and needed something fun to do. So we're talking about 4 extra people that I had never planned for, never budgeted for, and honestly, barely knew. I'd met the local cousin maybe twice in 12 years of friendship with Tasha. The out-of-state cousin I'd never even heard of, and Kelly I knew from a few group hangouts, but hadn't spoken to in over a year.
I was trying not to have a complete breakdown while my makeup artist was working on my face. My mom came in asking why I looked so stressed, and when I explained the situation, she got that look she gets when she's trying really hard not to say something she'll regret. She just told me to focus on getting married, and that we'd figure everything else out later. But I couldn't just ignore it. I called the caterer from the bridal suite, still in my robe with half my makeup done. The woman on the phone was not happy. She explained that they had prepped exactly 85 portions, and that adding 4 more people would mean scrambling to stretch everything, plus an additional charge of $260 for the extra meals. She said they could make it work, but it would stress out her entire team and mess up the timing of when food came out. Next, I had to call the venue coordinator, who was equally thrilled to hear that our headcount had suddenly jumped. She said they could find 4 more chairs and place settings, but it would completely throw off the seating arrangement, and they'd have to move tables around during the cocktail hour. I kept trying to reach Tasha, but got nothing. My bridesmaids were trying to be supportive, but Marcus and 3 people I either barely knew or had never seen before in my life. She was laughing and talking like this was completely normal, introducing her extra guests to my relatives and college friends as if they'd been invited all along. The cocktail hour was a disaster. I'm trying to enjoy my own wedding reception while watching the venue coordinator frantically rearrange tables and hunt down extra chairs from storage. The poor woman was sweating through her black dress, moving centerpieces around and trying to figure out how to squeeze 4 more people into a space that was already at capacity. Meanwhile, Tasha was acting like the queen of the party. She had her arm around her out-of-state cousin, introducing her to everyone as her favorite relative who just had to be there to witness this special day. Her local cousin and the boyfriend were taking photos by our photo booth like they belonged there. And Kelly was already at the bar ordering drinks and chatting up my college roommate about her recent divorce. What really got to me was watching my photographer try to adapt on the fly. We had specifically discussed family photos and group shots weeks in advance. Now she's trying to figure out whether these random people should be in pictures or not, and I'm nodding along like everything is fine, when inside I'm screaming. My wedding photos now include people I didn't invite, standing next to my grandmother, who looked completely confused about who they were. The worst part was seeing how this affected my other guests. My elderly aunt, who has mobility issues, got moved to a different table because her original spot was given to one of Tasha's cousins. She didn't complain, but I could see she was uncomfortable sitting with people she'd never met, instead of next to my mom like we'd planned. My college friends, who were supposed to be at the same table, got split up. Jake's work buddy ended up sitting next to Kelly instead of with his wife, because we had to make room. When dinner service started, the chaos really ramped up. The caterer was clearly stressed, bringing out food later than planned because they were scrambling to prepare extra portions. The servers looked frazzled. Some tables got their salads 10 minutes before others. The main course came out in waves instead of all at once like it was supposed to. I could see guests checking their phones and looking around, wondering what was taking so long. Walked over to her table and asked if I could speak with her privately. She seemed genuinely surprised, like she had no idea why I might want to talk to her. We stepped outside onto the venue's small patio, and I asked her what she was thinking bringing 4 extra people to my wedding. She looked at me like I had grown a second head. She said she didn't understand why I was upset because it was just a few more people, and shouldn't I be happy that more people wanted to celebrate with us? She said her cousins had been so excited when she told them about the wedding, and Kelly really needed something positive after her divorce. I explained that this wasn't just about having more people there. I told her about the per-person catering cost, about how the venue was over capacity, about how my seating chart was completely ruined, and my other guests were affected. She rolled her eyes and said I was being ridiculous about money on my wedding day. She said that's what weddings are for, bringing people together, and that I should be focused on celebrating instead of worrying about logistics. That's when I lost it. I told her she needed to cover the additional catering costs since she had made the decision to invite people without consulting me. Her whole demeanor changed. She laughed, but not in a friendly way, and said she had already spent over $200 on our wedding gift from our registry. She said she wasn't paying for food on top of that, especially when she was doing me a favor by bringing more people to make the party more fun. Then she said something that really cut deep. She told me that real friends don't nickel and dime each other, and that I was being a bridezilla for caring so much about head counts and seating charts. She said I was ruining my own wedding by being uptight about things that didn't matter in the big picture. She said most brides would be grateful to have friends who cared enough to want to include more people in the celebration. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I told her this wasn't about being uptight. This was about respect and boundaries. I said we had specifically planned for a certain number of people because that's what we could afford and what the venue could handle. I explained that her decision had caused stress for the caterer, the venue staff, and my other guests who got displaced. She just shook her head and said I was being dramatic. She said weddings are supposed to be about what was going on, without making things worse. I told Jake we needed to get back inside, but the damage was done. I spent the rest of my reception feeling angry and hurt instead of happy and celebratory. Every time I looked at Tasha's table, I felt my blood pressure spike. Her extra guests seemed to sense the tension and barely touched their expensive meals. The rest of the reception was incredibly awkward. I tried my best to put on a happy face and enjoy what was supposed to be the best day of my life, but I kept catching glimpses of Tasha's table and feeling that anger bubble up again. Her extra guests could clearly sense something was wrong. They barely touched their expensive dinners and kept glancing around like they weren't sure they should be there. Which, honestly, they shouldn't have been. Several of my relatives who had overheard our argument on the patio came up to me throughout the night. My aunt pulled me aside during the cake cutting and said she couldn't believe Tasha had put me in that position. She said bringing uninvited guests to a wedding was one of the rudest things she'd ever heard of, especially knowing how carefully we'd planned everything. But then my cousin Lisa had a completely different take. She said I should have just let it slide to keep the peace, and that making a big deal about it was only hurting myself on my wedding day. My mom was trying to stay neutral, but I could tell she was furious on my behalf. She kept making comments about people who don't understand boundaries and respect. Jake's parents were confused about who all these extra people were, and why they seemed to know nobody else at the wedding. His mom asked me twice if they were plus ones she had forgotten about from the guest list. Jake himself was trying to be supportive while also not wanting to make things worse. During our last dance, he told me he was sorry this had happened and that we'd figure it out later. But I could see in his face that he was annoyed too. This was his wedding day getting disrupted just as much as mine. He had been looking forward to a small, intimate celebration with our closest friends and family, and instead we had random strangers eating our food and taking up space. The venue coordinator pulled me aside about an hour before the reception was supposed to end. She handed me an updated bill that included the extra catering charges. The total additional cost was happened. Just a casual wave goodbye like she hadn't completely disrupted my wedding. The next morning, while Jake and I were supposed to be enjoying our first day as newlyweds before our honeymoon flight, I woke up to notifications on my phone. Tasha had posted on Facebook about weddings and friendship. She didn't mention me by name, but it was obviously about our situation. She wrote about how some people care more about their perfect Pinterest wedding than their actual friendships. She said something about how weddings should be about celebrating love with the people who matter, not about following rigid rules and excluding people. The post got a bunch of likes and comments from people who had no idea what actually happened. Her cousins were commenting with heart emojis and saying how much fun they had. Kelly left a comment thanking Tasha for including her in such a beautiful celebration. People were responding like Tasha was some kind of victim of bridezilla behavior. I screenshotted the post and showed it to Jake over breakfast. He couldn't believe she was making herself look like the victim when she was the one who had caused all the problems. He said we should probably just ignore it and focus on our honeymoon. But I was so angry I could barely eat my eggs. Over the next few days, several mutual friends started reaching out to me privately. My college roommate texted me saying she couldn't believe what Tasha had done, and that she would have lost her mind if someone pulled that at her wedding. Another friend from our old job called me and said she'd heard through the grapevine what happened and thought it was completely out of line. But not everyone agreed with me. A few people thought I had overreacted. One mutual friend said that while Tasha should have asked first, weddings are supposed to be about joy and celebration, not about strict adherence to guest lists. She said maybe I could have handled it differently and just enjoyed having more people there who wanted to support us. My sister was completely on my side. She said Tasha's behavior was selfish and disrespectful, and that posting about it on social media afterward showed she wasn't actually sorry at all. She said if someone did that at her wedding, she would never speak to them again. 3 weeks have passed now, and Tasha still hasn't reached out to me directly. She hasn't apologized or even acknowledged that what she did might have been wrong. She can't see why bringing 4 uninvited guests to my wedding was wrong. Then maybe we're not as close as I thought we were. A real friend would have asked before inviting people. A real friend would have apologized when they realized they messed up. A real friend wouldn't have posted on social media trying to make me look like the bad guy. I honestly don't know what to do at this point. Am I being too stubborn by not reaching out first? Or was Tasha so far out of line that she needs to be the one to make this right? Does it make me a terrible parent that I refused to pay for my son's dream college after he ignored my conditions? I'm Marcus, 48, and I've been going through hell with my son Evan, 18, over college funding. My wife Sarah, 45, has been caught in the middle of this whole mess. We're just your typical middle-class family. I work in accounting, she's a nurse, and we've always tried to be responsible with money. We started saving for Evan's college when he was little, putting away what we could each month. But let's be real, we're not swimming in cash here. Back when Evan was a junior in high school, Sarah and I sat him down for what we thought was going to be a straightforward conversation about college planning. We'd done our homework, looked at our savings, ran the numbers about a dozen times. We could cover full tuition at our state universities, maybe help with some expenses at pricier schools if he was willing to take out loans for the difference. We weren't trying to be difficult. We just knew our limits. I remember laying it all out for him pretty clearly. Keep your grades up, which wasn't a problem since Evan had always been a solid student, and apply to a range of schools including some affordable in-state options. We told him we'd saved about $60,000 over the years, which sounds like a lot until you start looking at college costs these days. Our state schools run about $15,000 a year for tuition, so we could handle 4 years no problem. Private schools, though? We were looking at $50,000, $60,000, sometimes $70,000 a year just for tuition. Evan seemed to get it at the time. He nodded along, asked some questions about what schools we thought would be good fits, even mentioned a couple of our state universities that had decent programs for what he was interested in. We walked away from that conversation feeling pretty good about ourselves as parents. We'd been honest about money, set clear expectations, and given him plenty of options. What could go wrong, right? Senior year started off fine. Evan kept his grades up just like we'd agreed. He was pulling a 3.7 GPA, which we were proud of. But sometime around October, I started noticing he was spending all his time researching this one school, Westfield Academy. It's this with teenagers. You don't want every conversation to turn into a fight, and part of me figured he was just being a typical kid who gets excited about one thing before eventually coming back down to earth. I kept telling myself he'd come around, that he'd remember our agreement when it came time to actually submit applications. The warning signs were there, though.
His guidance counselor called in November asking why Evan hadn't requested transcripts for any schools yet. When Sarah and I brought it up, he got defensive and said he was handling everything, that we didn't need to micromanage him. That should have been our cue to step in more forcefully, but we were trying to respect his independence. Big mistake. December rolled around, and I realized I hadn't seen him working on any applications. Most schools had deadlines coming up fast, January 1st for a lot of them. When I asked directly what schools he'd applied to, he got this look on his face. You know the one, like a kid who just got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He mumbled something about still working on essays, but I could tell something was off. It wasn't until late December that the truth came out. Sarah was helping him organize some paperwork when she realized he'd only submitted one application. One. To Westfield Academy. The most expensive school he could have possibly chosen, with an acceptance rate of like 8%. When we confronted him about it, he said he'd decided to put all his energy into his top choice, rather than waste time on schools he didn't really want to attend. I felt this sick feeling in my stomach, like watching a car accident happen in slow motion. All those conversations we'd had, all those conditions we'd laid out, he'd just completely ignored everything. Sarah was trying to stay calm, asking if there was still time to apply anywhere else, but most deadlines had passed. We were stuck. The next few months were tense as hell. Evan kept acting like everything was fine, like his plan was totally reasonable. He'd talk about Westfield like his acceptance was guaranteed, making plans for dorm life and picking classes. Every time Sarah or I tried to remind him that we couldn't afford it even if he got in, he'd brush us off or change the subject. It was like he'd built this fantasy world where money wasn't a real constraint. Had gotten into one of the most competitive schools in the country. But then reality hit like a truck. He started talking about orientation dates and room assignments, completely assuming we'd figure out how to pay for it. When I reminded him that tuition alone was $65,000 a year, more than Sarah makes in her entire job, he just looked at me like I was being ridiculous. He actually said we'd known this was his dream school all along, so of course we'd make it work. That's when I had to be the bad guy. I sat him down and explained, as clearly as I could, that we couldn't afford Westfield Academy. We'd saved for college, yes, but not for a $250,000 college. I reminded him of our conversation junior year, about the conditions we'd set, about applying to multiple schools, including affordable options. The look on his face when it finally sank in that we weren't going to pay, I'll probably remember that for the rest of my life. That conversation went about as badly as you'd expect. Evan completely lost it when I told him we weren't paying for Westfield. I'm talking full meltdown, yelling, crying, the works. He kept saying I was ruining his future and that we'd led him on. According to him, we should have known he was serious about this school and figured out a way to make it happen. The logic made no sense to me, but try explaining that to an 18-year-old who just watched his dreams get crushed. Sarah tried to play mediator, which put her in an impossible position. She agreed with me about the money situation, but she also felt terrible watching Evan fall apart. He kept asking her to talk sense into me, like I was being unreasonable for not wanting to bankrupt our family. The whole thing was a nightmare. What made everything worse was that word got out to the extended family pretty quickly. Sarah's mom called within a day, asking why we weren't supporting Evan's education. Then my brother got involved. Then Sarah's sister. Before I knew it, every family gathering turned into an intervention about our parenting choices. The family basically split into two camps. Team Make It Work was led by Evan's grandparents on both sides.
Prestigious place. and she picked the money. She's doing fine now, but Mike and his wife were definitely the minority. Most of our relatives seemed to think we were being cruel or short-sighted. The worst was probably Easter dinner at Sarah's parents' house. Evan had been working on his grandparents for weeks, telling them how devastated he was that his parents didn't believe in him. He played the victim perfectly, talking about how all his friends were going to amazing schools while he was stuck with whatever scraps we'd allow him to have. Sarah's dad actually pulled me aside that day and offered to co-sign loans for Evan. When I explained that we'd still be on the hook financially and that it could ruin all of our credit if things went wrong, he acted like I was making excuses. He said when he was young, parents sacrificed everything for their children's futures. The guilt trip was unreal. Meanwhile, Evan was getting more and more dramatic about the whole situation. He started telling people that we were forcing him to give up on his dreams and settle for mediocrity. He'd barely speak to me at home, and when he did, it was usually to make some comment about how other parents would have found a way. Sarah was constantly trying to keep the peace, but you could tell the stress was getting to her. Things came to a head in early May, when Sarah suggested we all sit down as a family and try to find a solution. I thought maybe we could have a rational conversation about alternatives. But I was wrong. The meeting was a complete disaster from start to finish. I came prepared with printouts, showing exactly what Westfield would cost versus our state universities. I had loan calculators, showing what kind of debt Evan would be looking at. I even researched starting salaries in his intended major to prove that the math didn't make sense. I thought if I could just show him the numbers, he'd understand. Instead, I offered him what I thought was a fair compromise. We'd pay full tuition at any in-state school he wanted, or we'd contribute our saved $60,000 toward Westfield if he was willing to take out loans for the rest. He could even take a gap year and apply to more affordable schools if he wanted to explore other options. Evan rejected everything immediately, started crying, and said we'd never really supported his dreams. He claimed we'd been sabotaging him from the beginning by setting conditions we knew would limit his options. According to him, good parents would have encouraged him to reach for the stars instead of crushing his ambitions with practical concerns. Sarah was crying too by this point, watching our family completely fall apart. She tried to get us both to calm down, but Evan stormed out saying he was done talking to parents who didn't believe in him. I was left sitting there wondering if I'd just destroyed my relationship with my son over money. The worst part was that I started second-guessing everything. Maybe other parents really would have found a way to make it work. Maybe I was being too rigid about the conditions we'd set. Maybe crushing his dreams really would damage him more than the financial stress would damage us. I spent that whole night awake, going through our finances again, wondering if there was something I'd missed. But then I'd remember that we're not rich people. We're middle-class folks who saved what we could and made reasonable plans based on our actual income. We'd been clear about our limitations from the start. Evan had chosen to ignore those limitations and gamble on us caving when the pressure was on. The house has been horrible ever since that meeting. Evan barely acknowledges my existence, and when he does, it's usually to make some passive-aggressive comment about how I'm ruining his life. Sarah's trying to stay neutral, but I can tell she thinks maybe I was too harsh with him. She keeps saying we need to find a way to repair things, but I honestly don't know how when he refuses to accept any solution that doesn't involve us going into massive debt. After that family meeting blew up, Evan completely shut down communication with me. I'm talking full silent treatment. He'd walk right past me in the hallway like I didn't exist. When Sarah would try to get him to join us for dinner, he'd either eat in his room or grab something and leave the house entirely. The few times he did speak, it was only to Sarah, and usually to complain about what a terrible father I was. The atmosphere in our house became absolutely toxic. You know that feeling when you're walking on eggshells all the time, trying not to set someone off? That was every single day. Sarah was constantly stressed, trying to play peacekeeper.
We could somehow borrow against my 401k. But every scenario ended the same way. We'd be financially ruined for decades. The extended family situation got even worse as word spread about what was happening. Evan had basically launched a campaign to paint me as the villain in this story. He was telling relatives that I didn't believe in him, and that I was crushing his dreams because I was too cheap to invest in his future. My own mother called me at one point, asking why I was being so stubborn about my son's education. What really got to me was hearing from my sister-in-law that Evan had told people I'd promised to pay for any college he wanted, and then backed out at the last minute. That wasn't what happened at all. But try explaining nuanced conversations about financial limits to relatives who are only hearing one side of the story. I started dreading family events because I knew I'd have to defend my parenting choices to people who thought they understood the situation better than I did. Sarah's book club somehow got involved too, which was mortifying. Apparently, one of the women had a nephew who took out massive loans for his dream school and was now incredibly successful. So obviously, we were making a mistake by not doing the same thing. Another one suggested we start a GoFundMe, which was both insulting and completely missing the point. Meanwhile, enrollment deadlines were approaching fast, and Evan still hadn't made any concrete plans. He was researching gap year programs, but not seriously. More like he was browsing options while hoping we'd come to our senses and agree to pay for Westfield. I tried a few times to sit down with him and discuss realistic alternatives, but he'd either ignore me completely or give one-word answers until I gave up. Sarah suggested family counseling, which seemed like a reasonable idea until Evan flat out refused to participate. He said there was nothing to discuss since the solution was obvious. We just needed to pay for his school like good parents would. The counselor thing became another point of contention, because Sarah thought I should have pushed harder to make it happen. I attempted to approach things differently, trying to share articles about student debt and career outcomes with Evan. I found stories about people who'd gone to expensive schools and struggled for years to pay off loans, thinking maybe he'd understand the long-term consequences better if he heard from people. But it felt like she was blaming me for Evan's reaction instead of holding him accountable for ignoring our agreement. By late May, most of the enrollment deadlines had passed, and Evan was stuck with limited options. He could take a gap year and apply to more schools the following year, or he could accept admission to one of the few places that still had openings. But he was treating both options like punishments instead of opportunities, which made every conversation about his future feel hopeless. I tried reaching out to him one more time, suggesting we could visit some of the state schools that still had spots available. I thought maybe if he saw what they had to offer, he might get excited about something achievable. Instead, he told Sarah that I was trying to force him to tour inferior schools to make myself feel better about ruining his life. The extended family drama continued throughout the summer. Evan's grandparents kept dropping hints about how disappointed they were in our decision, and my brother-in-law actually offered to lend us money at one point. When I explained that borrowing from family would just create more problems, he acted like I was being prideful instead of practical. Sarah and I started having our own arguments about the situation. She supported my decision in principle, but she hated watching our family fall apart. She kept saying she wished I'd found a way to be more supportive while still maintaining our boundaries, which felt impossible to me. How do you supportively tell someone you can't afford their dream? The house stayed tense through most of the summer. Evan got a job at a local restaurant, which was good, but he treated it like a temporary inconvenience while he figured out his real plans. He'd come home from work and spend hours online, either researching gap year programs or looking at Westfield's social media posts about incoming freshmen. It was painful to watch. What really broke my heart was overhearing him on the phone with friends who were getting ready to start college.
He'd talk about how his parents had screwed him over and how he was stuck taking a year off because we wouldn't pay for his school. He never mentioned the conditions we'd set, or the fact that he'd only applied to one place. In his version of events, we were just controlling parents who'd changed our minds about supporting his education. Now it's been months since this whole thing started. Is there any justification for me asking my sister to move out after she turned my spare room into her storage unit? I'm Dana, 36, and I work as a graphic designer from my small apartment. 3 months ago, my younger sister Molly, 28, lost her job at some boutique clothing store when they had to downsize. She was pretty devastated about it, and honestly, I felt terrible for her. She'd been there for 2 years and really thought she was building something stable. When she called me crying about not being able to make rent, I didn't even hesitate. I told her she could stay in my spare room for a few months while she got back on her feet. We agreed she'd help with utilities and keep her belongings contained to just that one bedroom. It seemed like a reasonable arrangement, and I was happy I could help family during a rough patch. My apartment isn't huge, but it's mine, and I've got it set up exactly how I like it. The spare room had been my home office for the past 3 years. I had my desk, computer setup, filing cabinet, all my design materials organized perfectly. It was my creative space where I did freelance work in the evenings and weekends. But I figured I could work from the kitchen table temporarily while Molly got her life sorted out. The first couple of weeks actually went really well. Molly showed up with just 2 suitcases and a duffel bag. She was incredibly grateful, kept thanking me constantly, and even helped out around the apartment without me asking. She'd do dishes, vacuum, pick up groceries. It felt nice having someone around, and I started thinking this arrangement might actually work out great for both of us. But somewhere around the 1-month mark, things started shifting. Molly began bringing in boxes from her old apartment. At first it was just a few, and she stacked them neatly in the corner of the living room. She said she was just grabbing essentials and would sort through everything soon. I didn't think much of it because I understood she was dealing with moving out of her old place and probably felt overwhelmed. Then, more boxes appeared, and some furniture pieces. A small bookshelf here, a side table there. Molly explained that she couldn't bear to just throw away furniture she'd spent money on, and she was planning to sell it online once she found a new job. That made sense where the boxes fit best. My desk got pushed against the wall, and I could barely access my computer. I started working from coffee shops during the day because I literally couldn't function in my own space anymore. The weird part was how Molly started acting like the apartment was hers too. She rearranged my kitchen cabinets to make room for her dishes. She moved my throw pillows around and added her own decorative stuff to my bookshelf. She started inviting friends over for movie nights without asking, and they'd all sprawl across my living room among the boxes like it was totally normal. I kept telling myself I was being petty. She'd lost her job. She was stressed, and I was fortunate enough to be able to help her. Every time I felt annoyed about the mess, or frustrated that I couldn't work from home, I'd remind myself that this was what family did for each other. My mom had always taught us to help each other out, and I didn't want to be the selfish sister who put her own comfort above family. But I was starting to feel suffocated. Friends stopped wanting to come over because there was literally nowhere to sit comfortably. My neighbor made a comment about all the boxes in the hallway being a fire hazard. I was spending money every day at coffee shops just to have a quiet place to work, which was starting to add up. Molly didn't seem to notice or care about any of this. She'd gotten comfortable, maybe too comfortable. She was still looking for work, but not with the urgency I'd expected. She'd sleep until noon, spend the afternoon watching Netflix, and then complain about how hard it was to find a good job. Meanwhile, I was tiptoeing around my own apartment trying not to disturb her stuff or make her feel bad about the situation. I started dreading coming home from work. My apartment, which used to be my sanctuary, felt chaotic and cramped. I couldn't find my own things half the time because they'd been moved or buried under Molly's boxes. The worst part was feeling guilty for even being bothered by it. Here was my sister, going through a difficult time, and all I could think about was wanting my space back. Then came the evening that changed everything. I'd had a particularly stressful day at work dealing with a difficult client, and I was looking forward to just getting home and maybe doing some personal design projects to unwind. I unlocked my door and immediately knew she'd just surprised me with the best gift ever. She started going on about how she'd found this incredible deal on Craigslist, and the seller was willing to deliver it the same day. She said she thought we needed better seating anyway, since the living room was so crowded with boxes, and wasn't it great that it fit perfectly in the spare room? She kept using the word we, like we'd discussed this together, like this was our shared apartment and our shared decision. I tried to stay calm and explain that this wasn't what we'd agreed on. I reminded her that this was supposed to be temporary, and that room was my office space. But she just looked at me like I was being ridiculous. She said I was lucky to have family keeping the place lively, and that I was being too uptight about furniture arrangements. That's when it hit me. Molly didn't see this as temporary anymore. She'd completely taken over my space and was acting like she had every right to do it. The grateful, helpful sister from those first few weeks was gone, replaced by someone who seemed to think I owed her indefinite hospitality, with no boundaries whatsoever. I realized I'd been so focused on being a good sister that I'd let the situation spiral completely out of control. My home office was destroyed, my apartment was unlivable, and my sister was treating me like I was the problem for even bringing it up. I waited until the next morning to bring up the couch situation, because I needed time to figure out how to approach it without completely losing my mind. I'd barely slept, partly because I was furious, and partly because I could hear Molly rearranging things in the living room until almost midnight. When I tried to talk to her about it over coffee, she immediately got defensive. She started going on about how I was being materialistic and uptight about furniture, when she was going through the hardest time of her life. She said I should be grateful that she was trying to make the space more comfortable for both of us, and that I was acting like she'd committed some terrible crime by buying a couch. The conversation went nowhere. Every point I made about boundaries and our original agreement, she countered with guilt trips about her job situation and how things got worse over the next few days. Molly seemed to interpret my backing down as acceptance of the new normal. She started acting even more entitled, like she'd won some battle I didn't realize we were fighting. She began using my laptop without asking when I wasn't home, saying she needed it for job applications. She rearranged my bathroom products to make room for more of her stuff. She even moved some of my books off my bookshelf to display her own decorative items. But the real explosion came when other family members got involved. Apparently, Molly had called our mom to complain about me being difficult about the living situation. She'd painted this picture of herself as the grateful sister just trying to get back on her feet, and me as the unreasonable homeowner, making her feel unwelcome over minor issues. My mom called me that weekend with this disappointed tone I recognized from childhood. She said she was surprised to hear I was giving Molly such a hard time when she was already dealing with unemployment and stress. She reminded me about how family should support each other, and how I was fortunate to be in a position to help. She made it sound like I was being incredibly selfish for wanting basic boundaries in my own apartment. Then my aunt got involved. She sent me this long text about how she wished she had siblings who would help her during tough times, and how I should appreciate having family who wanted to be close to me. She said I was being cold-hearted, and that Molly would probably do more for me if our situations were reversed. The worst part was that some of what they were saying made sense on the surface. I was in a better financial position. I did have stable housing and income, and theoretically, yes, family should help family. But they weren't seeing the full picture of what was happening in my day-to-day life. My cousin Sarah, who I'd always been close with, even chimed in on the family group chat. She posted something about how she'd love to help any family member who needed it, with crying, laughing emojis that felt like they were directed at me. The implication was clear. I was being dramatic and unreasonable about a simple living arrangement. I started feeling completely isolated. Here I was, feeling suffocated and taken advantage of in my own home, and my entire family was treating me like I was the problem. I began questioning my own feelings.
Watched TV all afternoon. I'd come home to find more of my things moved around or new items of hers taking up space in common areas. My friends started noticing the change in my mood. When they asked what was wrong, I'd downplay it because I was embarrassed. How do you explain that your sister is driving you crazy by treating your apartment like her personal storage unit without sounding petty? Especially when your own family thinks you're being unreasonable about it. But my friend Lisa finally called me out on it. She came over one evening and couldn't hide her shock at the state of my apartment. She asked me straight up if this was really what I'd agreed to when I offered to help Molly. When I explained the original arrangement versus what was actually happening, she looked at me like I'd lost my mind for tolerating it. That conversation was a turning point. Lisa helped me see that I wasn't being unreasonable or selfish. She pointed out that helping someone doesn't mean letting them completely take over your life and space. She said that good boundaries actually make relationships healthier, not worse. The breaking point came about a week later. I'd been working late and came home exhausted, looking forward to just getting some personal projects done in whatever corner of my office I could clear. But when I got to my apartment, I found Molly in my bedroom, going through my closet. She was pulling hangers out of my closet, saying she needed more space for her clothes and figured I had extras. She wasn't even embarrassed about it. She acted like it was completely normal to go through my personal bedroom and take my belongings without asking. That's when it hit me that there were literally no boundaries left. She'd moved from the spare room, to the living room, to the hallway, to my office. And now she was in my private bedroom taking my things. There was no part of my apartment that felt like mine anymore. I realized that night that this wasn't going to get better on its own. Molly had gotten comfortable with the idea that my space was her space, and my family was reinforcing that by making me feel guilty for wanting any boundaries at all. The grateful, temporary houseguest had become someone who genuinely seemed to believe she had equal rights to every part of my home. I spent that whole night thinking about what I needed to do. I was done feeling guilty for wanting to be comfortable in my own apartment. Her reaction. I told her that the current situation wasn't working, and that she had 1 month to either find her own place, or at minimum, get a storage unit for all her belongings. I explained that I needed my office space back, and that the apartment had become unlivable for me. I tried to keep my tone calm and reasonable, focusing on the practical issues rather than getting emotional about it. Her reaction was immediate and explosive. She accused me of being cold-hearted and selfish, saying she couldn't believe her own sister was kicking her out during the worst time of her life. She said I was choosing furniture and space over family, and that she would have done so much more for me if our situations were reversed. She got really dramatic about it, talking about how she thought she could count on family and how disappointed she was in me. She said I was proving that I'd never really cared about her, that this was all just some performance of being a good sister until it became inconvenient for me. The worst part was when she started crying and saying she had nowhere else to go. She made it sound like I was basically making her homeless, even though I was giving her a full month to figure something out and had suggested the storage unit option as a compromise. But I held firm. I'd expected this reaction, and I wasn't going to let the guilt trip work on me again. I told her I was sorry she was upset, but that the deadline was final. 1 month to either move out completely or drastically reduce her belongings and respect the original boundaries we'd agreed on. That's when she went nuclear and got the family involved again. Within hours of our conversation, my phone was blowing up with texts and calls from relatives. My mom called me 3 separate times that day, each time more disappointed than the last. She said she couldn't believe I was giving Molly an ultimatum when she was already struggling, and that she'd raised me better than this. My aunt sent me a long text about family loyalty and how I was going to regret treating Molly this way when I needed help someday. She said I was being heartless and that she was ashamed of my behavior. She even brought up how our grandmother would be rolling over in her grave if she knew how I was treating family. The family group chat became a war zone. Cousins were taking sides, with most of them supporting Molly. They were posted against me. My cousin Jake privately messaged me to say he thought I was being reasonable, but he wasn't going to get involved in the family drama publicly. My Uncle Tom called to say he understood my position, even though he thought I should have handled it differently from the beginning. A few of my mom's friends who knew the situation also reached out to support me. One of them told me she'd been in a similar situation years ago and regretted not setting boundaries sooner. She said enabling people doesn't actually help them in the long run. The hardest part was feeling like I was somehow betraying family values that had been drilled into me since childhood. My mom kept saying I was choosing my comfort over Molly's well-being, and that hurt because I genuinely had tried to help. But helping someone shouldn't mean sacrificing your own mental health and living situation. Meanwhile, Molly was making life at the apartment as uncomfortable as possible. She'd make passive-aggressive comments about being unwanted and having to find somewhere else to go during her time of need. She'd sigh dramatically whenever she was packing boxes, making sure I could hear how put upon she felt. She started acting like I was some kind of monster for enforcing the deadline. She'd mention to anyone who called that her sister was kicking her out, always emphasizing that she was still unemployed and stressed. She was painting herself as the victim and me as the villain in every conversation. But she did start packing some boxes, though not with any real urgency. She'd pack one box and then spend the rest of the day on the couch watching Netflix. She wasn't seriously apartment hunting or looking into storage units. It felt like she was calling my bluff, expecting me to back down as the deadline approached. 2 weeks into the month deadline, things got even more tense. Some family members stopped talking to me entirely. My mom would answer my calls, but with this disappointed tone that made every conversation uncomfortable. She kept asking if I'd reconsidered the deadline, suggesting that maybe I was being too harsh. But I also started getting support from unexpected places. My friend Lisa told her mom about the situation, and her mom called me to say I was doing the right thing. She said she'd watched too many people enable family members who took advantage of kindness, and that boundaries were healthy and necessary. My therapist, who I'd started seeing because realized she still didn't understand that there were any boundaries at all. I told her right then that going through my mail was completely unacceptable, and that it proved she still didn't respect my space or privacy. She got defensive again, saying she was just trying to help and that I was being paranoid and controlling. Now we're 3 weeks into the deadline with 1 week left. Molly has packed maybe half her boxes, but still hasn't found another place to stay. She's been making comments about how she might need more time, clearly testing whether I'll extend the deadline. I've been getting pressure from family members to give her more time, especially since she hasn't found work yet. My mom keeps calling to ask if I'm really going to stick to the deadline, making it sound like I'm about to commit some unforgivable act. But I've made my peace with being the bad guy in this situation. I've realized that sometimes being a good person means setting boundaries, even when other people don't like it. Molly needed to learn that help comes with reasonable expectations, and I needed to learn that being kind doesn't mean being a doormat. The apartment still looks like a disaster zone, but at least there's an end in sight. I'm sticking to the deadline regardless of the family fallout. I've accepted that some relationships might be damaged, but I can't keep sacrificing my mental health and living situation to avoid conflict. Update. I just found Molly going through my mail again yesterday, supposedly looking for apartment listings to help. I'm starting to think this 1-month deadline might not be enough. When did it become acceptable for my coworker to use my work for a presentation without even mentioning my name? I'm Julian, 41, and I work as a project manager at Dataflow Solutions. It's one of those mid-sized tech companies where everyone knows everyone, but there's still enough corporate structure to make things complicated when they need to be. I've been there about 6 years now, long enough to know how things work, but not long enough to be untouchable. My colleague Harper is 35 and sits 2 cubicles over from me in our open office setup. We're both in the same department under different managers, and over the years we've collaborated on maybe a dozen projects. She's always been friendly enough, the type who remembers your birthday and asks about your weekend plans. But Harper has this way of inserting herself into high-visibility projects, not in an obvious way that would get her called out, but she's always volunteering for committees and offering to help with presentations that the leadership team will see. 3 weeks before our quarterly review meeting, I started working on what I thought would be a career-defining analysis. The company had been struggling with some performance metrics, and I saw an opportunity to dig deep into the data and figure out what was actually going wrong. This wasn't assigned work. I took it on myself because I genuinely thought I could provide some insights that would help. I spent hours pulling data from 5 different systems. Anyone who's worked with enterprise software knows how painful this is. Half the time the systems don't talk to each other properly, so you're manually cross-referencing spreadsheets and trying to make sense of inconsistent formatting. I was staying late most nights, sometimes until 8 or 9. Building custom charts and running analysis that I'd never attempted before. The thing about my presentations is that I have a very specific style. I use this particular font combination for headers, Calibri for main titles, and Arial for subtitles, which I know sounds weird, but it creates this clean contrast that I like. I also indent my bullet points slightly more than the default PowerPoint setting because I think it looks more professional. It's probably OCD behavior, but after 6 years of presentations, people recognize my formatting when they see it. After 2.5 weeks of work, I had this beautiful slide deck. 23 slides of analysis that told a complete story about where I on some kind of performance analysis and was curious about my approach. She mentioned that she might want to do something similar for her team and would love to see what methodology I was using. I didn't think twice about it. We'd shared work before, and getting a colleague's perspective on a big presentation seemed smart. I sent her the draft that evening with a note saying I was still tweaking a few slides, but would appreciate any feedback she had. She responded the next morning, saying the analysis looked great, and she had some ideas we could discuss. But we never had that discussion. Friday came and went, and when I tried to catch her for a few minutes on Monday, she said she was swamped, but would circle back with me soon. The quarterly review meeting was scheduled for Tuesday morning. This was a big deal. All department heads would be there, plus our VP of operations and a few C-suite executives dialing in from other offices. These meetings happen 4 times a year, and they're where careers get made or stalled. Everyone tries to have something impressive to share. I'd been planning to present my analysis during the project updates section of the agenda. I had my notes ready, practiced my talking points, and felt more confident about a presentation than I had in years. The data was that good. The meeting started at 9 in the morning in our main conference room. About 20 people packed around the big table, with another 10 joining virtually. Our department head kicked things off with the usual agenda overview, then moved into individual project updates. Harper's name got called first. I wasn't surprised. She'd been working on some client retention initiative that management cared about. But when she started talking, she said she wanted to share some performance insights she'd been developing. That phrase made me look up from my notes.
Then she clicked to her first slide, and my stomach dropped. It was my slide. Not similar to my slide, not inspired by my work. It was literally my slide, with her name in the corner where mine used to be. Same title, same subtitle format, same weird bullet point indentation that I use. The logo placement was identical to what I'd created. She moved to the second slide, and it was the same thing. My custom charts with my color scheme and my data analysis. Enthusiasm, and connected the findings back to company priorities in a way that had people nodding along. Management was clearly impressed. I heard our VP say, "This is exactly the kind of strategic thinking we need more of, Harper." Our department head made notes and asked her to send the full presentation to the leadership team after the meeting. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there realizing that I have nothing left to present. My entire quarterly update had just been delivered by someone else. When my turn came up 15 minutes later, I found myself mumbling something about building on Harper's insights, and gave what basically amounted to a summary of points she'd already covered. The meeting wrapped up with Harper getting congratulations from multiple people, while I felt completely invisible. I'd put in 3 weeks of my best work, and in 30 minutes, it had become someone else's career achievement. After everyone filed out, I sat in that conference room for probably 5 more minutes trying to make sense of what had just happened. I kept thinking there had to be some misunderstanding, some explanation that would make this okay. Maybe Harper had gotten confused about what I'd sent her. Maybe she thought we were collaborating and I was supposed to present together. But deep down, I knew exactly what had happened. Harper had taken my work, put her name on it, and presented it as her own without saying a single word to me about it. And now everyone in leadership thought she was the one doing innovative analysis, while I looked like someone who had nothing meaningful to contribute. I couldn't focus on anything for the rest of that Tuesday. I kept replaying the presentation in my head, trying to convince myself that maybe I was overreacting or misremembering something. But every time I thought about it, I got angrier. Those were my slides, my analysis, my 3 weeks of late nights, and Harper had just stolen all of it. By lunchtime, I knew I had to confront her. I found Harper in the break room around 1:30, making herself a sandwich like nothing had happened. My hands were actually shaking when I walked up to her. I tried to keep my voice calm, but I could hear the edge in it when I said her name. She looked up with that same friendly expression she always has, like we were about to chat about the weather. That's when I told her that the presentation she'd just given was my analysis. Presentation, and taking credit for it, input. She hadn't changed a single word except putting her name on the title slide. I tried explaining that sharing a draft for feedback is completely different from giving someone permission to present your work as their own. She acted like I was being unreasonable. She said something about how collaboration means sharing ideas, and that maybe I needed to be clearer about boundaries in the future. Then she wrapped up her sandwich and walked away like the conversation was over. I stood there in the break room, feeling like I'd been punched in the stomach. The casual way she dismissed my concerns was almost worse than the original theft. It was like she genuinely believed she'd done nothing wrong, or at least she was committed to pretending that was the case. That afternoon, I made the mistake of venting to Tom from IT. Tom's one of those guys who's been at the company forever and knows everyone's history. I thought he'd be outraged on my behalf, but instead, he pulled me aside and told me to be careful. He reminded me about when Harper got promoted to senior analyst last year over Marcus, even though Marcus had more experience and better performance reviews. He said everyone knew Harper was tight with the VP, and that making waves could backfire on me. The next day, I tried talking to Sarah from accounting, thinking maybe a different perspective would help. But she said basically the same thing. She told me that Harper's projects always seem to get noticed by leadership, and that maybe I should just let this one go. She mentioned that Harper has a reputation for being favored, and that going up against her could hurt my standing in the company. Hearing the same advice from two different people made me realize that this wasn't just about one stolen presentation. Apparently, everyone knew that Harper operated this way, and the general consensus was that calling her out would be worse for me than for her. That made me feel even more frustrated, because it meant the system was set up to protect people like Harper, while punishing people like me for speaking up. I spent the next 2 days drafting and redrafting an email to leadership. I had screenshots showing when I'd created the original files, timestamps on all my work, and a detailed timeline of how the presentation had been developed. The evidence was overwhelming. Anyone who looked at it would know exactly what had happened. Everything she was describing came directly from my work. She was literally teaching them the approaches I'd developed, acting like she was some kind of expert who'd pioneered these methods. One of the junior guys asked her how she'd learned to do such thorough correlation analysis, and Harper launched into this explanation about her analytical process and how she'd developed her system over time. She was taking credit not just for the specific presentation, but for the entire methodology I'd created. That's when I realized this wasn't going to be a one-time thing. Harper had essentially stolen my intellectual property and was now positioning herself as the expert in techniques that I'd developed. If I didn't do something, she'd probably keep using my approaches and getting credit for innovation that came from my work. I also started noticing other things that week. Harper was getting pulled into more high-level meetings. I heard she was being considered for a task force on operational efficiency. People were asking her for advice on analytical approaches. All of this was happening because leadership thought she was the person who'd done that impressive quarterly analysis. Meanwhile, I felt completely invisible. In team meetings, people would reference Harper's insights or ask for her opinion on data-related questions. Nobody was asking me anything because, as far as they knew, I hadn't contributed anything meaningful to the quarterly review. The whole situation was making me question everything about my career and my place at the company. I'd always believed that good work would speak for itself, and that being competent and reliable would lead to recognition and advancement. But watching Harper get praised for my work while I got ignored made me realize that maybe I'd been naive about how things actually worked. By Friday of that week, I knew I had to make a decision. I could either accept that this was how Harper operated and try to protect myself going forward, or I could take the risk of calling her out and deal with whatever consequences came from that. The safe choice was obvious. Keep my head down, chalk this up as a learning experience, and never share work with Harper again. But that felt like giving up on the idea that merit and honesty mattered. It also meant letting Harper benefit from stealing my work while I got nothing for 3 weeks of effort. The risky choice was to document everything and escalate to management. I was making a huge mistake. Monday morning, I decided to call my old mentor, David. He'd left Dataflow about 2 years ago for a director role at another company, but we'd stayed in touch. David had always been straight with me, never sugarcoating feedback or telling me what I wanted to hear. If anyone could help me think through this situation objectively, it was him. I called him during my lunch break and laid out the whole story. David listened without interrupting, which was typical for him. When I finished, he was quiet for maybe 30 seconds before he responded. He told me I had 2 choices, and that I needed to be realistic about both of them. I could document everything and escalate to management, accepting that this would probably create ongoing tension with Harper and possibly hurt my reputation if leadership sided with her. Or I could accept that this was how Harper operated, learn from the experience, and focus on protecting myself going forward. But he emphasized that I couldn't do both halfway. Trying to split the difference would just leave me in a worse position. He also pointed out something I hadn't fully considered. Harper's behavior wasn't going to change regardless of what I did. If she was willing to steal my work once, she'd probably do it again to me or someone else. The question was, whether I wanted to be the person who tried to hold her accountable, knowing that it might cost me politically. After that conversation, I spent another day thinking through my options. But David was right. I had to pick a path and commit to it. I decided that I couldn't live with just letting this go. Not because I thought I'd definitely win, but because staying silent felt like giving up on the idea that integrity mattered in the workplace. I spent Tuesday evening crafting what I thought was the perfect email to my direct manager. I didn't accuse Harper of anything directly. Instead, I asked for clarity on collaboration protocols and mentioned that there seemed to be some confusion about the quarterly presentation. I attached the original files with creation dates and timestamps, making it clear that all the work had been completed before I'd shared the draft with Harper. I kept the tone professional and focused on preventing future misunderstandings rather than seeking punishment for Harper. I sent the email Wednesday morning and got a response that afternoon. My man the situation. The change in her behavior was immediate and obvious. Harper went from ignoring me to being actively hostile. In our next team meeting, she made sarcastic comments about people who were overly concerned with getting credit for everything. When someone asked for volunteers on a new project, she suggested that maybe they should be careful about who they collaborated with, since some people weren't good team players. It was subtle enough that she probably couldn't get in trouble for it, but everyone in the room could tell the comments were directed at me. I felt like I was back in middle school, dealing with someone who wanted to make my life miserable without crossing any lines that would get them in trouble with authority figures. The worst part was that my manager's investigation seemed to go nowhere. He had another brief conversation with me the following week, acknowledging that the timestamps clearly showed I'd done the original work. But he didn't seem interested in taking any concrete action. He said something about how these kinds of collaboration issues were complicated, and that the important thing was making sure everyone understood expectations going forward. Meanwhile, Harper was getting more recognition than ever. A few people in the office had quietly told me they knew the quarterly analysis was my work. Apparently, my formatting style was more recognizable than I'd realized. But that private acknowledgement didn't translate into any official recognition or correction of the record. About 2 weeks after I'd sent the email, I found out that Harper was being assigned as the lead on the next major quarterly project. The irony was incredible. She was getting more high-profile work specifically because leadership thought she was the person who'd done such impressive analysis the previous quarter. That's when I started questioning whether speaking up had actually made things worse for me. Harper was now openly hostile. My manager seemed to want the whole situation to just go away, and there were no consequences for what she'd done. If anything, she'd been rewarded for stealing my work, while I was now seen as someone who caused problems over collaboration issues. The situation got even more complicated when I learned that we were both being considered for a senior project manager role that was opening up next month. This was exactly the kind of promotion I'd been working toward for the past 2 years. But now, I was competing against someone who had gotten credit for my best work, and who was actively trying to create a trap for me. If I kept pushing the issue, I'd probably be seen as someone who couldn't let things go and wasn't focused on moving forward. But if I stayed quiet, Harper would continue to benefit from my work while I looked like someone who hadn't contributed anything meaningful to the company's recent successes. Looking back now, I'm still not sure I made the right choice by escalating. Part of me thinks I should have just accepted the loss and focused on protecting my future work. Harper's behavior was predictable, and I knew the office politics before I decided to speak up. Maybe I was naive to think that having documentation and evidence would matter more than relationships and perception. But the other part of me knows that staying silent would have felt like a betrayal of my own principles. I couldn't just watch someone steal my work and get praised for it without at least trying to set the record straight. Even if the outcome wasn't what I hoped for, at least I tried to hold someone accountable for doing something that was clearly wrong. The whole experience has changed how I think about workplace dynamics and what it really takes to advance in a corporate environment. I used to believe that doing good work and being honest were enough to succeed. Now I understand that politics and relationships often matter more than merit, and that people like Harper can thrive precisely because most people are too afraid of the consequences to call them out. What bothers me most is that Harper will probably do this again to someone else, and that person will face the same impossible choice I did. The system seems designed to protect people who are willing to take credit for others' work, while punishing anyone who tries to speak up about it.